No fair.
You look great too, so you're all good.
You need to make the font bigger so you can see it. Hold it down like this.
I know,
just like
exactly.
that.
Welcome back to AP's live coverage of the 2026 Semafor World Economy, where hundreds of CEOs and government officials are here to talk about oil markets, AI, labor markets, and many other issues. And I'm Chris Rigaber. I'm here at the Associated Press, Federal Reserve reporter, and I'm here with Chicago Fed President Austan Goolsbee, who this year is a non-voting member of the Fed Rate Setting Committee. So, Austan, let's talk about, start with prices and inflation. So last week we had an inflation report that spiked up a bit. What does the Fed need to do in response to that?
I never want to overreact to one month's report, as you know, but it was an uncomfortable report in the sense that the headline inflation number was way high. But if you looked at the components, it wasn't as scary as the headline number portrayed. Core inflation was at least tamer than it has been for the previous few months. But it's kind of reignites the Linda Goolsbee, my mom, critique of the Fed, which is, I say, well, Mom, we don't tend to concentrate on the energy and food prices because those are too variable. And then she said, what do you mean? You don't pay attention to the energy and food prices? And this one was particularly extreme in that the inflation is getting driven by energy and lesser extent food.
Right. That's funny because I think there's another maybe NPR reporter who also says his mother doesn't understand.
Anyway,
no one's mother understands.
Who does? Yeah, who does?
Well, on that note, there is that idea in central banking that you look through a price shock, an oil surge. What kind of metrics will you be looking at, though, to see if this gas price spike is rippling through the economy?
Look, and it's a little dangerous. I'd say any time that you've got the inflation rate well above the target, you're in a danger zone. And we've been above the target for 5 straight years. And the 2025 experience where inflation stopped making progress and even started going up a bit was supposed to go away.
Right.
So we were waiting, we were kind of arguing how persistent will tariff impacts on prices be? Will they be transitory or more extended? For the oil shock to come in now, before that one went away, I do have some concerns that we better pay attention to, let's call it the inflation expectations.
Right.
But in contracts, in wage setting, the direct answer to your question of what are you nervous about from energy shocks, if history is a guide, you're nervous if that starts spiraling into when people are coming down to ask for their wage increases.
Right.
They say, inflation's going to be 5%, so I need 6%. And then the businesses say, our wages are up 6%. We need to raise the prices 7%. If we got in a dynamic like that, that would really be troubling for the Fed and for the country.
Well, you've mentioned before the possibility of rate hikes being on the table. Is that even more the case after the Friday report? How are you thinking
fairness, when we talked about that,
right.
I said everything is always on the table. It's a giant table. You've seen the table. Right. It's a huge table.
Right.
So there are circumstances where rates could go up. There are circumstances where all of this proves temporary. We resolve the oil price shocks in the Middle East, and we go back and inflation comes down and it looks like we're headed back to 2%, and then rate decreases are on the table too. I have a level of concern from this that is the same as everyone else, which is how long is this going to last?
Right.
There are some economic problems that face the country or face the Fed that are subtle to understand. This was not subtle.
Right.
You drive down the street, you can see basically what the main problem is.
Well, I mean, so what kind of time frame can you, I know it's hard to say, but I mean, this has already lasted probably longer, the Iran conflict, than many people expected. And I know you don't want to put a date on it, but when we talk about temporary, and of course we don't want to say other words that start with T, such as transitory.
Yeah.
But how do you think about that, the time aspect of this? Is it months?
I think, you know, before there was war, and before the oil prices went up, I was on the optimistic side about 2026 for rate cuts. That I just wanted to see that the tariff increase in prices was proving to be temporary.
Right.
And as long as it was, I thought there could be even multiple rate cuts in 2026. The longer this goes, where we never got to see the decrease in inflation, and if the inflation stays up, realistically, I think that starts pushing it out of 2026.
The cuts, yeah, okay.
If inflation does not show any improvement or sign of improvement, then the time at which my optimism can kick back in just keeps getting postponed.
Well, on the other, yes, that makes sense. And then on the other hand, the Fed also has a mandate for maximum employment, and there's a possibility that higher oil prices slow down the economy and we could possibly see a higher unemployment rate. Given where inflation is, are you hobbled from being able to cut rates in that kind of environment if unemployment is worsening, yet inflation is still, say, above 3%?
Well, Chris, thank you for bringing up such a painful scenario. Look, that's just stagflation circumstance where both sides of the mandate getting worse at the same time. There's no more uncomfortable situation for a central bank than that, because it's not obvious what you do. Now, we thought about that possibility as an open market committee when we wrote up our monetary policy framework. And we said publicly that if we were ever to be in that circumstance, we would kind of do what you would think. We're going to look and see which side is getting worse more, and how long do we think that getting worse is going to last. And we're back to the same thing. How long is this going to last? We don't know. We're just going to have to sit and wait and see, are the events, the geopolitical events and the oil market, is that a thing that, according to oil futures, you would see over the next 6 months some significant improvement, or are they going to prove to be wrong and this is going to be a lasting oil shock? I think that matters a lot.
But if core inflation stays largely unaffected, I mean, is that a key? I mean, you mentioned the inflation expectations when we talked about.
I think it is a key, and before there were the oil shock, I thought a key component that I was especially attuned to was services inflation within core inflation, because it's hard to explain how tariffs would lead services price inflation to ignite. So that was even a little more informative than just core. Now, I got to revise that a little, maybe. For sure, the energy price impact should not be going into services. So if we were to see services inflation coming unglued, that would be a bad sign.
Okay.
If we didn't, if we saw really substantial progress on core inflation, I would be feeling better. Okay. Even if the headline inflation was irritating my mom. I do think that what's happening in core inflation is a more informative determinant of where things are headed.
Okay, so we should keep track of how your mom's feeling. It sounds like, or maybe not, because you're saying you're overlooking. Well, so how do you, if you hear from someone who is upset, like your mother, by high oil and gas prices, high headline inflation, and their understanding is that the Fed is the inflation-fighting institution, do you feel obligated, or what do you say to them if they ask why aren't you doing more? I mean, they may not want rate hikes either.
Look, we made a solemn vow to the American people, to the economy, to whatever, given to us by the law. We are to stabilize the prices and maximize employment. And we are going to get inflation back to 2%. We made a vow that 2% is our target, and we're going to get inflation at 2%. So all of their critiques are perfectly justified, and my mind is thank you thank you, ma'am, may I have another?
Right.
I mean, it's our job to get inflation back to 2%.
Well, on that note, I mean, you've had some of this a little bit before you came on. You came on in 2023.
Yeah.
But still, there's been COVID, there's been
Yeah.
the Ukraine and Russian invasion of Ukraine, and then the inflation spike after COVID. Now the tariffs, now the oil shock. Is the Fed just been unlucky recently, or
Yeah,
what?
partly.
Yeah.
And any mistakes that happened before I got there, I don't want to be blamed for. But
Right.
the mistakes that happened since then, we should be prepared, I think, as a committee, as an institution, to let's deal forthrightly with. We're all just sitting around the table trying to figure this out as best we can.
Right.
And people take the job extremely seriously. They come from different perspectives, some business people, some economists, some markets people, finance, and we have to exercise judgment. And the judgment, it's why I always say the most important thing is to figure out the through line of not this month what happened to the headline inflation and payroll job creation for this month was high, but last month was low. And if you follow the market, they're on a timetable where they're paying close attention to every wiggle.
Right.
We've got to figure out the through line. I have thought the through line was improvement in inflation. That's where the root of my optimism on rate cuts.
Right.
Now we've been thrown for two loops on that.
Right.
One came from tariffs, which was supposed to go away, but before it's gone away, now we've got the oil price increase. It's worth remembering that the strongest part of the U.S. economy, the driver of growth, has been the U.S. consumer. Mm-hmm. So I want us to keep a very clear eye on consumer behavior. I wouldn't be surprised, as I've said, if when you see the price of gasoline go up, historically, that has been a indicator of bad consumer sentiment. So I would not be surprised to get more readings like the ones we've just gotten where consumer sentiment is kind of cratering. The whole question will be, does that translate into lower consumer spending? If the consumer becomes unhealthy, the whole economy is going to catch a cold.
Well, what are you hearing in your district along those lines, either from businesses or
I'm hearing
consumers?
a lot of complaints about prices and the cost of living.
Right.
And that's coming from the consumer side. And on the business side, uncertainty, dissatisfaction that, hey, costs are going up. Some leading auto executive phrased it this way. They are also waiting to figure out, well, how long is this going to last?
Right.
They said the longer it goes, just remember, in manufacturing, part of just-in-time manufacturing means that all the components and supplies are not sitting in a warehouse, they're on a truck being shipped somewhere. So if the price of gasoline is going to go to $5 a gallon, that's going to affect our supply chain, it's going to affect our behavior. So fingers crossed and hopeful that this doesn't prove to be a lasting cost shock, that we can kind of go back to getting on the golden path, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, the golden path. But I mean, you to the point of the repeated shocks, and since you came on the Fed, and of course this is coincidental. I think the mortgage rates were still low. I mean, there was a period really just out of COVID. But also coming out of the Great Recession of just low interest rates, low mortgage rates in the 2-3%. Is that something? It seems unlikely we're going to get to that.
Go back?
Yeah, it seems unlikely.
I mean, it kind of depends what the level of inflation is going to be going forward. I say it's going to be 2%. Some of the period that you're talking about, inflation was literally 1.5% or below, and so the nominal interest rate can be lower if inflation is lower. If inflation is going to be 3%, 4%, something like that, nobody should be thinking that rates can go back to 2% if inflation is 4%. That's a negative real interest rate. And I just think realistically, in my head, the settling point is a steady state of rates around 3%, inflation of 2%, a real rate of 1%. That's loosely where I think things are headed.
Well, speaking of housing, there was, I think, a disappointing home sales report yesterday. Are you worried about how that affects the economy overall? Any concerns around the housing sector and its impact?
Yes, though we've had some, on the inflation side, we've had some good news on an extended basis. Housing inflation has settled down from its heights and is now running at a rate that's actually below the inflation rate before COVID, when inflation was under control. We need more housing built in the country, or the sales price of housing is going to keep going up. So if we got a lot of reports that showed a deterioration of housing, that would make me nervous that we're facing a stagflationary environment, because partly housing is a leading indicator, but partly it's also a very cyclical part of the economy. So if you see it turning down, then there would be people saying, is that the sign of that it's a recession?
Right. Well, let me ask one last question. There is a potential change in Fed chair, or a certain change in Fed chair, but it looks like it might be a little bit messy in terms of the timing. Fed Chair Jerome Powell has talked about staying on as chair pro tempore. How do you see this playing out? Is this something that the American people, should they be nervous about how this plays out?
I know neither Latin nor politics
that was about all the Latin
of
I know,
Washington.
Right?
I will say Kevin Warsh is a person that I worked with somewhat closely in the financial crisis when he was at the Fed before. I got a lot of respect for him. I think, however this plays out in Washington, I'm not nervous, worried, as long as people come with the Fed mindset that the law gives us the job, a dual mandate, to stabilize prices and maximize employment. It's not about making the stock market happy. It's not about electoral politics. It's about the state of the economy. I think Kevin Warsh will come in that spirit, and anybody who comes as chair with that motivating spirit, it's going to be fine.
Well, great. Okay. Well, that's great. Thanks for taking the time. We're here with Austan Goolsbee, president of the Chicago Fed. And now we're going to shift back to the Semafor World Economy. We're going to go to an artificial intelligence panel. And you're here with AP's live coverage. Stay with us. Okay, so we're on.
We were sitting here last April. Nobody knew what to expect. So let's just be honest. And I'm going to say the same thing about energy in 2 minutes. So it'll be a familiar theme 1 year later.
I never thought I'd hear those words come out of the BCG's mouth. No one knows respect. Is that
Boom!
I think this
You did it. How did it feel?
It was good.
It was exciting.
Yeah, no, it was fun. That was
Very good conversation.
And I think that was where we were a year ago on trade. I think we were on the somewhat more optimistic side versus those predicting a complete collapse. I think that's proven true, but we had no crystal ball then. We have no crystal ball now. Obviously, in that year, and by the way, also the U.S. economy absorbed that trade impact. I mean, there was some inflation impact, but there was a lot of doomsday predictions about recession. We never believed that this was going to be causing a recession. It didn't. And the economy's absorbed it reasonably well. But of course, now we're facing two other challenges, one short-term and...
We, according to the IEA, the IEA just called it the greatest global energy security challenge in history. Because the Strait of Hormuz, we do have a blockade. Last I checked, we had 2 ships, maybe Chinese ships, or 1 trying to get through, was turned back, now it's gotten through. But regardless, I checked West Texas Intermediate, the oil that trades here in the United States. For May delivery, $97.32 a barrel. That's actually not that bad, considering a couple of weeks ago we were at close to 120.
Right.
But before the war, February 28th, we were at $67 a barrel. So Americans have dealt with a massive jump in prices. The question becomes, has the Iran war crimped any demand here in the United States that you can see so far?
I would actually say the opposite. So obviously we're seeing the effect of the war at the pump for transportation. We're seeing it in industrial businesses that use oil as a feedstock for whatever they're producing. But in terms of domestic electricity, it's really based on the price of natural gas. And natural gas, despite the amount of LNG we've built, we're not seeing any convergence between the international price of natural gas and the domestic price, which has been stable really throughout this crisis. So in turn...
In fact, it's actually, nat gas, I checked also, it is down since the war began.
So, and one would expect that, because as we produce more oil in the country in response to the oil pressures, we'll actually, you don't just get oil out of the well, you get some natural gas, so we'll start overproducing natural gas. So we could actually see some downward pressure on electricity prices, ironically, at this very same moment. So I wouldn't think of supply and electricity being impacted, with one little caveat. We use oil for about 1 to 2% of the electrical energy we produce in the country. All of that happens in cold winter months. So, there could be effect, in particular in places like New England that still use a lot of oil.
So, but the U.S. is supposedly, and I think a lot of people in this audience are wondering this, the U.S. is supposedly energy independent. Not supposedly, we are. So why are families in Ohio seeing their bill reflected? They're absorbing some of that. They are seeing the price go up since the war.
Yeah, but yes, we are energy independent, but we are still interconnected to foreign markets, right? The only way our oversupply of oil would not impact us economically is if the U.S. started to say, look, we're oversupplied with oil, we're going to stop imports or exporting, right? And we're going to basically keep all of our oil here. Then you would see the price collapse. Also, you're hearing comments from world leaders today, the IEA and others, that are really begging countries that are suppliers not to do that.
Do you foresee that?
Look, I think I don't foresee that happening, because I'm hopeful that there will be an off-ramp to this conflict before we get there. But at some point, the political pain will be such that the administration will start thinking about America's energy independence separate from the world, and that might lead to some restrictions on exports to other countries.
Okay, that to me would be interesting. I think that
Sure.
might gyrate the markets a little bit more.
Yeah, who knows how far this goes, right?
Yeah.
That's the whole point.
I brought up Ohio because it's interesting. We journalists watch the wires obsessively, and even in the middle of my show, in the final hour of trade, I see something pump, and usually lately it's OpenAI strikes a data center deal with Oracle to soak up whatever capacity left it has for compute, and then you watch the stocks and they're moving crazily. There is a question about how much of this is real and how much of it is hype. And I say that because Ohio regulators just took steps recently to demand that data centers be accountable for what they actually are going to build out. I mean, they're forcing tech companies to get real about which projects they're actually serious about. And guess what? AEP cut once their feet were held to the fire, they cut their forecast of real build out by 50%. So is this just a bunch of promise, or are we actually seeing shovels in the ground and you beginning to start rolling, the connectivity for power to these data centers?
Yeah, remember at the beginning of this, you asked me, and I said we went from 1 to 2 delivered to 30 to 40 delivered. That's happening, so that's not a forecasting thing. Those things are built and they're being energized right now. This issue of over-forecasting is a very real issue, and we had a great deal of hysteria. Everybody and their brother went out and started to try to build a data center to attract a hyperscaler, and that looked like a ton more load than actually comes on. But again, here's the caveat. Is there overestimates? Yes. Would I say that it's twice overestimated or 3 times? Yes. If I'm right and what we're seeing is estimates that are 3 times as large as what's going to be real, it's still a big deal. Think about it. All of the utilities that all the power companies like mine, are worth, from a market capitalization standpoint, according to the Edison Institute, roughly about $1.5 trillion. One of these companies is worth 3 times that much, and these companies are deploying last year $600 billion in capital. So roughly half, almost half of what the entirety of everything we built in the last 100 years is worth today from a market cap standpoint. This is dimensionally going to be large regardless of whether it's over forecast.
So it's the real deal.
Yeah.
We are running out of time. I do want to, you guys have a huge nuclear business. Nuclear is jumping in a big way where people are, you've got to deal with Microsoft to restart 3 Mile Island. You have to deal with Meta and a couple of other, Cyber One, I believe. But the backlash. Let's just end on this because Maine just became the first state to ban, I believe, to ban data centers. And they banned it, I guess, until about 2027. These are data centers that provide over 20 megawatts. Electricity prices there have climbed 60%. As Maine goes, will so go the nation?
I don't think so, but it's a watch area, right? We talked about this competition the nation is in, and speakers that are far smarter than I am on the geopolitical issues and national defense issues will tell you it's imperative that we win this, not just from an economic efficiency standpoint, but for the defense of the nation and the way of life. We can't do this on a state-by-state basis. We have to have a national policy. If NIMBYism becomes the reason we lose the AI race, for whatever reason, we're in a whole lot of trouble in this country. I hope that that is an outlier, but the pressures on data center development are enormous. We poll nuclear all the time. Nuclear is actually quite popular now, more popular than any 30 years I've been in the business. It's polls at around 65%, higher than offshore wind and some other things that we used to poll well behind. But data centers today are polling at like 25 to 30% in whatever poll you do. It's very, very clear people are concerned.
People are concerned. NIMBY, not in my backyard. And then there's banana. Build absolutely nothing anywhere by me, by anything. Joe, thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
We appreciate it. Thanks to Semafor and all of you for coming.
Even if, let's say, the ceasefire and these talks that are unfolding actually lead to some progress?
Well, so the key is the progress will be measured by the reopening of the straits. From a geopolitical perspective, obviously, the agenda of a nuclear-free Iran is one issue, but from a macroeconomic perspective around the world. From that lens, the key criteria is the resumption of the continued flow of energy products from the Middle East without tolls, without harassment. That's the key issue for the world's financial markets. And I think that here in the United States, we are somewhat sheltered from the worst of this because of America's focus on energy independence. I mean, thankfully, the development of fracking, the robust use of a variety of fuel sources in America means that our economy is actually much more sheltered from the consequences of this energy shock than, for example, most of the Asian economies, or for that matter, Europe. You know, Europe shut down one of their last great natural gas producing fields just a few years ago before the war, or as the war with Russia and Ukraine unfolded. So Europe is now beholden more than ever to the United States, to the Middle East for energy. Countries like Germany, like Italy, are going to face the brunt of this crisis in a much more profound way than the American people are.
So what is at stake for the global economy if safe passage through the strait is not guaranteed, and if it remains shut down for all intents and purposes?
I mean, let's assume it's shut down for the next 6 to 12 months. The world's going to end up in a recession. There's no way to avoid that. We'll see a rapid shift towards alternative fuel sources. We'll see wind, we'll see nuclear, we'll see solar, we'll see huge pushes to reduce dependencies on fossil fuels, but that's measured in years, not months. So we are going to see an acceleration of some of the historical trends that have played out over the last 10 years as the world rapidly tries to move away from fossil fuels. If we lose that very dependable source of fuel being the Middle East.
Yeah. And how has it been for you running Citadel in this very volatile period where the situation is just changing so rapidly? Have you just had some bare knuckle moments the last few months?
I've got an extraordinary team, and having said this has been an extraordinary period of time. So you really have seen markets go through quite a bit of chaos, and it's been unnerving on many days for all my colleagues and for myself, but this is what we're paid to do. We're paid to try to navigate scenarios like this. We're paid to assimilate and process information. We're paid to make the best possible decision that we can make. I think what has caught most of the world's financial players flat-footed has been the grit and the perseverance of the Iranian people. The Iranian military is still very much intact. The population is still very much under the control of the current regime. And the fact that Iran has continued to be able to demonstrate its resiliency under a massive attack by the U.S. is really quite remarkable. And to be clear, the U.S. military has achieved virtually every single achievable objective that you can from the air. I mean, this is by no means criticism of the U.S. military. The U.S. military has absolutely delivered. We have effectively destroyed every single target that you can strike from the sky. It's much more a statement about the resiliency, perseverance, and grit of the Iranian military and the Iranian people.
Yeah, and all the drones and everything that they're launching against
the drones,
the region.
The missiles they still have in reserve, the mobile launchers, and the fact that they had put in place a very well thought through plan on how to distribute decision-making under attack. So I think what is of note is that if we had waited several years to do what we're doing today, the consequences, I think, would actually be far more dire. So, for example, there's reasoned belief that the Iranian strike on the Qatari LNG fields was done by a missile that is able to change trajectory on impact. Missiles of that nature can evade the Iron Dome. Now, Iran can only produce a very small number of these missiles today, but if they were able to produce a significant quantity of these missiles, all of Israel would be subject to attacks of unimaginable consequences. And that would only be a few years down the road. Imagine Tel Aviv being struck multiple times by high impact, high radius of destruction weapons. It would be of profound consequences to the Western world.
Yeah. So despite what we're seeing today, if it had happened later, it could actually be much worse.
It could have been far worse. And that's one of the problems you have in leadership as the President of the United States is that the counterfactual will never be known. Right? He had made a very difficult decision about what to do right here, right now. The history has been forever changed. No one would ever know what the counterfactual would have been if he had not moved now, or for that matter, had struck their nuclear weapons production facilities last year. You know, it's well established within the defense space that the Iranians were going ever deeper in where they were locating both the weapons production systems and the centrifuges. We were quickly moving beyond the ability for the United States to actually strike them with any efficacy whatsoever. Like literally months away from the point where the Iranians would be able to continue the pursuit of nuclear weapons with no fear of attack by the United States.
So timing really mattered.
Timing really matters.
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about your time here last year. I think for a lot of people who came to our event last year, who watched online, heard you talk about the American brand, you know, having been hurt. The idea of America being hurt in terms of its image around the world. When you're talking about presidential leadership and some of the decisions that have been made in the last few months, where do you see the American brand today? Has it been further tarnished because our allies are questioning our resolve, our dependency, or do you see it's in a sort of a status quo state?
Look, I think it's a brand that there's been both good and bad that has happened to the American brand over the course of the last 12 months. For example, on the good side, look at what happened in Venezuela. Venezuela was unquestionably like a planet in orbit around China. And we went to bed one night, and that planet changed solar systems. It went from the Chinese solar system to the US solar system overnight, with no loss of American lives and very little loss of Venezuelan lives. It was one of the most remarkable regime changes in the history of the world, and the Trump administration pulled that off with incredible grace. Now, having said that, I think that probably created undue confidence that we could effectuate the same change in Iran. And I think we did a very poor job of messaging to the world the moral imperative for what has happened in Iran over the course of the last 50 days. We did not position this issue with the world through the right talking points, and nor did we bring our allies on board with us. And I think that was a mistake. I think this is one that we really should have worked with the Europeans much more aggressively to create a united front for the cause of peace in the Middle East and the cause of peace in the world. I mean, we have long taken for granted that we are in a world where you don't have to worry about the consequences of nuclear war. But when I was growing up in school, we had the drills where you'd go underneath the desk and duck in the event of a potential strike by the Russians on the United States with a nuclear weapon. Those memories are lost to the current generation of young people in America. And I think the president, being of the age he is, has an appreciation for just how important it is to live in a world where we do not have a massive proliferation of nuclear weapons into the hands of countries that are sworn enemies of our country.
And what do you think about also messaging to the American people? Because there's so much angst about where gas prices are, despite the America's production of energy resources ourselves. Consumer sentiment is at an all-time low, despite the labor market still being fairly resilient. What should the American people be told about where we're at, why we're doing this?
Look, affordability, which is a wonderful rebranding of the dynamics of inflation from the Biden administration, is really an issue that haunts the American household. We went through that period of extreme inflation through the Biden administration that diminished the purchasing power of the American household. And in particular, if you were a retiree and had a traditional portfolio with a substantial bond allocation, you lost a meaningful part of the purchasing power of your savings that you spent 45 years of your life accumulating. No one wants to live under the fear of inflation. And that period of material, substantial, sustained inflation under the Biden administration, the Trump administration and economic forces were bringing that down. But every time you see a price spike, it just sort of like puts you back into a state of fear that are we going to relive that diminution of purchasing power that we lived through during the Biden administration? So I think that's a real issue. Against that, unemployment continues to be low, which is good for the American household. But then the change coming from AI leaves everybody anxious. What do I make of my future earnings prospects when I keep reading the newspaper that AI is going to take my job away? So it's a very stressful period for the American worker. You have to worry about inflation. You need to worry about the changes that are going to ensue from AI. This is a moment in time where people just feel a lot of stress when it comes to the economy.
So one of the bodies here in Washington that is supposed to manage these issues is the Federal Reserve. We're waiting for hearings for the next Fed chair nominee, Kevin Warsh, and where that goes once he's in place, if he's confirmed. What do you think the Fed should do in this kind of situation? We've already seen a lot more debate than we normally see on the Federal Interest Rate Market Setting Committee. Where do you think, if he becomes Fed Chair, Warsh should take the board and how to manage this economy?
Look, the U.S. Federal Reserve has a very clear dual mandate: unemployment and inflation. And where we set interest rate policies intended to balance the tension intrinsic between the labor market and the strength of the labor market and how hot inflation is running. And I do believe that the president has made a great choice with Kevin to be the future Fed chair. I mean, he is well-versed in the underlying economic theory. I think he will make very thoughtful and independent decisions on behalf of the American people. And remember,
really independent, because there's been, others who have been names thrown around, including Kevin, who's, I think, changed his views a bit about inflation and, the role of the Fed. You believe he will be independent?
I think you'd share that belief, would you not?
I actually do, because I've known Kevin for a while, and I believe in the Fed as an institution is stronger than sort of political wins, but the political wins are pretty strong.
I mean, there's no doubt that this White House has been far more willing to jawbone the Fed than other recent administrations have been. I've written on the topic. I actually don't agree with that as a matter of policy. I think the Fed chair job is a hard enough job to do without the president sort of coming in over the top. Because to be clear, when you've got to break the back of inflation, you have to cost American employees their jobs. There's nothing that I could imagine to be more painful than to vote to cause people to lose their jobs. But if that's what's required to put the inflation genie back in the bottle, that's what needs to happen. So I think it's a job that when we politicize the job, we make it a far more difficult job for the Fed chair. And at the same time, I think there's something to be said when the administration is able to say, it wasn't our decision. It was made independently by the Fed that we needed to raise rates. Yes, Americans lost their jobs, but that's what was required to put inflation back into check. Like, that independence of the Fed serves both the interests of the body politic and the interest in the long run of the American people.
So it's for the greater good, essentially.
It's for the greater good.
Yeah.
It's like preventive medicine.
Yeah.
Like, no one likes to go to the doctor every year, but we all do because we want to live longer and better lives.
Yeah. Well, and I wanted, in terms of longer, better lives, you said recently in an interview, you talked about, life after Citadel and giving back to the country, opening the door to, possible government service. How are you seeing that in this kind of polarized environment that would still attract you, where we've seen, all manner of people come from Wall Street and become Treasury Secretary, have other jobs, and then this town is not an easy place to do business, if you will. So,
first of all, American business shouldn't happen in Washington. All right? American business shouldn't happen in Washington. American business should happen where American businesses are located. San Francisco, in Illinois, in New York, in Texas, in Florida, Mississippi, in Alabama, and the 50 states of the United States that define our great republic. American business should not happen in the halls of Washington. Washington should be here to support the vibrancy and success of American business with thoughtful regulatory policies and a willingness to keep their hands off American business. We don't want to be a nation of crony capitalism. Let's look at your question from a different vantage point as CEO of Citadel. I place great emphasis on my colleagues being civically engaged. I think it's really important that people have rich lives both in and outside of work. We have 300 colleagues at Citadel who serve on the board of nonprofit organizations. This gives them firsthand appreciation of the problems and challenges that are faced in American society. I think that makes them far better leaders at work, far more thoughtful citizens. We also actively encourage all of our colleagues to be involved in politics. Some of my colleagues are amongst the most active Democrat supporters in the United States. It's well known that I'm an active Republican supporter. When you actually tell people to be involved in politics, you know what happens? They don't have childish debates on policy. They have thoughtful discussions and debates. We need more of that in Washington. We need less polarization, and we need more thoughtfulness. And I really think that one of the things that American businesses do poorly when they discourage people from being involved in politics, they actually, in some sense, force the conversation into the land of the underground. And in that land, you see the worst of people. When you let people embrace the fact that they want to be politically engaged and active, you actually, I think, bring people's best characteristics out, and you get much more thoughtful debates and dialogue.
Well, speaking of debates and dialogues in our last moment, I want to ask you, going back to your comments last year about the American brand, you said it at a time when, frankly, not that many CEOs were talking publicly about the effects of the administration, the effects of what's happening in this town. Why speak out? Because there's been sort of a fear of, retribution, which we've definitely seen from the administration. Your Citadel is regulated by the SEC.
What retribution stories do you really have?
Well, I think tweets is normally.
Okay. I mean, I hate to say it. A tweet does not hurt me that much.
Yeah.
I mean, to be blunt, I kind of frame them and put them on the wall.
Yeah. They're badges of honor.
They're kind of bad. If the president cares about what you say, you're doing okay.
And to be clear, not retribution on you, but other CEOs
No, but I mean, in all
that.
seriousness, if the president cares about what you have to say, that means your message is getting out. And I do think whether it's a Republican or Democratic leader in the White House, you want the leadership of the American people to listen to the leaders in American business. The leaders in American business create the jobs, they create the tax base, they create the innovation, and all of us who are in American business have a responsibility to use our voices in our areas of expertise, to help advance the interests of our country. And when it comes to retribution, I'll tell you, the retribution I faced under the Obama administration was far more painful than a tweet. Whether it was the IRS coming in endlessly year after year with no audit findings but just harassment, whether it was E-Trade that we had bailed out in 2007 not receiving TARP because it would benefit a hedge fund controlled by a Republican money manager. That's retribution. I haven't faced retribution under this administration. I faced it under the Obama administration.
Yeah. And that's the difference.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
People are afraid of Trump because, to be blunt, he's a bit too bombastic for his own good often. But when it's all said and done, I don't have any stories of retribution from my friends in business from this administration.
Yeah. Well, Ken, thank you so much for using your voice here.
Great to be here.
Consecutive quarters of positive growth in direct-to-consumer, both our stores and online, and there's still so much opportunity. I mean, as we look at the world, there's going to be a lot more Levi's stores all over the world, and it's the product. So, mentioned head-to-toe denim lifestyle. We're by far the leader in jeans, as you'd expect, but we're just getting started on everything that goes with jeans. So, tops and sweaters and jackets and you name it. It will always, though, be rooted in our heritage around denim, but the consumers are voting, and they're saying they want us to deliver this product, and we're happy to.
I want to know more about how you view your role as a leader at this company, but also just in this time when being a CEO is very difficult for a number of reasons. I want to point out, too, that your background is actually in engineering. You self-identify as an engineer,
yes.
which is unique.
I self-identify, and I guess my degree would say that, yes, way back in the day, yeah.
But talk to me about how you view that background, how it plays into the way you lead the company today, and this idea, you say this a lot about working and leading with your values. You talked about this in a recent commencement address too, right? What does that mean for you and Levi's?
Well, so there's a lot in that question. First, I'll just check the box on the engineering piece, which is, I guess I've always been a curious person. I love solving problems. I think engineers, that's sort of where their DNA comes from. And so whether that's on a technical problem or solving issues around the consumer or leadership, I always approach anything, I guess, with a problem-solving mindset. And you're always learning. And I think as leaders, you never have the answer. It's about surrounding yourself with folks who can help inform and get to the right answer.
And sorry to interrupt, but does that background, you think, help with the tech implementation now?
I don't think it hurts.
Right.
I think we live in a very, technical, quantitative world. So surely that doesn't hurt. But I also think, I go back to this, imagination, and one of the mantras we have at the company is reimagine what's possible. And I think that's a big reason why we're thinking we can be something much bigger in this next chapter. And I don't take that's not a small thing, right? I mean, this is Levi's. It's been around, as we talked about, for 170 years, and it's one of the most beloved and iconic brands around. So how do you take all that goodness and take it to the next level and create even more meaning for people? It's an extraordinary privilege to do what I get to do. I think to your other question around leading at times like this, I don't think there's ever been a more uncertain time if you look at the last 5 years and who knows what the next 5 years are going to bring. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's always about staying quite grounded. I think it's important for leaders to create clarity, to create trust amongst their teams and people, but then still act with courage. It is not a time to set back. It's a time to, I think, lean in on the right things. And I think that trust, that empathy actually allows you as leaders to create that path, to create that vision. And as I said, always surround yourself with the absolute best people and really listen. You've got to be a really good listener during times like this.
Can I pick up on that idea of leading with courage in particular? Because leaders, CEOs, face this moment when stating your values or taking a stand publicly on a lot of hot button issues that may be of importance to your team, people who work for you, but that can work against you. You can face a lot of backlash. How do you look at that about when to weigh in on things publicly, if to weigh in on things publicly? What's your take?
Well, I'm really glad you're asking about values because to me, that is one of the most important things about leadership and staying true to who you are, staying true to your values. And Levi's has been around as long as we have because we have been about our values through lots of eras of generations. For us, our mission statement is to deliver profits through principles to have an outsized impact in this world. We're not necessarily the biggest company around, certainly not the biggest company here at this conference, but we're a brand that has a voice. And it always starts what's important to our people and, of course, our consumers. And I'm really proud of what the company has stood for over the decades. I think, more recently, we have stood behind our values around diversity. We've continued to support Pride. We're a big advocate for family paid leave, and the list goes on. But that is really what defines this company. We often say that people join Levi's company, Levi Strauss & Company, they come for the brand, but they stay for the values. And that's the kind of culture that, again, I have the honor to be part of, and it's my responsibility to help keep that going.
Michelle Gass, President and CEO of Levi Strauss & Company. Please join me in thanking her for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Labor productivity gains from AI, which are significant and real, a weakening labor market. If you look at the Atlanta numbers, low expectations with regards to future wage pressures. The risk of a wage price spiral seems to be modest.
So you're joining Besson on Team Transitory, which we've brought back into the lexicon again.
I'm glad that I'm not a central banker, but that would seem to be a prudent step. And I think hopefully the Warsh nomination will go swimmingly through the Senate. Hard to see much getting done in an easy fashion in our current political system and its hyper polarization. But I think markets would like to see a smooth, orderly transition, and I think are very pleased to see somebody in the seat who has as much experience as Kevin does.
And what happens if it doesn't go through? I mean, if Tillis sort of holds out, if Warsh, it sort of never happens, like for someone like you managing so much money, like don't you sort of need that confidence in the Fed?
Confidence in the Fed is super important. I think practically what will happen if it is delayed is that Chair Powell will stay in the seat a little longer. His term as chair, while his term as chair ends, his term on the board doesn't necessarily end, and he would be, I think it's called the pro tem chair for the intervening period. But that's in no one's best interest. I don't think Chair Powell wants that, and it's hard to see how that's in any American's best interest.
No one's best interest for him to stay on in a pro-tem?
For this process to be disruptive and perhaps delayed would be super unfortunate.
Because what?
It's not. It doesn't inspire confidence. You know, I think even most Democrats are looking at future Chair Warsh saying he is either he's the best candidate or the best candidate we could have received, and are sort of eager to move forward. The debate, and he'll obviously be hit hard with partisan attacks, as that's the nature of our system. But I think the real debate relates to Chair Powell and Fed independence, and particular AG who's been very aggressive.
Are you surprised we sort of ended up in this game of chicken between Trump and Tillis? Like, someone's got to give at some point, right? Or find a way to save face?
I mean, that's sort of the nature of our system, unfortunately. Games of chicken seem to be part and parcel of our political and legislative process. I think what's more surprising is, if anything, I take the opposite side, which is how few games of chicken have been played by virtue of the fact that so much has been done via executive order relative to how much has been accomplished legislatively. But this is one where the Senate has to act. The president obviously cannot do this unilaterally.
So, speaking of games of chicken, this trip to China that we're supposed to be a month off from, do you think it still happens? It's already been pushed off once already.
I have no particular insight. I hope it happens. For eager to see our kids and grandkids grow up in a world of peace and better relations between the U.S. and China is a good thing for the world, not a bad thing for the world. So, would like to think it happens. Obviously, I saw news when I was in the cab going from the train station here that a Chinese ship is trying to go through the blockade. There could be a number of events that may well lead to a delay in the trip. I don't know, but I think we all as world citizens would like to see those meetings take place.
And you were part of the Saudi delegation as well, right? When you went with Trump?
I don't know if I was official. I was with yes. I don't know if I was officially in the delegation or not. I was.
Sure. You happened to be in Saudi.
I was one of the muckety mucks
yes.
In the audience, and got to spend time with MBS and the president.
And a lot of that trip was these big announcements, these proclamations, these investments. If we do go to, if Trump does go to China and bring some of the CEOs along, is it the same sort of format? Or are you sort of expecting maybe something different? We had Besant yesterday talk about a potential board of trade between China and the U.S. What would you, as part of the investment community, what would you look for?
Yeah, I've not spent a lot of time looking into the travel plans of the president, and so I don't know. There, in that particular trip, the president was particularly focused on Saudi investment. We have other issues to resolve with our Chinese friends, and so my hunch would be that would be a smaller part of the mission. This wouldn't be about bringing back dollars for investment in the U.S. I'm sure that'd be a part of it. In the case of the president's trip to the GCC countries, that was a significant part of it, and we happened to have, as a big U.S. investor, happened to be one of the folks that the Saudis were entrusting with their capital to invest.
Let's switch gears for a bit to private credit. You guys are a major shareholder in Blue Owl. I don't have to tell you about what has happened to that stock price. Or do you regret holding on to that investment?
Aren't we? These are. I was hoping you were going to ask me about my favorite color.
We can get into that.
No, it's blue. Do we regret? So, for folks who don't know, our group called Dial was part of our firm that sort of built the industry around purchasing pieces of private equity firms and private real estate firms and hedge funds and other things. We contributed that to a vehicle that created Blue Owl. I actually then took that, we happen to be owned by 843 employees. I actually gave them the stock, and so the decision to sell or not rests with each of those 843 people, not with me. Do people wish they had sold when the stock was at 26 rather than 8.5? I'm sure they do. Do I have confidence in the Blue Owl team? I do. I think the private credit story, it's not even a story, it's like 10 different stories that can't seem to get out of the headlines. I think it's largely, I think it's overdone in many respects. I think there are parts of it that are absolutely real, and happy to talk about whether it's systemic risk, liquidity mismatch, challenges in the BDC structure, loans to software companies, any of the individual pieces. But if you were to read the headlines, you would think that folks have lost tremendous amounts of money, and that's just not the case. Those guys, the Blue Owl guys, are very, very good at credit. And the stock's obviously been under pressure, but I have tremendous confidence that they're going to deliver for their clients and do fine over time.
Do you think all the focus on retail and liquidity is sort of misguided? Do you think that there's really an underlying credit problem?
So two different issues. Is there a credit problem? It's credit, right? Sometimes you're going to make money, sometimes you're going to lose money. Some people are going to be really good at it, some people are not going to be very good at it. We've had a one-way trade for a long time. It's been sort of a beta trade. Everybody in it has done well, and that's not the way the world works. And we're now going to go through a period where you're going to see very different performance from very different managers, just as you see in stock investing and in other places. So the historic default rates, in our private credit default rate, I think is 0.01% historically. That's going to go up. That's totally unsustainable. But I think when the tide goes out, we're going to see, who's really good and who's not really good, and that's fine. So that's an issue. The second issue with regards to liquidity. Listen, the space grew a tremendous amount and attracted most of the alternatives into retail did go into yield-oriented vehicles, particularly private credit. When particularly Asian retail has an opportunity to invest in two vehicles, one a BDC, sort of a closed-end structure, which can trade at a premium or a discount, or one where you can get 5% of your money out, but that trades at NAV. When this goes down, there's a rush for the exits to sell this and buy that, and that's what happened with BREIT. When BREIT was priced here and their public comparables went down, huge selling pressure. It took a while to abate. Now everybody would say not a problem. I think we're going to see similar things in the context of private credit. So the 5%, and we don't. The problem is it's too new. It's grown too fast. We don't even have the right language for it yet. So I read all these articles about gating at 5%. It's not a gate. Those are the terms. That's the liquidity feature. It's 5% in total will come out per quarter. Hopefully other firms will sort of stick to the 5%, and it is what it is. And investors are going to have to understand that when they allocate that capital. So
you guys sort of stayed away though from the real retail credit side of things. Is this sort of like an "I told you so" moment for you?
It is. I will never do the "I told you so" because as soon as I do, I'm going to get slammed for something else. We had the good fortune, frankly, of being in a position where we had lots of institutions who were happy to allocate capital to us consistent with our ability to deploy it thoughtfully. We didn't have the need to go and chase retail clients. But I think over time, retail will be a mix, probably a relatively small part of our business, and that's fine. I think it's actually, I think letting folks invest in people, for example, for their retirement savings, giving them the ability to have some of that capital be locked up for a period is a good thing, not a bad thing. I don't need daily liquidity on funds that I don't plan to use for 30 years. Now, we have to do it thoughtfully, responsibly. I'd like to see it as part of a target date fund, not people sort of moving in and out. Extreme democratization with unsophisticated investors will result in tears. But doing it prudently, thoughtfully makes tremendous sense.
I'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's illegal. The kids are bookies. They have bookies. They're betting on black market products. So the way we look at, FanDuel, the way we look at the opportunity is prediction markets are a federally regulated product. They're regulated by the CFTC, and so this gives us an opportunity to safely reach those consumers in states where sports betting isn't legal. Right? Our objective is still to legalize sports betting in every state. But in the meantime, if there's a federally regulated product where we can bring our expertise to consumers safely in those states, we think it's an important opportunity, not just for the business, but to safely reach those consumers. But most people don't quite understand just how much underground activity there is that's already happening.
Yeah, it's very different than when Kevin was founding Under Armour, and you told this story recently that you took your company's money to Atlantic City.
Our national carrier, operating to 85% of our coverage, our network. We have about 65% of the flights that Emirates used to carry pre this challenging period. But I have to say, it's been a surreal moment, a little bit unusual. And what makes it even more unusual is the fact that we've been going about our daily lives. We haven't had any disruption in terms of power, water, telecoms, banks, the things that you would expect to be in a good shape in Dubai, continue to be in a very good shape in Dubai. Our leadership are going to the malls, engaging with people, demonstrating that things are safe. My 80-year-old mother still goes for her daily walk to the mall. My wife and I are still able to order pizza and get it delivered in 15 minutes. So everything is good in Dubai. Everything is okay.
Your Excellency, in your mind, how does this end? Because obviously the conversations are ongoing, we understand, even though Vice President Vance didn't come home with a win. For the UAE specifically, how are you planning ahead?
This has been really a moment of amazing leadership that Dubai and UAE have brought to the fore. And I say that because we've been focusing on the here and now and making sure that we engage with businesses. And we've engaged with tens of thousands of investors and professionals to really understand what's on their mind, to really kind of extend the hand and also capture the voice of business. So here and now planning, but also really looking at what do we need to do to continue on our trajectory? Because the trajectory over the past few years under the UAE's plan, under Dubai's economic agenda, D33, has been really transformative. I mean, we have been accelerating in terms of GDP growth, in terms of FDI, in terms of the attraction of high-skilled talent. We were really on a good trajectory.
You were just removed from the emerging markets list.
Indeed, indeed. So, we view this as a little bit of a speed bump, but Dubai has a track record of coming out of challenges, and we're very excited about what we can do going forward, because this has been a forcing function for us to fix a few things that we wanted to fix.
Tell me this, 2008, you pulled out of the financial crisis. And then, of course, with COVID, you instituted something called a golden visa, which really was a great tailwind to getting businesses and entrepreneurs to come and set up shop in Dubai. For you, next step, what is this government going to do to get people to come back and to stay?
Yeah. Well, I think the good news is that people have stayed, despite what some tabloids overseas have been saying in terms of,
Do you count the Financial Times as one of them?
1 in 8 of a certain nationality have left. Well, what about the 7 of 8 that have stayed? And it's not just that they've stayed. They've stayed, like the government, we've worked every single day during that 40-day period. And the private sector followed suit, and people followed suit. So people have stayed, they've gone to work, they keep building. And we always say that Dubai is a place where you build. We are good builders. Of course, the skyline is a true definition of the case, but
they're taking a permissive approach to it. That being said, I think there's there's a dialogue that we're part of an advisory committee with the CFTC, with CELIG, where we're talking about how do we bring a lot of the learnings from the regulated space around managing player integrity, the responsible gaming controls, and bring those into prediction markets. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn from the 8 or 9 years that we've had and bring that over. So the short answer is I think there's an opportunity to provide better guidelines.
I am a tech reporter. I have to ask an AI question. Kevin, you're all about moving fast. I'm wondering how you see AI. Is it a tool that the company can use to move faster?
Yeah. I don't think that there's not a CEO or a leader in the room who doesn't have some version of AI FOMO. Are we doing enough? Are we going deep enough? And so in our business, what I do believe AI is, I pulled this stat up this morning at one of the breakfasts we had, and it was that we've got roughly, of the S&P 500, there's 10 companies that make up roughly 40% of it. They're all AI in some basis in nature. I do believe that the market's the most efficient, smartest thing in the world. That's telling us something. I don't think we can comprehend the benefits or the efficiencies, which every CEO is driven and required to do. I think we need to be prepared for that. But I would probably stress, I love the statement of, tell me what's going to be different in 3 years, but let's focus on what we know will be the same. It's the beauty that we have in sports, is that we know this fandom, this passion for sports is something that will continue to grow. As we think about it holistically, though, I'm looking at our 5-year plan and going, is there a possible, should we even write a 5-year plan? Or should we focus on agility? Because the business model that we were is, how do we become a podium brand? How do we become a Nike, an Audi? How do we get at that level? And now we're looking at these business models and these big, heavy organizations and going, I'm not sure that's the right model. So bringing agility to what this next chapter is, AI does that at an extraordinary level. I don't think we can comprehend that the conversation we're having right now, 2 years from now, will be, wow, why didn't we, can you imagine that we were that naive to what's coming? So I don't know what's coming, but I want to build my organization to be ready for it.
Do you agree? Really quick as we run out of time.
Completely agree. In a world where there's so much uncertainty, agility matters, and AI plays a huge role in that.
Yeah.
Well, we're basically out of time. So Amy, Kevin, thank you so much. This is great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I can tell you investors are staying the course. They continue to have confidence in us as a government. They continue to be excited about the opportunities that are presented, whether they're in development projects, in real estate, in the stock market, in M&A. We are actually looking to sign a few deals out of the US this quarter. I had a very productive call this morning with my team to push one of them. And so, I think they're staying the course. What may happen, which is understandable, is some people may pause. But the commitment of investing dollars in 2026 and 2027 is still very much there. It's just about, okay, if it's not done in April, it might be done in June. If it's not done in June, it'll be done in September. But all indications we've received are that people are going to stay the course, and they actually see that there's a high potential for there to be better outcomes going forward.
Like what?
More accelerated growth. We continue to be a talent hub, and we're really seeing that play out across different segments. The connectivity that the government provides, when we take a step back and we think, what's the role of government? In Dubai, it's very much about infrastructure, so digital and physical infrastructure, very much about policy making and being consultative in policy making, because actually the industry knows much more about an industry than we do. So we engage with them to understand what is it that they're trying to achieve so we can write that in policy and make that happen. And then the third, arguably most important thing, is that we have convening power. We bring people together to be able to share knowledge, to identify investment opportunities. And that's what we're going to continue to do. And so people want to be part of the community in Dubai. They want to be on the ground, they want to be engaging, finding the next opportunities within the market, but then also to use the market to access other markets.
Tell me about this. Iran and the UAE have been traditionally very strong trading partners. Obviously, it's a major export hub for a lot of the goods that go through Dubai. In your mind, is that relationship at an end?
Look, it's hard to say, right? This is very fluid and can't really tell. From our perspective, running the economy, what's really important is throughout history, we have seen countries reduce the number of tourists that come in, reduce the number of FDI that comes in, but we've always focused on diversification. It's one of the things that we were very deliberate about doing coming out of the global financial crisis. And so for any country that doesn't contribute as a source market, tourists or FDI or trade, there are other countries that come in and fill the gap.
That's a significant gap.
But it has been in the past when there's been wars elsewhere in the world where there's been an impact on tourism and FDI and so on. If you compare from an FDI perspective, the number of countries that were investing in Dubai pre-COVID versus today, we're up 65%. We have 60% of the world's countries investing in FDI. And here I'm talking about FDI that's not, you or I buying a home. These are real FDI projects. And so the reality is, to be able to increase the diversity of countries that are coming in from an FDI perspective, source markets from a tourism perspective, it's the same playbook for us from trade.
500,000 Iranians live in Dubai. Are they still welcome?
They're still there. They're still participating in the economy. They're still safe. I think the most important thing that we need to do as an economy is make sure that people are safe, whether they're residents or tourists. I mean, that's priority number one. And then we'll continue to engage and we'll continue to support our residents. Our leadership recently came out and said, we don't differentiate between residents and UAE nationals. As UAE nationals, by the way, we're only 10% of the population. Everyone is an Emirati, which is the word that we use to talk about nationals. And our leadership say that because we want to make sure that the fabric of 200 nationalities that we have in Dubai, that have lived in harmony, that are contributing to what we are achieving as the dream, continue to feel safe, comfortable, happy.
Tell me this, and this is a question that I'm asked often about, is this a better time, in a sense, to come set up shop in Dubai? What are the incentives that you guys are willing to offer?
Incentives are there. We have incentives in manufacturing where we want to bring high-tech manufacturers to come in and set up factories. We have incentives in hospitality where despite having 150,000 hotel keys, which puts us outside of China second only to London, and we're going to surpass London this year, we actually need more hotel keys to be able to deliver on our ambition going forward. I mean, it's everyone's dream to holiday in Dubai, right? And I encourage everyone here to please do so, and we'll make sure that you're safe there. So there are incentives to be able to galvanize private capital to come in, because the formula of Dubai is really, as a government, to do whatever we can to support private capital to come in and invest in the city. And so is this as good a time as any? I always say it's never too late. We're a city that is growing well. Our population grew 7% last year. Our GDP grew 5.5% last year. And we continue to see very good visibility of projects, investment, and high-skilled talent coming forward for the next years.
And just finally, we saw the Crown Prince of the UAE in China meeting with Xi Jinping, his Chinese counterparts. Walk us through, in your mind, how we're going to see that investment case going forward, the United States versus China in Dubai specifically.
Our leadership are very wise on all things. One of the things that we have always taken as direction from our leadership is, why can't we be an and economy, not an or economy? And the philosophy is very simple, which is, why do we have to pick A or B? Why can't we work with A and B? And it's been a philosophy that's been passed down generation to generation. it's very much the same focus and same approach that we take today. We want to, at the end of the day, make sure that Dubai and the UAE works with everyone, is able to access partnerships, because it's partnerships that have allowed for the miracle of Dubai and the amazing growth of the UAE. And we don't want to be able to necessarily alienate one over the other. It's more important for us to work with everyone and to share with everyone.
And do you anticipate that we'll see the UAE working directly with Iran in the future?
Time will tell. It's a very difficult question to answer. But, hopefully we are positive people, we are determined people, and we'd love to be able to put all of this behind us so we can work on the fun stuff.
Your Excellency, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We're winning with Gen Z, but we're also winning with non-Gen Z cohorts.
This has been a couple of years now, but I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the failed Capri merger. And given this new moment of antitrust regulation, do you think it would have gone differently had it been this current regime?
Well, I don't trade in hypotheticals. I find it much more productive to focus on our business. And I would say, as it relates to the Capri proposed merger that we had, we would have been great owners of those brands. These brand building capabilities that we're building at Tapestry, I believe are extendable to more brands. But what happened during that time, and this was mid-23 through the end of 24 before it was blocked, a fairly long time to be in this place of not really knowing whether we were going to get the transaction or not get the transaction. We never lost focus on our core business. And coming out of that experience, well, unfortunately that transaction was blocked, we have even more confidence in the growth potential of our organic business and the value creation opportunity we see ahead. So we didn't lose any steam. In fact, we gained steam, continued to focus on our core business and building those capabilities I talked about. And that's paying off for us now, and we see a long runway into the future.
And do you feel like
AI-first engineering principles where a business user can sit there with the technologist and write requirements in minutes, what used to take them weeks and months to do. Similarly, in terms of sales and customer relationship management, in the past, it took simple meeting transactions. Meeting summarization is what we did. Today, we can understand prospects, identify them, create meeting summaries, help meetings, and the whole process goes from being days and weeks to hours. So the first thing you see is going from POCs, tasks, to much more process transformation. Mm-hmm. The second thing I would say is scale and reuse. We're trying to shift away from each individual team building their own things and understanding where we can build enterprise capabilities that can be reused repeatedly. The third piece is getting governance right. This stuff is very hard to govern. If you overdo it, you stall innovation. If you underdo it, you introduce a lot of risk. Of course. And finally, ROI. I think a year ago, we probably just said, let's try a bunch of stuff out. I think we're at a point where we say, well, actually, before we try a bunch of stuff, let's understand where this is going to take us from an ROI perspective.
Absolutely. So let's get concrete about how you've actually put that into practice. Rather than treating AI as a series of standalone initiatives, you've really emphasized building those, as you mentioned, repeatable enterprise-wide capabilities. How does that approach actually shape how decisions are made about what gets built, governed, and ultimately scaled at Bank of America?
Yeah, look, I think we think of reuse in a couple of buckets. The first is, do we want every person in the organization evaluating different models? Do we want everyone to start thinking about how do I switch models? Do I want everybody to think about how do I secure agents? How do I look for hallucinations? We don't think that's where value-added innovation comes in within a finance institution. So the ability to have technology components that can create standards and reuse has been hugely helpful for us. The second piece on top of that is there are functional capabilities that many business processes need. Think about speech to text. We have call centers, we have complaints, many areas where we need to understand what the human's saying on the other side. You have document management and document indexing. We have petabytes of documents sitting out there, knowing how documents operate, how they work. So what we think of is rather than build each of these things as discrete entities across the 3,000 processes we support, we look at building these as foundational things, and then on top of it, layer process by process adoption and transformation.
Makes sense. So with that in mind, let's talk about where the investment actually goes. Bank of America invests $13.5 billion annually in technology. Over $4 billion of that is directed towards new initiatives, including AI. How do you actually prioritize all those investments?
Yeah, our prioritization model is a combination of top-down, where we have a bunch of business strategies, right? We want to grow credit cards in the consumer business. We're looking to deepen across our wealth management spectrum. We're doing international businesses. Those are our top-down strategies. But in addition to that, we are holding listening sessions with our teammates. We have held over 100 listening sessions. We've generated about thousands of ideas where our teammates are telling us, hey, here's where I'm spending too much of my time in toil-based activities. I'm not adding value. All I do is go to 15 different systems. I copy and paste from different things, and I'm wasting my time. We marry the top down and the bottoms up and come up with the things that actually yield the best amount of returns, and then prioritize that against the $4 billion of new investments we're going to put out there.
I think we could all be doing that a little bit more with AI these days.
Well, I think the compelling aspect of listening to our teammates, it's amazing when we started that, how much we learned from them.
Absolutely. So let's zoom out a little bit here. As AI becomes foundational to really how institutions compete and truly how economies function, which capabilities or infrastructure investments do you believe will really matter most over the next several years to truly deliver that sustained impact from AI?
Yeah, I mean, first thing is data. I mean, you have to know who your clients are. You have to know everything you know about them, interactions, transactions, on us, off us data sets. So data is truly the fuel behind all the work we're doing around AI. And along with that, compute. These models aren't cheap. They're not inexpensive. They take a lot of hardware to run. So making sure you have your data and compute strategy, and along with it, understand the economics of what it takes to run these things. It's very easy to spend a lot of money and find out that you got nothing in return. Right. So getting data and computer right and doing the financial planning and the FinOps around it right is very important. The second piece in finance is obviously security and resiliency really matters. Yeah. Our clients expect us to be around 7 by 24 by 365. Mm-hmm. They expect us to be secure in a world where there are increasingly many risks that, I'm sure the headlines the last week has captured. So that's important. Governance, getting the governance layer right so we know what we're working on, there's transparency, and most importantly, how does a human fit into the overall life cycle?
Well, speaking of humans, there's a real human story behind all of this AI, obviously. How has Bank of America prepared your workforce for continued AI adoption, and how do you see AI shaping really the future of work?
Well, I think the first thing we recognize is, academia is still struggling with understanding how we equip students and emerging talent into the world of AI. And so for us, we view upskilling as a very big part of what we do. We've established at the bank something called the Academy. The Academy is focused on many things, but most recently focused on reskilling and upskilling our teammates on AI. We have a series of programs that go from level 101, basic prompt management, prompt engineering, all the way up to if you want to go much further in your career with AI design and development, we can take you all the way there. We use that to actually look at how we can bring talent that may not yet needed in certain areas, but then displace them to other areas. So for example, we see the glasses being half full. Back 5 years ago, you had to be a technical specialist in an area to work there. Today, if you're analytical, if you have good judgment, you can very easily be trained through prompt engineering to actually transport yourself into a different area and different functions. So upskilling has become a very big part of what we do. And just to give you a real example, 44% of our jobs in the last few years were filled through internal mobility. Not going outside, but just upskilling and hiring our teammates from inside the company.
Amazing. Well, I guess we have a few minutes left here. Is there one note that you would leave the audience with in terms of why you're optimistic about AI for the future for Bank of America?
Yeah, I think the opportunities around serving our clients is incredible. Mm-hmm. I mean, when I look at our clients' need in uncertain times to manage finance and financials, is just, how to retire, how do I plan for my kids' college education, know me more than I know myself in a way through my transactions. I think our customers and clients are clamoring for great products, great service, to be fully integrated into their day-to-day lives. And to me, digitization and mobile banking was the first part of the journey. When you take that to the next level through data and personalization, and then you have AI along the way, I think that just makes it so great for us to be able to serve our clients better.
Absolutely. Well, all right, thanks so much for joining us here today, and thank you again for Bank of America.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me start by addressing this question and repeating what Fatih Birol, the executive director of the International Energy Agency, said recently, which is quite alarming, that we're potentially facing the greatest energy crisis in history if we don't address it properly, and that it's going to be bigger potentially than the 3 previous ones combined, meaning the 2 oil shocks of the 70s and 2022, Russia's invasion in Ukraine. And he has data to corroborate this, because the total shock in terms of oil in the 70s was a cumulative minus 10 million barrels of oil per day. Now we're at minus 13. And also vis-a-vis natural gas, if we annualize the losses, after Russia's invasion in Ukraine, we dropped from 155 BCMs to 80, minus 75. And now we're looking at a minus 110. So if this continues, if the Straits of Hormuz remain closed for a prolonged period of time, it's going to be big. Of course, there are other impacts that we're currently facing. 1/3 of fertilizers globally pass through the Strait, half of sulfur production. More or less, this has impact which is going to be felt should the Straits remain closed for a prolonged period of time. And we're already feeling that primarily in Asia, because 80% of oil and 90% of natural gas that passes through the Strait goes to Asia. But the prices are global to a very large extent. So we're all feeling it. And currently in Europe, part of our work at the Eurogroup is to coordinate the response, the nature of the measures, the nature of the policies, which will try to address the impact of the energy crisis.
I interviewed Scott Bessent last night, and he complained that the EU is subsidizing demand to blunt the shock. Do you think that's an accurate criticism?
I say that we have the experience of 2022. We have an understanding of what we did right and what we did wrong. The European Commission already offered the guidelines of policy support and policy measures that we should prescribe. They should be temporary, they should be tailored, and they should be targeted, meaning that they should be short-run. We should remove them once the crisis is out in order to avoid exactly this. And that they should try to support those who are mostly affected, which is an issue once you see significant increases in the price of oil, which we're all currently experiencing. We've done that in my country, in Greece, but we're more or less doing that in all European countries right now. Part of our work at the Eurogroup is to coordinate those responses, and we're trying to meet exactly that criteria in order to have the optimum policy response to the crisis that we have in front of us. Support the most vulnerable households, support businesses that have a lack of liquidity.
And Commissioner Dombrovskis said here earlier today that he's concerned that Europe is headed for close to zero growth, for stagflation. What are you seeing in terms of growth and inflation?
Well, that's the worst case scenario. Currently, we're already adjusting our forecasts, and the forecasts are being adjusted in terms of lower levels of growth than originally predicted, not yet at that status, and higher levels of inflation. This is to be expected in an energy crisis. It will all depend on duration and on the depth of this crisis. Is it going to be a 2-week thing, or is it going to be a 3-month thing? Is it going to be a larger crisis, a longer crisis?
It's been longer than 2 weeks already.
It has already
been,
no, I mean, starting from today. Of course, this is not, even if on all the scenarios that we're studying, let's say the Strait opens up tomorrow. The calculation that the International Energy Agency is making is, unfortunately, even in the best case scenario, also a bit worrisome, because we have seen energy facilities being affected, energy assets being affected by the events that we're seeing on the ground. Already around 80 facilities have been affected. Some of them have been affected severely. So even in the best case scenario, you will see supply, you will need 2 months to have supply flowing as previously, and not at the same levels. Risk premia are also going to reflect what previously happened in terms of prices. So it's a worrisome situation. We're trying to achieve the best scenarios out of the ones available. Let's put it like that. We're not yet there.
Do you think that the unilateral U.S. decision to go to war is going to have long-term effects on the relationship between the EU and the U.S.?
I firmly believe in the strategic nature of the relationship between the U.S. and the EU. We have been very close for hundreds of years. There can be turbulence in that relationship. There are disagreements in that relationship that we have seen, be that in trade relations, be that the question of Greenland previously. But I firmly believe that the strategic interest of both the US and the EU is to have a close and collaborative relationship on every front, be that the topic at hand, be that technology, because the moon race of the 21st century is going to be AI, it's going to be on technological discussions as well. I think that all of us need good friends, and all of us at the end of the day will act fully strategically. You're
the last Atlanticist. One point of disagreement was the recent election in Hungary. Will Orban's defeat affect your, particularly, I guess, around defense spending, but broadly affect your ability to coordinate Eurozone finances? I mean, was Hungary, how big a stumbling block was
Hungary? I would broadly say that having pro-European governments elected European member states is a positive thing. And we're quite happy about that. But in that sense, for instance, coordinating support for Ukraine is something that needed to be done at higher speeds and at higher levels. And we're quite happy that we will be managing to achieve that with the new Hungarian government. I'm personally very much looking forward to closely collaborating with the new Hungarian finance minister. Overall, I would say that Europe has learned the lesson of both the previous crisis of 2022 and of the crisis that we have in front of us. We need a stronger Europe, a more sovereign Europe, a capacity-built Europe, and we have been doing that. We know what we have in front of us. We have a dividend of the obvious things that we haven't done for a long time. What was the criticism for Europe in the past? That you typically need a crisis, then chaos emerges at some point, and you end up with a suboptimal solution. Well, ideally, we should avoid that. We don't plan to repeat the mistakes of the past. And we know that, for instance, the deployment of the Savings and Investment Union in Europe, we annually save 1.4 million euros in savings. Is this channeled into investments? No. The average American holds 60% of his assets in equities. 20% is the number for the average European. And part of it is cultural, yes, but I would say that it's only part of it. Primarily, in reality, it's more of a problem with the plumbing of European finances. We haven't developed a single market. We have not removed all the barriers that internally exist. We had a trade debate with the United States, as you very well know. We have internal, quote-unquote, trade barriers between the 27 member states. So we need to remove them. And we plan to be doing that fast.
And are you optimistic that, I guess, particularly French and German governments are going to allow banking consolidation? I mean, what you're talking about really is banking consolidation around the EU, that they're going to allow that they're going to allow some big Spanish bank to buy a big French bank and it won't become a national crisis?
In one word, yes, I'm optimistic. I think that we need more banking consolidation in Europe. Quod erat demonstrandum. I come from a country where UniCredit bought one of our systemic banks and Euronext bought the Athens Stock Exchange. UniCredit increased their share, to be more accurate, at Alpha Bank, one of our systemic banks. So overall, we certainly need this, but it's not only about banks. I mentioned stock markets. It's primarily about developing what we use to describe as the Capital Markets Union. To describe it in non-technical terms, you're a startup in Europe. At some point, you probably need an American investment bank, and at some point you probably become a Delaware corporation in order to go.
And then you move to San Francisco.
But we should have options at the European level to be able to deploy and grow and scale up at a single market.
The European Delaware? Is that in the cards?
I wouldn't I wouldn't define one place.
Isn't that what they call? But isn't that what they call the 28th jurisdiction?
The 28th regime. The idea of the 28th regime is to exactly act in that manner, to create a simpler mechanism to create your own company and to grow your own company in Europe, amongst other things.
But you won't have a state with the charm of Delaware.
I wouldn't be able to negate that. But what I would say is, overall, we have a market that's very strong and which can act as a financial and economic superpower as long as you remove all of those barriers that exist. Let me use one example, telecom. The policies of the first Trump administration against Huawei effectively, indirectly helped two European companies in telecom. There was no American champion on the ground at that point. It was Ericsson and Nokia. Did we leverage that opportunity to create ecosystems around those players in Europe in 2020 and 2021? No, we didn't. Bluntly. We decided to have 27 auctions for spectrum. China was doing an administrative assignment of the spectrum in its telecom companies. And in America, you only had the FTC. So once a telecom operator like Deutsche Telekom, who owns T-Mobile, interacted with the United States, they interacted with one. In Europe, they had to interact with 27, and we didn't do industrial policy around those players. I'm mentioning this as an example. This is the philosophy of the Draghi report on the letter report, that what we could be doing in Europe to capacity build both our technological capabilities and our economic activity. Those things go hand in hand. It requires smart regulation and smart choices. And we can make them. There is the famous Churchill quote about doing the right thing after having excluded all other options. I guess we're at that point to a certain extent. Greece was certainly at that point.
Can you tell us a little, I mean, just in the few minutes we have left, the Greek story is pretty remarkable, and I wonder, are there lessons that the rest of the Eurozone should be taking from what you learned in Greece over the last 10 years of coming out of this crisis and now being seen as kind of the model European economy?
Well, there are lessons one should learn and lessons one shouldn't learn from. And on the positive side, fiscal stability is a must. We have been having sustainable fiscal surpluses for years. We have the most fastly de-escalating debt overall. We started, by the way, from a very high point. Post-COVID, we had reached almost debt levels in the area of 210% of GDP, which is humongous. The projection right now is that before the decade is out, we're going to be below 120%. So you need sound finances. That's a sine qua non. You need political stability, which is the necessary ingredient to achieve the sound finances. And you need a reform mindset. We're trying to be doing reforms, I wouldn't say every month, I would say every week. Part of those reforms touched upon the digitization of the economy, the digitization of the state. The deployment of the government platform that we have, gov.gr, has been one of the most popular reforms in Greek history overall. And this digitization, which was horizontal, allowed us to do many things at once, from digitizing our health system to be able to capture tax evasion and generate those surpluses, because we connected, your average company in Greece, your average SME, with a POS machine. So we had a policy of reforming much at once. What one shouldn't learn from us is the elevated levels of tuition that we had to pay by having many mistakes before we started doing that policy and entering that right path, by requiring 3 bailout packages, for instance, in Greece with the IMF, since it's the IMF week, I can say that, instead of 1, which was the case of countries like Ireland or Cyprus. So overall, one needs to continuously reform and have a positive mindset about that, because at the end of the day, what citizens are interested in politics is one word: delivery. They want to see results. They don't want vocabulary from politicians. They want tangible results on the ground. And the more you deliver them at speed and at scale, the levels of trust increase in the society, and you can do even more.
How concerned are you that the things that we were talking about at the beginning, the rising energy prices, are going to feed a cycle of political instability, of fiscally irresponsible populists, of unwinding the sorts of things that you say are necessary for reform?
I am concerned, and I would say that the job of every politician in Europe at my level is to be concerned on the one hand, but on the other hand also provide the requisite solutions to be able to address that concern. And if you look at where Europe stands right now, compared to 2022, energy sources are more diversified. We have invested more in infrastructure. Do we still need to do more things? Yes, we do. We need extra investment in grids. We need extra investment in storage. We need to deploy the energy union overall in Europe. We have different energy mixes in different countries in Europe, which is reflected in the prices at those markets. So is there still more things to be done? Yes, there is. But we continuously progress. The criticism that Europe receives is that we're progressing too little too late. But I would actually beg to differ on this. Yes, on certain things we have been slower. But on other things, once we integrate the lessons that we learned from the sovereign debt crisis of the previous decade manifested themselves in the response of COVID-19. And we knew how to respond better. And I think that the same will hold now for this energy crisis, because we have already developed the institutions and the policy mindset, given what happened in 2022.
And a final question. You're a real Atlanticist. You studied here, as I couldn't get you to criticize the U.S. government earlier. How challenging is it that when the American vice president comes and campaigns for someone in Europe, they lose? Like, is it a challenge for European politicians who want to maintain this relationship, how unpopular this administration is in European countries?
I mean, again, I think that we shouldn't be focusing always on the here and the now, but we should be focusing on the bigger picture. What we as human beings tend to do is that we over-rationalize the past, we over-dramatize the present, and we underestimate the future. So if you are to focus on what should be happening also vis-a-vis this, again, existential relationship in my view, one should be focusing a lot on what the challenges that we have on the ground are and have a positive and optimistic mindset to deliver the results and all the policies that are needed.
Well, what a great note to end it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fun.
Again, I don't think we'll scale in terms of surge revenue. You've seen agentic solutions that require 9 steps to get through to a monetization event for the search engine. That also will not be as efficient. So I believe search advertising needs to come along for the ride.
And again, still thinking about it from the other side of making money, the sort of economic headwinds that with everyone here is thinking about. How do you think the advertisers are thinking about this moment going forward? I mean, for what you're seeing at Yahoo and the clients that you speak with.
Well, again, it's a little inside baseball, but search engine marketing is, as everybody who plays in that arena knows, is very closely related to organic search traffic. So they both need to come along with this new era. So 2026 will be the first year that digital advertising crosses $1 trillion globally. I think about 70% of that is digital, and again, half of that is search. And so, I think not only does it need to come along, but it also, in some ways, is insulated because search advertising is performance marketing, and performance marketing is the last thing to be cut. So as we'll see what happens here with the global economy as a result of the war. But I do think brand advertising, is kind of on the front lines of what could be impacted there, and I think performance advertising is just a little more resilient overall, but also underscores the need to bring it along as we have a new set of products in the AI era that will have a different interface, different user interactions, and so we'll need to adapt. But I believe it can.
But are you getting any sense from advertisers or anyone in the market that there are concerns yet, or is that?
No,
do
yeah, I mean,
you feel that's still down the road?
Well, look, I mean, we definitely had an impact from tariffs last April. That definitely hit categories like auto, CPG.
Right.
So there was a bit of a challenge there for the market. But again, the digital market kept growing double digits, and I don't see that stopping.
Okay. Just to talk a little bit about the future of Yahoo, the corporate being, obviously you're under Apollo. What is happening now? Because I think about 3 years ago you were already talking about going back to public markets. Where are we now? How are you thinking about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think being public again would be a natural evolution, for us. I think it has been very healthy for the company to be private, and we had a lot of transformation work to do, especially the first 2 years. We're through that now. The business is doing great, and I've done a few turnarounds in the past. If you do it right, you always wind up in the same place, which is you earn the right to then go play offense. And so, about mid-2024 is when that happened for us, not only on the consumer side, but we also have been developing one of the ascendant ad tech platforms in the space with the Yahoo DSP, demand-side platform, where we are taking our data goldmine and we are helping advertisers buy advertising on the rest of the internet. So using our data to be able to target. Yahoo inventory is only about 10% of that. We're partners with people like Netflix and Spotify. So that's been a real entrepreneurial venture for us and is turning into a juggernaut and really growing in that space. And then on the consumer side, we started by relaunching every single Yahoo product is brand new. So that was step one. And then coming through that was when we were able to start to develop our own AI products, which, again, I don't think when we bought the company in 2021 was something that was easily understood. You thought it would be a more classic turnaround, but it's really amazing that you never know what's going to happen in this space. And the fact is AI just created this huge window for us to be able to go innovate again on behalf of our users. And again, I would say that when you think about running the company and our management team, one of the great things is, it would be great if the whole world, loves Yahoo Scout and starts to flock to it right away as a brand. But we have this surface area of 700 million users a month. It's 250 million in the US, 50% of whom are Gen Z or millennial. So we've already kind of crossed into a new audience as well. And so we can distribute Yahoo Scout through our own platform, which you're seeing with, if anyone has seen Gemini rising in the rankings against ChatGPT or Grok rising through the rankings, same thing, right? They've been distributed through their own networks, and with Yahoo we'll do the exact same thing.
So when are you going to?
I'll call you when we start to go, but yeah, a little too early to call that. Yeah.
Okay. Jim, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
It's been a great conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Please welcome Karen Seidman Becker of Clear and Morgan Scholfant of Semafor.
Karen, thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me back this year. It was so good I came back.
So I want to start with something that I experienced, and probably many of those in the room have experienced, which is the challenge that we're having with TSA right now, with DHS not being funded. What do you think that this situation has taught us about the inefficiencies and flaws in our travel system?
I think that it has reflected the structural instability of the American travel system. I think you started to see that. I mean, you've seen it on and off. We started Clear 16 years ago. You have seen it on and off for 16 years in small ways, never this big for this long. But last summer with air traffic control, TSA, CBP, this cannot sustain, and travelers cannot be political footballs. We were saying 58 days ahead of the World Cup. This cannot be how we operate our travel industry. When we lead in innovation in the US and tech companies and market cap, our travel system needs to reflect that, the travel experience and security.
And what does it mean to, not have TSA funded? I mean, how much more insecure do you feel like that makes travel writ large?
TSA's jobs are hard. We work in airports. If you work in the Denver airport, you are getting there, or lots of airports in the US, 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning. These are hard jobs. Some people have to drive far. And so, it means that if you're not getting paid, some of you don't come to work because you have to go do something else. There are people who are not getting paid, who are working overtime to make up for those who aren't showing up. So you have people in charge of security in the aviation system who are working for free. Some of them are sleeping in cars. We were giving out, I keep hitting the mic, gas cards and grocery cards. You have food pantries for TSA workers who are in charge of our aviation security, who are working sometimes 8, 10, 12-hour shifts.
Mm-hmm.
That is not acceptable.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, what's the impact on a company like yours? Obviously, it's risen the public profile of Clear. You're also probably benefiting from this, or how does it impact you?
The way it's impacting us is certainly, look, we've been around for 16 years. We have over 40 million members on the platform. We're a public company, and we've been partnered with airports for a very long time. But it does reflect the power and the importance of public-private partnerships. It does remind airports that you need innovation, automation at no cost to taxpayers, that the procurement system is slow, but the threat environment evolves more quickly. And so the need for the Clears of the world, the need to partner, that the government cannot do this alone, that they should not do this alone. And, we really were there. We were there in COVID. We were there now helping in many different ways, not just in deploying e-gates, which are quite magical, but in having the Clear ambassadors help with divestment and other things. There's so much more we can be doing on both the travel screening, the employee screening. And so I think it's an appreciation for the private sector who shows up every day and says, we're here to help, we have capital, and we want to be part of the solution. And they're not just words, because when times are tough, we are there. And so I think it really changes the way that our government and the state and local partners that we have will think about how we can be part of the ecosystem going forward.
Mm-hmm. And, myself and my team have, been covering Congress for a long time. We're obviously very cognizant that it seems to be getting harder and harder for lawmakers to get anything done, including funding the government. Which leads me to my next question, which is, what happens if this keeps happening with DHS funding lapsing like this? How worried are you about that?
Look, I'm very concerned because it's part of the security ecosystem in a day today where, the world is less safe. So I think that, we pay airports a percentage of our revenue. We continue to push innovation and public-private partnerships. I think there are some things that need congressional approval. I think there are other things that can happen at the state and local level. Many airports are run by mayors, city councils, things of that nature. And, we're a qualified anti-terrorism technology. There's a lot more that we can be doing, and I think it gives us the opportunity to do it. We've got to move further, faster together. We cannot be inferior to Dubai and London and Tokyo and so many other countries. It cannot be easier to do business there, to come into the country through customs there, to get through airport security, to transit airports. It is not acceptable. And so, we are getting louder, and quite frankly, travelers are getting louder. Everyone in here is a traveler. American travelers deserve more. Your experiences outside of airports have gotten significantly better, including on the airplane. But as I always say, like DoorDash, you can track your tacos and you can flag an Uber, and so much is easier. Travel is hard and getting harder, and nobody should accept that. And we're on the side of American travelers, and we're going to fight really hard to make it safer and easier.
And I know you mentioned the World Cup. Are we headed to a potential nightmare scenario with that 2 months away, DHS not funded?
I think that this administration is very focused on having America shine for the World Cup and America 250. And so I think there is a lot of incentive to get this organized before. And I believe that Congress also wants these events to be incredible and to make our country shine. We are competing against other countries who have had this. So I think there's a lot of incentives, and I think it's 58 days and counting, so we better get moving.
We'll see what happens. When most people think of CLEAR, they think of airport security, but you're also actually partnering with the federal government on combating fraud. I'm wondering how that's going.
It's going great. We have long been focused on being a secure identity platform. When we started 16 years ago, we said we didn't just want to be a travel-centric company. We wanted to be the de facto secure identity platform. And that is exactly what we are driving towards, whether that be verifying people at LinkedIn or partnering with DocuSign to ensure the fidelity and security of documents. But certainly, the Trump administration is focused on reducing fraud, waste, and abuse, starting with Medicare. And that is a place, there was a GAO report in December that said that there were 125 policies associated with one Social Security number, that 24 fake accounts were started, 22 got through. That is a tax on the system. And so verifying who you are and what you should have access to, and making sure that those who should have access to things make it easier for them. It shouldn't be so hard to log into all of these different experiences. And so we're really focused on that, and it's going very well. But also in healthcare beyond just Medicare, helping people kill the clipboard, right? Like, why are you having to fill out the same information again and again? You are you, and that's your healthcare information. So I think we can have a big impact on the healthcare system. And also helping from a compliance perspective and an efficiency, and most importantly, a patient experience and outcomes.
And how closely are you working with the Vice President's office on the fraud issue in particular, just given I know that he's heading up that task force?
So the executive order came out a few weeks ago, and we are in conversations with them. And they have a broad view of the different agencies that currently have fraud, from SNAP benefits to Medicare. And again, I think the focus is on making sure that those who should have access do, and make it easier for them. But certainly by reducing the billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud, we are making the program integrity better for everybody.
And are there other ways that you're discussing partnering with the Trump administration, beyond the current partnerships that you have?
Well, right now we've been expanding from DHS and TSA to HHS, CMS, and now with this executive order. So that seems like a good place to start. I think when you look at fraud and you look at where identity is the tip of the spear for security. So you look at other places like IRS and Social Security, right? Making sure that you are who you say you are, and making sure you have access to what you should have access to, and making it easier for you to access is our key focus. And so I think that there's broad applicability there. And quite frankly, I've drank the Kool-Aid. I'm a deep believer in identity and total identity integrity. And I think in the world that we live in with agentic identity and things like that, it's getting harder. I'm pleased to see an administration that's focused on fighting fraud, waste, and abuse. And quite frankly, I think it should be a bipartisan issue, the same way I think travel should be a bipartisan issue.
Mm-hmm. And I did want to talk about AI, just given that so many of us are focused on AI and kind of the way that it's transforming the US economy, the global economy. I'm wondering if AI makes the work you're doing easier or harder?
All of the above. So look, I think that AI with synthetic identities, with deep fakes, with agentic identity, getting the true, making sure you're a human, making sure you're the right human, and making sure you have access to what you should have access to, is we say connecting you to all the things that make you you is really important. So if it's not just me, but 100 agents of me, what, right, are they connected back to the right person, and what should they have access to, I think is massively important. So again, identity being the tip of the spear. We used to talk about identity 16 years ago. We really used to talk about biometrics, but it's not just biometrics. That's a how. It's identity. It's you are you. Like, why do I have to show my driver's license to get into a building and then they give me a sticker and then I swipe the sticker? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. But you're saying who are you and what you should have access to. The same thing with healthcare. You give them a plastic card, which you get a new one every 6 months and you can't keep track of. And that's to prove that who you are and what your insurance is and what your electronic health records are. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. And so I think your face and other biometrics can do that. But it also makes it harder. I mean, all you have to do is look at this Mythos news over the past week and know that cyber crimes and keeping data secure and making sure that you maintain privacy and data security, I'd be naive to say that, right, that is an awesome task right now and job one.
Mm-hmm. And how do you strike that balance?
Well, we started as a qualified anti-terrorism technology, partnered with the Department of Homeland Security, focused as a response to 9/11. So security has always been job one at Clear. We don't have a business without it. And creating a trusted platform and making sure that you do what you say you're going to do with that data, that everything we do is opt-in, that we have a very transparent privacy policy, that you live by that, has been our ethos for 16 years. I used to sign all the emails to our members myself. I'm employee number one, and we live, eat, and breathe security, privacy, and making sure that we're a brand that's known for trust. And so I guess it's lucky that we started that way as opposed to like selling bottled water at the local deli. And so it's how we've built our business.
And my last question before we wrap, I wanted to ask you, when you think about airport security and technology, what do you think is the next piece of revolutionary technology to hit airports?
I don't know that it's revolutionary. It's revolutionary. We're helping travelers win the day of travel. So the mobile app and connecting it, e-gates. I don't know that it's one piece because it's so fragmented. I do think it's putting the whole thing together. People love traveling more today than ever before. It's more accessible. It's more interesting. We live in a more global world. Airbnbs of the world have made it infinite, capacity, the VRBOs. So I think it's putting it all together. When you look at it, the parking is different than the bag check is different than the security is. It's also unknown. And I think if you can put together this frictionless, secure, personalized experience that your hotel knows you're 4 hours late, you get there, you're already checked in, I don't even think people know what magic can be. My view is you see people watching a carousel of bags, very smart people who value their time, sitting there for a half hour. That makes no sense. So one of my goals is transforming that, right? It's just such a crappy, fragmented experience, and I want to make it a frictionless, secure, delightful experience, and I think we're in the process of doing that. The bag carousel thing makes no sense.
I certainly would love to do away with that. Karen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please welcome Campbell Brown of Forum AI, Tom Wilson of Allstate, and Andrew Edgecliffe-Johnson of Semafor.
Welcome, Campbell and Tom, Semafor World Economy. I was just asked backstage whether the voice of God was Claude, and I don't know the answer, but it's an interesting test of what we trust AI to do, which I think is the heart of this conversation. The two of you are coming at this question from quite different starting points, and I just wanted to sort of establish for the audience your bona fides here, you know, what your starting points are. You had a storied career in my profession. You left to join Meta to work with your with the journalism industry on what news should mean in social media and on issues of bias and trust there. And then 8 months ago, you set up Forum AI. Can you just briefly tell us what it is and what problem you're trying to solve with it?
Yeah. And we were talking backstage about, he's like, what is the through line in your career? It's quite odd. It's actually not. It feels very distinct to me, but it's information quality. I was a journalist. We worked on news at Meta. And as soon as ChatGPT was released, it was clear to me this is the funnel through which information is going to flow. And my kids are going to be really dumb if we don't get this right and ensure that the quality of information coming from AI is solid. So what Forum AI does, I co-founded the company with a colleague of mine from Meta who was on the AI team there. We evaluate tools, agents, AI tools, the models themselves on how they perform in high stakes scenarios. Enterprises deploying AI now, in situations where making the right decision really matters. It has consequences if you get it wrong, whether it's deciding on evaluating insurance, whether it's medical decisions, geopolitical decisions, and the models have limitations. And I'm sure plenty of people are working at companies now that are realizing those limitations. Consumers realize those limitations. So we're trying to do better testing so that we can identify the problems and improve it.
Right. And Tom, I know from our past conversations, you've been very hands-on in thinking about Allstate's strategy in deploying AI in high-stakes situations. Can you, before we get on to the kind of next chapter of AI, can you give us a little framing of what this chapter is, of how you're deploying it inside the company?
Yeah, so as you expect, we're a data and analytics company, a lot of technology. So it's just stuff automatically processes, doesn't go through people anyway. And there are really three parts as we look at AI. There's generative AI, there's agentic AI, which is a single use, which I like to call, you remember the KEDS ad, run faster, jump higher? That's what those do. We're building what we call ALLY, so we personified it, Allstate's Large Language Intelligent Ecosystem, which is where the agentic agents talk to each other and make decisions together. So it's really an ecosystem, and that is a fundamental change from the first two.
That sounds like a recipe for chaos. What's the oversight of those agents talking to each other?
Well, we created an agent, Campbell, it's called Judgify. And it tries to break the other agents because you can't really track them what they do anymore because they're changing all the time. So Judgify goes in and tries to break the other ones. And then we have a bunch of other governance embedded in it.
I want to get to, you told me about a couple of things you've done with Judgify, but I want to get to that later. But just, Campbell, you've identified this of the risks here in high stakes enterprise situations. Won't AI solve those for itself?
Well, part of the problem has been how, training obviously, but how the foundation models are testing themselves and evaluating themselves. First of all, that right there, grading your own homework, which is essentially what's happening today because there isn't regulation and not many companies that do independent evaluation, is a challenge. And then I was very surprised to learn that most of the foundation model companies don't really bring in domain expertise when they're developing benchmarks to test. And so especially think about something like politics, geopolitics, foreign affairs, news, breaking news, a world that's changing so quickly, to have an engineering team, as smart as they may be about AI, developing them benchmarks to test how a model performs in that environment with those topics doesn't make a lot of sense. You have to have people who have experience in geopolitics or politics.
We're live here at the Semafor World Economy Summit in Washington, D.C., and I'm Chris Rugaber, reporter at the Associated Press. And I'm here today with this summit where we have hundreds of CEOs and government leaders from around the world talking about all kinds of issues. And specifically, I'm here right now with Hassan El-Khoury, CEO of onsemi or On Semiconductor. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So sounds like your company's in a lot of very interesting areas right now, very active areas, of course, artificial intelligence, vehicle electrification. Your chips work on power conducting, but clearly tell me a little more about what you guys do and what you're involved in these days.
Yeah, so onsemi at a baseline is a semiconductor company. But the interesting thing about what we do is we touch two very fundamental things when you hear the headlines that are going around today and really in the last few months is we do power and we do sensing. Okay. The two fundamental things that AI, which is the compute, needs to get power and to sense the world for AI to be really the most useful. So we solve the inputs to AI and the powering AI. And when I say powering, we're not talking about chip level powering. onsemi does car level power. We do the power that propels the car. And we do power that powers the data center, not just a chip within the data center. That's the level and the versatility of our power solutions that we provide.
So, and can you, that's interesting. So can you help with the data center power needs? I mean, we're hearing a lot about, obviously, how much energy they need to run. So is that in your wheelhouse? Is that something you're trying to tackle? And I also understand you can do power monitoring is a key thing.
So a couple of things. One is it's very clear that we need more power to power the data center demand. That is not under question. However, until we get more power generated, I think we are able to utilize the power we have more to go further. And that's where the efficiency comes in. If you think about it, a unit of energy or unit of power going into the data center, if I can get more compute out of it, you just got virtually more power. And that's what we focus on, the efficiency. We focus on squeezing more compute out of the power that's for us available while we generate more. So it's not one or the other. You have to be able to do both in order to bridge the gap.
And is sort of transparency a big part of this? Do you feel like some of the big companies creating these AI models, are they providing as much data as necessary to sort of understand what they need? Is that something you're working on as well?
We're working on the data transparency, and that's not just from the model perspective. I mean, if you want to talk about full transparency, it is from the grid all the way to the models that you referenced. What I mean by that is the data center. You know, when you and me are living in a neighborhood and the pushback you hear about the data center construction here, the transparency is not on the model because you can't translate that to what a consumer is going to see on their bill. But what a consumer is going to be able to see is how much more are you going to use and is it the most efficient? Meaning, with the transparency that you get, then the conversation is, can we get more out of it rather than be a bigger drag on the grid, existing grid? Can we utilize more out of it? Are you making the selection of the conversion of power, which is where we come in, at the right level? So it's not just on the compute, but it's the whole, what we call the power tree, which is the grid to the core.
Right, so that's interesting. So you're at that, you're involved in that issue that we do see of a lot of local areas concerned about data center usage of their power and driving up bills. Okay, so that's part of your pitch, I guess, that you can help mitigate that and make that more efficient.
Correct. Right. And that's the key, because if you are drawing less from the grid, that grid is more supportive of the community, while you still get the output from the compute. So it's not one or the other, it is the and of both.
Great. Well, now I myself now have an electric car. I understand you guys work in that area. And you are making that battery power. You're working on making the batteries more efficient there. Tell me a little more about that.
So the same concept where I mentioned we take compute further with the same amount of power. Think about in the automotive world.
Right.
You can go further in miles on a charge with the efficiency of the power semiconductor.
Right.
Because the battery in the car is a set input. Like you have this battery, this is the capacity.
Right.
Well, if with that same capacity I can go 10, 20, 30% further, that's a win, not just for the car company, but it's a win for you as a consumer.
Oh yeah.
And that's where it helps. This mileage anxiety now gets reduced. And when you reduce that anxiety, of course, the win for us is, well, more cars are sold.
Right.
So if you solve the problem for the consumer, just like when I referenced the AI data center, solving the problem for the consumer creates the pull rather than just the push.
Interesting. Okay, and now this may be hard to explain to the layperson, but in terms of how you make all these things more efficient, is that more about directing the traffic differently or breaking up tasks in different ways? I don't know if that's something that can be explained to layman's terms.
Yes, at an electron level or electrical level. So what we do for the efficiency, a lot of times people think about electronic or semiconductors as a single vector. We look at semiconductor when you're doing power. The electrical is actually one portion of a multi-physics problem. So to explain it differently is we pave the highways that electricity goes on so it can go on smoother. We make the city where everything navigates in grids rather than back roads. So predictable, more efficient conduction and so on. That's really the efficiency at the base. So the way I would explain it to people is if you can go from point A to B with no potholes and smooth sailing, you're going to get there faster with less gas and less headache.
Right.
That's efficiency. In our world, we do it at a semiconductor level. And when we do that, then the conversion becomes more efficient. That's when you get the more output.
Right. Well, great. Well, so tell me a little bit about one thing in the news is of course, blockages in the Strait of Hormuz and the shipping issues there. And of course, a lot of tension is there on gas. But another thing that comes out of there, of course, is helium, which I believe is an input into or used in the semiconductor manufacturing process. So how is that affecting your company and how are you addressing, are you seeing shortages already and how are you responding to that?
From an on-semi perspective, we've done a very good job. I'm very proud of what the team has done because the COVID disruption has taught us a very, very important lesson, and a lesson that we really took very seriously, which is resilience. And everybody thought about, okay, we have to be resilient versus a certain type of disruption. Like in the COVID, it was the COVID disruption. I look at disruption as, well, I don't know where it's going to be from. It's the uncertainty of the disruption, whether it is a natural disaster, whether it is a fire in one of our suppliers, the impact is the same. So when we spent the last 5 years really solving for what does true resilience means. So what you see in the headline today with the conflict, that's another aspect of a global supply chain disruption that we're ready for. So we're not impacted. We're able to service our customers, we're able to service our partners, and we're able to continue operation. Now, of course, the length of the conflict becomes important, but I will focus on what I can control. What I can control today is we have full operations.
Well, is that from a stockpile of helium, or are you not necessarily taking it from the Middle East? And how is it used in the production process? I mean, I'm sure that's a long question, but if you can simplify.
It's used for the processing of the semiconductor. So it's not a primary or a. It's an important use of it, but it is not the consumables that we use like wafers and so on. So there are more chemicals. There's gases like the helium. So that's how it's used. Now, from the two things we've done. One is we've reduced our usage, and that's back to the efficiency, because we realize when everything is so available, you don't really focus on how much are you using out of it, and can you use less for the same exact operation. So we've done that work. So whatever we have goes further, number one. And number two, we have a very big networks of manufacturing already, where we're able to help our own sites mitigate that. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not one-dimensional as far as resilience. It's everything you said. It's multi-sourcing.
Right.
It is a geographical independence.
Right.
Otherwise, if you have two sources both going through the strait, it doesn't really matter.
Right.
So geographical distribution is important, and then of course the resiliency, which is localized, whether you put it on inventory or in this case in container.
And how are you dealing with the pricing issue? I mean, between tariffs, now this disruption to helium and fuel, has this put upward pressure on your pricing, and how are you dealing with that?
Pricing is always a challenge, especially when things get tighter. But it's no different than what happened during the COVID. So in a lot of areas, we get offsets by the efficiencies we do. You know, we get more, we take costs out of our product, we create a new generation that is cheaper than the prior one, and it absorbs some. And in the areas where we really cannot absorb, whether it's price of gold, whether it's a lot of the labor back in the COVID, same thing here. We work with our customers to make sure we have a continuous supply for their assurances. So we work with them, either we pass it on or together we find a cost reduction path by using less content or using a better architecture. We will solve the problem at an engineering level. And usually that works out, it works out very well. It creates more strategic partnerships with our customers. It's no longer transactional of this price and that price. It is, I'm solving a system level problem. I'm solving the car going further.
Right.
Well, if it's slightly more expensive because of my cost, but you're still getting more miles out of it, that's a win-win. So it's no longer about cost, it's why are you doing it?
Right.
And that's what we solve.
So on speaking of costs, how is labor, and of course it's not just an issue of cost, perhaps AI, you know, people worry about how AI will affect jobs, particularly some of the coding, which may not be as much a thing that you do, but we also have a smaller workforce in some ways, immigration policy, aging workforce. Are you hiring at the moment now, and how is that, how easy or hard is that to do?
We are hiring. It's actually not hard. Because I don't look at AI. Look, there are two ways to look at AI. I'm in one camp. I look at AI as an enabler.
Okay.
What that means is I would prefer every employee I already have to use AI, because then, to me, they look like they're 2x the output or 3x the output. No CEO in my book would want the same output by reducing the number of people just because AI can make everybody more efficient. I actually want to keep the people and add people that are heavy users of AI, so every person I have on my team is able to deliver 1, 2, 3x what they did last year without AI.
Right.
To me, that's not a headcount reduction. That's headcount multiplication.
Right.
Maybe not at the same rate of expenses, but it's a multiplication. I would love to get more out, faster time to market, with the investment I put in people and AI. It's not one or the other for us as a company. So yeah, we are hiring, and we are hiring with people that can leverage AI.
Great. Okay. Well, good. Well, Hassan El-Khoury, thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Great. And so we here at Live AP at the Semafor World Economy, and we are now going to head to a panel on global financial architecture, and that panel will include Chicago Fed President Austan Goolsbee, who we spoke with earlier today.
We had taken a ground-launched long-range effects system from whiteboard to successful test flight in 71 days, as opposed to a couple of years. The structures that we do, the warhead, the missile body, wings, empennage, all of those were designed automatically using a system that concurrently to its optimization, so it's taking hundreds of parts and suppliers down to a half dozen parts. So it's printing in the fuel tank, hydraulic lines, baffles, etc. It's doing all of that integration, but at the same time, it's also designing it for printing and assembly, metal printing and our type of machine vision-based assembly. So at the end of that test flight, if it's successful and you have in the other suppliers, you could immediately go into volume manufacturing. So there is no prototyping series of tools and fixturing of a factory. There's no low rate production. You can design in a fraction of the time a much superior structure at a fraction of the cost and go into immediate volume manufacturing. The factory...
Major themes around the world. So I just turned 62, so I'm a fair bit older than you. In my lifetime, the themes that have really dominated capital markets, investment, business development have been declining interest rates, declining deflation, globalization. The Berlin Wall came down in '89, so we went through this period. Certainly some very challenging things happened along the way. We had financial crises, but generally speaking, I'd say those were the dominant trends, including technology accelerating. Pretty much all those trends are slowing or reversing, other than technology, which is still accelerating. And so, hey, look, we don't root for global instability, but everywhere you go in the world, the major thematics have shifted. So national security is a discussion everywhere in the world, but it's not just about security in a traditional sense, it's about security around energy, amplified today by the events in the Middle East. But it's a security around energy, security around data, and it's traditional security around defense, but Canada's increased their budget, Europe, Japan, obviously the United States. And so this repositioning happens to fit areas of our expertise quite well. We're the only large-scale firm that's committed this type of capital, but it's going to require a lot of capital globally.
And we are in this moment, though, of a U.S. government, I think starting really more with the Biden administration, accelerating into Trump, that's very engaged with the economy, from taking positions in private firms to the defense spending. How is that? I mean, that can go one of two ways. That can be national renewal, or that can be cronyism and corruption. What are you seeing so far?
National renewal. So I don't think it's cronyism. I think that what you're seeing is prioritization around the world. Again, if we were sitting in Europe, the whole discussion would be about a reordering of priorities. And it doesn't mean, for example, that things like renewable energy, sustainability aren't important topics. They've just been reordered and they've been subordinated to other more important issues. And look, I think that there are times in economic history where government plays what feels like a more meaningful role in the economic design of what's happening. And so 2008, 2009, obviously very involved. Savings and loan crisis, back in the day, very involved. You had the Greek minister up here earlier. Obviously, post 2008, the Greek economy redefining itself. We happen to be in a period where governments are very involved economically because they need to be. And they need to be because priorities are shifting. And I think a lot of this is a trend that started in 2008. If we're all really looking back, and it's so easy to predict the future when you look back at it. But sitting back in 2008, that was really the beginning of deglobalization or global splintering.
Yeah.
And what does that mean economically, Ben? Is it means that more competition for economic capital. And economic capital to support business growth, which is really to support job growth and allow economies to grow in a stable, efficient way, that capital can only come from banks, financial institutions like Carlyle, we're one of the largest in the world, from the capital markets, or from countries themselves. The deficits are too large. So you need to have public capital in all forms, from the Carlyles, from the banking system, thoughtfully deployed, but you need policies to support that. So I think this shift has been in place for a while, and I just think, again, this is gonna be pretty persistent for the next decade, possibly longer.
One kind of plot twist in the US recently has been that venture capital has gotten very aggressively into some of these industries that they were typically, that for all sorts of reasons didn't make sense for them, that you guys have always been. I'm thinking of firms like Anduril that are VC-backed defense firms. Does that make sense for VCs?
Well, we're not in that business. I mean, look, I think they're very smart people. They've had massive success in a number of industries. I think that to the extent to which technology is changing, there's certainly a role for early stage capital. If you, again, we only have 5 minutes, but if you went back to, for example, 2000, we've lost half the public companies in the United States since 2000. But the economy has grown dramatically. What capital has supported that growth? Well, the capital chain from very, very early stage venture capital all the way through to companies going public and being supported in the public markets, that dynamic has shifted, but companies have grown and the economy has grown dramatically. So we play a role at our part of the stage of the capital formation, which is really cash flowing. So that's the business we're in. We're not in venture capital, but there are super smart people in venture capital, and I think they'll figure out ways to create value for their clients. And I think it's a different, more speculative form of capital, but there's certainly a role for it to play.
2 questions about the kind of things to worry about. Scott Bessent, called a bunch of bankers in last Tuesday, worried about cyber and what it could mean for financial institutions. Not something you've worried about for a while. Can you scare people here a little? Like, what is worrying you?
Was it before or after lunch? I think that depends on how scary you want to be. I would say the 3 things that are out there. I do think geopolitical risk is mispriced. So we have gotten accustomed to very unsettling geopolitical events sorting themselves out. When Silicon Valley Bank went out of business, the market responded 7 times more violently to that than when Russia went into the Ukraine. I would say Russia going into Ukraine, wildly more significant than Silicon Valley Bank going out of business, and I think we would have said that day.
You think the markets are too relaxed right now about it?
I think there's a complacency around geopolitical events because we haven't had a geopolitical event of severity in a long time. So I think it's something to worry about. Now, some of these things, as market participants, they're hard to price and they're hard to hedge. And so it's very difficult to assess that kind of risk. That's 1. 2, deficits around the world. That's a mounting risk because we don't have a lot of cushion for the next unexpected recession around the world. And so we've backed ourselves into a corner, and so have all the other major economies. And then, of course, you mentioned technology, and I think cyber is a very significant risk because of the acceleration of all the technology and the tools today, and the speed of adoption just amplifies a risk that's been there for a long time, nation-state actors. It all ties in with geopolitical risk also.
But you're running a financial institution, but there are all sorts of, you're also deeply familiar with the kind of plumbing of the finance sector, all of it digital now. What worries you most? I
don't think there's a worry I have most. Our North Star, if you will, is, so we're only, for those of you who don't know, Carlyle.
And I mean specifically around cyber.
Oh, I think it's the rate of change and investment in new technology and the pace of adoption that is creating, there's a lot of competition to adopt, okay? And so, for example, vibe coding. I don't know. If I ask you,
are you vibe coding?
No.
I actually vibe coded something that predicts mean tweets about my stories. It's very effective.
Okay.
You could try that.
So, okay, let's just say that became like a core part, I don't know if that becomes a core software because Ben uses it. Everybody adopts your software.
Right.
I don't know what.
It's probably not very secure.
Well, I don't know. I mean, where did you do it? Did you do it in your kitchen? Did you do it in the office with your technology people around you? By the way, what if Ben moves on to conquer a whole nother venue? I know this is your thing. You're not going to do it, but who maintains it when you're done?
Right.
So some of these things, I don't know. I don't want people randomly coding. Now, but for us at Carlyle, again, we're 2,500 employees. We have 750,000 in our portfolio companies.
Yeah.
So what we do there is we just try to make people, those CEOs, we assist them in their planning to share our best insights around cyber, geopolitical events, how to think about their capital structures. But I will say, not to sound dismissive, because you said be scary, when you actually look at those companies, and that is our North Star for what's happening around the world, the economy feels good, inflation feels controlled, policies are being effective, EBITDA growth is good. These other things are out there, which I think are real issues for us to be concerned about, hard to manage. But the core economic engine globally feels pretty good.
The previous panel, we're talking a bit about the Gulf, obviously a huge source of capital for these private equity businesses. Do you Are you feeling or do you anticipate a pullback in the long term of Saudi Emirati money going out of the country as they have to reinvest in their own economies?
I think when you sit and you talk to the leadership in those countries, it is extraordinary what they're doing to evolve their economies in the most efficient way. I was at the first FII in 2017, and when you go back today, for those of you who were at the first one, it is remarkable the evolution in Saudi Arabia alone, just in terms of culturally, economically, the advancements. I mean, it's kind of mind-blowing, their progression. And again, they're thinking in 10, 20, 30-year increments.
So you don't think this is going to be a pivot in terms of their strategy?
Oh, no, I think they're wedded to their strategies. At times they'll be exporters of capital, but they'll be internal importers of knowledge. I think there'll be destinations. I think we have to get past this unsettled period in the Middle East. And again, notwithstanding your comment about being frightening, I'm generally a glass half full optimist. I think we'll get past all this in the Middle East, and I actually think it'll be quite vibrant. But whether or not capital flows in or out over a short period of time, I don't think is particularly relevant.
All right, well, we're out of time. Thank you so much for...
Great, Ben. Congratulations. Everybody, great to see you. Thanks so much.
Please welcome Austan Goolsbee of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, Gabriel Makhlouf of the Central Bank of Ireland, and Thorold Barker of the Wall Street Journal.
Thank you very much. Quiet, please. So, Austan and Gabriel, we've got a really important panel here. We've got central bankers from the US and Europe. So we've got two different perspectives on these super important issues we're facing. So I want to kick off with Austan. Given the disruption we've seen in energy markets from the war and the fact these might go on for a while, obviously we've seen inflation go up significantly. Are interest rate cuts, in your view, off the table this year?
Oh, geez. Okay. You got three.
Well, we got to start. We've only got 15 minutes.
You got three deep questions on that. Are energy prices going to be lastingly higher, and for how long? That's an open question and an important question. What does that mean for rates? As you know, before there was the war, I was on the more optimistic side that there could be more than multiple rate cuts in 26. I just wanted some evidence that inflation was headed back down to 2%, that the tariff inflation was actually going to prove transitory. I think I have a little concern to pile this on top of inflation before the other one went away. That's a dangerous, slippery spot to be in. The longer this inflation disruption goes, the more likely it is, in my view, that the appropriate rate cutting would be put off. So I'm definitely going to say, if you go to the FOMC room, it's literally the biggest table that I have ever seen in my life. So I always say everything can fit on that table. I'm not taking anything off the table, but it pushes it out the longer this goes.
Okay. Gabriel, what have we learned from
oil shocks in the past. We've seen in the 70s, obviously pretty profound implications for the world economy, for inflation, and mistakes that were made. You know, what should the European Central Bank be doing right now, in your view, in terms of learning from those mistakes of the past, and what should they take away?
Well, probably the single biggest difference between the 70s and where we are now is we've got an inflation target. And we're absolutely focused on delivering our 2% inflation in the medium term, which wasn't a world that we lived in before. Otherwise, we're dealing with some of the things that Austan just talked about. I mean, a supply shock that is not going to be persistent, that hasn't got a big impact, we should look through it. On the other hand, something that is going to basically take inflation off target, but not be persistent, we've got to be measured, I think, in how we respond. And something persistent that shoots us completely off target, we're going to take forceful action. So I think those are lessons that we've learnt from...
But okay, but persistent, what does that mean? I mean, even if we all hug tomorrow, realistically, this disruption is going to take a while to come out of the system, isn't it? They've destroyed infrastructure, there's stuff out of place. You know, this isn't just going straight back to where it was.
No, it's not. I mean, I think we are not going back to the status quo ante. I mean, we're not going back to where we were, but I think we're still trying to understand how long is this going to last? Not just the conflict, but the impact on supply. And not just supply of oil, but actually supply of a number of other things.
Sure.
Which are affecting, which are the sorts of things that I'm sort of worried about and looking out for.
So in the 70s, maybe they made the mistake of not tightening enough and letting inflation get out of control, and Volcker had to deal with that. But what is the counter risk, which is, if it is purely an energy shock and you've got a target that actually, if you raise, you just simply squeeze the consumers further. They're already feeling the pain from this, and you just squeeze. So
look, you're rediscovering what you not rediscovered. You already knew, but you're reiterating why a stagflationary shock, that is something that makes employment worse and inflation worse simultaneously, that's the worst environment that a central bank has to face, because there's not an obvious playbook of what you do. Raising rates doesn't fix the problem, cutting rates doesn't fix the problem, and not changing rates doesn't fix the problem. So you got to, when the FOMC came up with the monetary policy framework document last year, we contemplated what would we do if we were to experience stagflationary shocks, and said, it's not a deep insight, but said, look, we'll look and see which side is worse compared to the target, and how long do we expect it to last? And that's how we'll try to think it through. I do think for the US context, there is one highly relevant thing that makes this a cousin to the 70s, but not a twin by any means, which is the US became a massive energy producer.
Absolutely.
So if this is an extended high oil price, some parts of the US economy are going to suffer. Transportation, logistics, the consumer is going to be feeling the pinch, and you will probably see some output rebounding in energy production. You probably see the investment in fracking ramp back up, and so the output impact of high oil prices is probably not as negative as in the US context as it was in the 70s.
So I'm going to come to you in a second, but just to stay with this for a second, one of the challenges the Fed has is it just made a pretty big mistake on calling 2021 transitory inflation. And so
I wasn't there, so don't blame me.
This was not personalized, but that's a real challenge, because they can't make that mistake again.
More than a challenge. That's a problem. That is burned in our brain as a nation, that there are big problems with the credibility for central banks making predictions about inflation that do not come true. If you tell people we're doing nothing at this moment because inflation is about to go away, and then it doesn't go away, you must have some accountability. Your credibility took a hit. We need to be extremely careful. Anytime inflation is above the target for an extended period, you're already in a danger moment. Yeah. We've been above the target in the U.S. for 5 straight years. In part of that time, we were making progress. So it is plausible to say we're above 2, but we're on the path back. 2025, we stalled out and stopped making progress. The argument was, yes, but that's from the tariff. That's a one and done. It's going to go away. This is why I'm afraid. If you add a big inflationary shock from energy before the other one went away, are we getting into an environment where the credibility takes a hit?
And we'll come back to the consumer in a second. We'll come to Europe in a second. But I have to ask one more question, which is, I think, important, which is, this incredibly difficult balancing act is happening at a time when the president is not shy of sharing his views on monetary policy. So what is your perspective on the risks for independence in this particularly challenging cycle?
Wouldn't you want to know what the Bank of Ireland...
We're going to this.
Look,
this is, I'm just putting you on the spot.
The Federal Reserve Act, by law, as you know, says that when the FOMC contemplates monetary policy, it's supposed to look at 2 things and 2 things only: stabilizing prices, maximizing employment. I've been at the Fed a little over 3 years now. I'm deeply impressed at the seriousness with which everyone sitting around that table takes the job. It doesn't say anything in the Federal Reserve Act about make the White House happy, make the stock market happy. There's nothing in there about that. So when there are critiques of the Fed, I try to be open to think through the arguments as much as possible. But at the end of the day, they're outside the FOMC. And that's not, the law requires us not to be responding to those things. Okay. We're supposed to be just the conditions.
It's going to be painful, but you're just going to dig in.
There's no bad weather. There's only bad clothing. That's a storm, and we'll get the right jacket. That's our motto.
Good luck finding it. Okay. Okay, well, just to go to you. Are we going to end up with? I mean, Austan just mentioned that the U.S. is now a very different economy. It's a net exporter of energy. It's obviously going to have some benefits and challenges from this. Europe is in a very different place. It's an importer. Could we see both sides of the Atlantic go in different directions in terms of how they approach this, do you think?
Possibly in the short term. But I mean, we started back in the end of February, we had inflation on target, we had expectations anchored, and we had our main policy rate at 2%. So we were in a different place.
Yep.
Obviously, we're in the same place right now because this energy shock is hitting everybody. But we also actually, it is worth for this audience just being clear, we've got a slightly, to paraphrase Tolstoy, all central banks are alike, but their mandates can actually be a bit different.
Yeah.
And our mandate is price stability. We haven't got a dual mandate, which the Fed has. So our mandate's very clear, price stability. And that is absolutely what we're focused on. So, I mean, it's not impossible that we're going to take slightly different paths in the short term. But in the longer term, we're playing the same game.
But to that point, if you have the situation where inflation is getting pushed up by this massive spike in energy, as you say, across fertilizer, other things as well, to what point are you willing to smash the consumer to get that back to 2% if that energy price is not going to be affected by that? Because you'd have to kill demand so aggressively to change that.
Well, we're going to have to. I mean, this is the particular tension that we've got right now, which is to make sure that we calibrate our response in a way that we don't make the problem worse. So I think, in the end, understanding what is happening on the ground, understanding not only the direct effects, but the indirect effects, as well as the second round effects.
Yeah.
I mean, the job has become much, much more complicated. That's absolutely the case.
And it's early days, but are you seeing any sign of and I'll go to both of you on this, on the impact on the consumer? Because the consumer's already had a tough few years on inflation. So are there any early indications of how that's being felt?
Well, right now, I think it's being felt by the fact that fuel prices at the pumps have gone up, and people are noticing that right up front. And certainly in Ireland, it's...
But are you seeing their behaviour change on the back of it as well?
Not quite, not just yet. I think it's a bit early.
What about in the US?
Look, in the US, as I say, the last 3 years plus, for all the talk about data center investment, absolutely the main driver of economic growth has been the just steady growth from the consumer rooted in low unemployment, progress. Incomes have remained growing relatively solidly, and they've been spending. If that catches cold, if that sneezes, then the economy is going to catch cold. There has been no stumble. The consumer has continued rolling along. There are a couple of cautions. One is, in history, and I said as soon as the price of oil went up, that I would not be surprised to see a significant downturn in consumer confidence. For whatever reason, people's consumer sentiment is very tied to the price of gasoline because it's
and it's plummeted.
Public price. And it has plummeted.
To the lowest level ever?
Like maybe ever. I don't know.
Which is kind of extraordinary.
So the question then is, will that sentiment, which is not unexpected, there's too many notes, that was expected. Will that translate into they actually stop spending? If so, then there would be a danger of a stagflationary recession. So far, you haven't seen that. The consumer just keeps chugging along, and you are familiar with the breakdown between consumer sentiment and consumer spending. That's been going for 5-10 years.
But inflation has gone up.
Inflation has gone up.
And people, consumers, do not like inflation. I mean, that's
an understatement.
If there's one thing you take away, that is it. So final thing, we got 2 more minutes, and I just love it, slightly changing topic, is we're talking about inflation. Some people, including I think the new Fed chair or the incoming Fed chair, should that go through smoothly and everything, talks about the sort of disinflationary impact of AI and the benefits of that. Just give a quick sense, both of you, of how significant do you see that being? Is that a big force?
I mean, personally, I'm one of these people who is slightly skeptical about the hype. But the reality that I'm also seeing is it's making some pretty impressive, I mean, just within my own bank, the speed at which some things can now be done compared to what is transformational. But I think I think there's a bit too much hype about productivity and job losses, because I think there might in the short term, we might see that. But I also anticipate that once we start creating new jobs off the back of that, there might be a slightly different picture. But that's my own view right now.
Final word?
I think productivity's up a bit in the US. I'm skeptical that it can be explained by AI so far, because AI adoption hasn't been big enough. There is one force going the other way to consider, which is if a bunch of the payoff from AI is to come in the future, and that's driving up valuations now, that people are going and spending out of this wealth that is premised on there's going to be huge benefits in the future. Let's just remember, you can overheat the economy in the short run. And the opposite of reducing the rates, you might have to raise the rates so that you don't overheat it right now. I hesitate to call it a bubble because of the inner University of Chicago in me, but those issues of boom and bust and valuations and spending out of what's going to be future bounty we better pay attention.
So do you think there's an AI bubble in terms of? No, well, you've mentioned the word.
That's what I said.
I wasn't going to talk about it, but
there are high valuations, and
I more mean the investment and the valuations. And if you put the two together,
if we find out that a la 2000, 2001, that the growth rate of the internet was going to end up being 10% per year, not 30% per year. That's still a very strong growth rate, but it meant in the short term, we got way overbuilt in capital. That is conceivable. That same thing could happen. Whether you call that a bubble or not, it's a boom-bust cycle that...
So that was sort of a soft yes.
I'm not, don't ever let the smart guy put words in your mouth.
Anyway, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for attending today's live journalism and to our partner Bank of America. We hope to see you here for our afternoon program at 1:30 p.m.
And I'm Chris Rugaber. I'm here at the Associated Press, Federal Reserve reporter, and I'm here with Chicago Fed President Austan Goolsbee, who this year is a non-voting member of the Fed Rate Setting Committee. So Austan, let's talk about, start with prices and inflation. So last week we had an inflation report that spiked up a bit. What does the Fed need to do in response to that?
I never want to overreact to one month's report, as you know, but it was an uncomfortable report in the sense that the headline inflation number was way high. But if you looked at the components, it wasn't as scary as the headline number portrayed. Core inflation was at least tamer than it has been for the previous few months. But it's kind of reignites the Linda Goolsbee, my mom, critique of the Fed, which is, I say, well, Mom, we don't tend to concentrate on the energy and food prices because those are too variable. And then she said, what do you mean? You don't pay attention to the energy and food prices. And this one was particularly extreme in that the inflation is getting driven by energy and lesser extent food.
Right. That's funny because I think there's another maybe NPR reporter who also says his mother doesn't understand.
Anyway,
no one's mother understands.
Who does? Yeah, who does?
Well, on that note, there is that idea in central banking that you look through a price shock, an oil surge. What kind of metrics will you be looking at, though, to see if this gas price spike is rippling through the economy?
Look, and it's a little dangerous. Right. I'd say any time that you've got the inflation rate well above the target, you're in a danger zone. And we've been above the target for 5 straight years. And the 2025 experience where inflation stopped making progress and even started going up a bit was supposed to go away. Right. So we were waiting, we were kind of arguing how persistent will tariff impacts on prices be? Will they be transitory or more extended? For the oil shock to come in now, before that one went away, I do have some concerns that we better pay attention to, let's call it the inflation expectations. Right. But in contracts, in wage setting, the direct answer to your question of what are you nervous about from energy shocks, if history is a guide, you're nervous if that starts spiraling into when people are coming down to ask for their wage increases. Right. They say, inflation's going to be 5%, so I need 6%. And then the businesses say, our wages are up 6%. We need to raise the prices 7%. If we got in a dynamic like that, that would really be troubling for the Fed and for the country.
Well, you've mentioned before the possibility of rate hikes being on the table. Is that even more the case after the Friday report? How are you thinking
fairness, when we talked about that, right. I said everything is always on the table. It's a giant table. You've seen the table. Right. It's a huge table. Right. So There are circumstances where rates could go up. There are circumstances where all of this proves temporary. We resolve the oil price shocks in the Middle East, and we go back and inflation comes down and it looks like we're headed back to 2%, and then rate decreases are on the table too. I have a level of concern from this that is the same as everyone else, which is how long is this going to last? Right. There are some economic problems that face the country or face the Fed that are subtle to understand. This was not subtle. Right. You drive down the street, you can see basically what the main problem is.
Well, I mean, so what kind of time frame can you, I know it's hard to say, but I mean, this has already lasted probably longer, the Iran conflict, than many people expected. And I know you don't want to put a date on it, but when we talk about temporary, and of course we don't want to say other words that start with T, such as transitory. But how do you think about that, the time aspect of this? Is it months?
I think, you know, before there was war, and before the oil prices went up, I was on the optimistic side about 2026 for rate cuts. That I just wanted to see that the tariff increase in prices was proving to be temporary. Right. And as long as it was, I thought there could be even multiple rate cuts in 2026. The longer this goes, where we never got to see the decrease in inflation, and if the inflation stays up, realistically, I think that starts pushing it out of 2026.
The cuts, yeah, okay.
If inflation does not show any improvement or sign of improvement, then the time at which my optimism can kick back in just keeps getting postponed.
Well, on the other, yes, that makes sense. And then on the other hand, the Fed also has a mandate for maximum employment, and there's a possibility that higher oil prices slow down the economy and we could possibly see a higher unemployment rate. Given where inflation is, are you hobbled from being able to cut rates in that kind of environment if unemployment is worsening, yet inflation is still, say, above 3%?
Well, Chris, thank you for bringing up such a painful scenario. Look, that's just inflation circumstance where both sides of the mandate getting worse at the same time. There's no more uncomfortable situation for a central bank than that, because it's not obvious what you do. Now, we thought about that possibility as an open market committee when we wrote up our monetary policy framework. Right. And we said publicly that if we were ever to be in that circumstance, we would kind of do what you would think. We're going to look and see which side is getting worse more, and how long do we think that getting worse is going to last. And we're back to the same thing. How long is this going to last? We don't know. We're just going to have to sit and wait and see, are the events, the geopolitical events and the oil market, is that a thing that, according to oil futures, you would see over the next 6 months some significant improvement? Or are they going to prove to be wrong and this is going to be a lasting oil shock? I think that matters a lot.
But if core inflation stays largely unaffected, I mean, is that a key? I mean, you mentioned the inflation expectations when we talked about.
I think it is a key, and before there were the oil shock, I thought a key component that I was especially attuned to was services inflation within core inflation, because it's hard to explain how tariffs would lead services price inflation to ignite. Right. So that was even a little more informative than just core. Right. Now, I got to revise that a little, maybe. For sure, the energy price impact should not be going into services. So if we were to see services inflation coming unglued, that would be a bad sign. Okay. If we didn't, if we saw really substantial progress on core inflation, I would be feeling better. Okay. Even if the headline inflation was irritating my mom. Right. I do think that what's happening in core inflation is a more informative determinant of where things are headed.
Okay, so we should keep track of how your mom's feeling. It sounds like, or maybe not, because you're saying you're overlook it. Well, so how do you, if you hear from someone who is upset, like your mother, by high oil and gas prices, high headline inflation, and their understanding is that the Fed is the inflation-fighting institution, do you feel obligated, or what do you say to them if they ask why aren't you doing more? I mean, they may not want rate hikes either. But
look, we made a solemn vow to the American people, to the economy, to whatever, given to us by the law.
Right.
We are to stabilize the prices and maximize employment. And we are going to get inflation back to 2%. We made a vow that 2% is our target. We're going to get inflation to 2%. So all of their critiques are perfectly justified. And my is thank you, ma'am. May I have another? Right. I mean, it's our job to get inflation back to 2%.
Well, on that note, I mean, you've had some of this a little bit before you came on. You came on in 2023.
Yeah.
But still, there's been COVID, there's been the Ukraine and Russian invasion of Ukraine, and then the inflation spike after COVID. Now the tariffs, now the oil shock. Is the Fed just been unlucky recently, or what?
Partly.
Yeah.
And any mistakes that happened before I got there, I don't want to be blamed for. But the mistakes that happened since then, we should be prepared, I think, as a committee, as an institution, to let's deal forthrightly with. We're all just sitting around the table trying to figure this out as best we can.
Right.
And people take the job extremely seriously. They come from different perspectives, some business people, some economists, some markets people, finance, and we have to exercise judgment. And the judgment, it's why I always say the most important thing is to figure out the through line of not this month what happened to the headline inflation and payroll job creation for this month was high, but last month was low. And if you follow the market, they're on a timetable where they're paying close attention to every wiggle.
Right.
We've got to figure out the through line. I have thought the through line was improvement in inflation. That's where the root of my optimism on rate cuts.
Right.
Now we've been thrown for two loops on that.
Right.
One came from tariffs, which was supposed to go away, but before it's gone away, now we've got the oil price increase. It's worth remembering that the strongest part of the U.S. economy, the driver of growth, has been the U.S. consumer. Mm-hmm. So I want us to keep a very clear eye on consumer behavior. I wouldn't be surprised, as I've said, if when you see the price of gasoline go up, historically, that has been a indicator of bad consumer sentiment. So I would not be surprised to get more readings like the ones we've just gotten where consumer sentiment is kind of cratering. The whole question will be, does that translate into lower consumer spending? If the consumer becomes unhealthy, the whole economy is going to catch a cold.
Well, what are you hearing in your district along those lines, either from businesses or
I'm hearing a lot of complaints about prices and the cost of living.
Right.
And that's coming from the consumer side. And on the business side, uncertainty, dissatisfaction that, hey, costs are going up. Some leading auto executive phrased it this way. They are also waiting to figure out, well, how long is this going to last?
Right.
They said the longer it goes, just remember, in manufacturing, part of just-in-time manufacturing means that all the components and supplies are not sitting in a warehouse, they're on a truck being shipped somewhere. So if the price of gasoline is going to go to $5 a gallon, that's going to affect our supply chain, it's going to affect our behavior. So fingers crossed and hopeful that this doesn't prove to be a lasting cost shock, that we can kind of go back to getting on the golden path, or whatever you want to call it.
Well, the golden path. But I mean, you to the point of the repeated shocks, and since you came on the Fed, and of course this is coincidental, I think the mortgage rates were still low. I mean, there was a period really just out of COVID but also coming out of the Great Recession of just low interest rates, low mortgage rates in the 2-3%. Is that something? It seems unlikely we're going to get to that.
Will we ever go back?
Yeah, it seems
I
unlikely.
mean, it kind of depends what the level of inflation is going to be going forward. I say it's going to be 2%. Some of the period that you're talking about, inflation was literally 1.5% or below.
Right.
And so the nominal interest rate can be lower if inflation is lower. If inflation is going to be 3%, 4%, something like that, nobody should be thinking that rates can go back to 2% if inflation is 4%. That's a negative real interest rate.
Right.
And I just think realistically, in my head, the settling point is a steady state of rates around 3%, inflation of 2%, a real rate of 1%. That's loosely where I think things are headed.
Well, speaking of housing, there was, I think, a disappointing home sales report yesterday. Are you worried about how that affects the economy overall? Any concerns around the housing sector and its impact?
Yes, though we've had on the inflation side, we've had some good news on an extended basis. Housing inflation has settled down from its heights and is now running at a rate that's actually below the inflation rate before COVID, when inflation was under control. We need more housing built in the country, or the sales price of housing is going to keep going up. So if we got a lot of reports that showed a deterioration of housing, that would make me nervous that we're facing a stagflationary environment, because partly housing is a leading indicator, but partly it's also a very cyclical part of the economy. So if you see it turning down, then there would be people saying, is that the sign of that it's a recession?
Right. Well, let me ask one last question. There is a potential change in Fed chair, or a certain change in Fed chair, but it looks like it might be a little bit messy in terms of the timing. Fed Chair Jerome Powell has talked about staying on as chair pro tempore. How do you see this playing out? Is this something that the American people, should they be nervous about how this plays out?
I know neither Latin nor politics
that was about all the Latin
of
I know,
Washington. I will say Kevin Warsh is a person that I worked with somewhat closely in the financial crisis when he was at the Fed before. I got a lot of respect for him. I think, however this plays out in Washington, I'm not nervous, worried, as long as people come with the Fed mindset that the law gives us the job, a dual mandate, to stabilize prices and maximize employment. It's not about making the stock market happy. It's not about electoral politics. It's about the state of the economy. I think Kevin Warsh will come in that spirit, and anybody who comes as chair with that motivating spirit, it's going to be fine.
Well, great. Okay. Well, that's great. Thanks for taking the time. We're here with Austan Goolsbee, president of the Chicago Fed. And now we're going to shift back to the Semafor World Economy. We're going to go to an artificial intelligence panel. And you're here with...
I come from the Soviet Union. That was the talk we were giving to people that were starving instead of wants. Prosperity, straight shooter of the edge. So you have to, in order to get this money, you have to speak people's language. So, especially politicians. So they have their talk. It's very beneficial to them and inspire, which is what you're saying. Imagine for an African person, 17-year-old, 20-year-old, to be in a Zoom to the president. He doesn't have to say anything. Then by itself, it's an engaging person. So I have access. I agree. So let me imagine shaped because she's being recorded, right? Because the kids want to watch it, they show their subgroups, what have you. These were leaders. None of them were hundreds of kids. So. Let me know what I can do. This is why, and we need people like you who actually do this. Where has this been going? They have to address it.
Okay. And then that's pretty much it. Okay. Right, something. Thanks, Nathan. Okay, bye-bye.
Adriana? Adriana? Hi, Paul Weiser. Yes, sir. That's fine. So the only one I got is 66 and 2. Yeah. So right at 5 o'clock we have?
Yeah, that's LinkedIn.
That's the LinkedIn.
So Mercedes is at 3 and then LinkedIn is at 5 and I'm doing 2.
Right. Laser like 3. Great. So I need to get ready, I guess, for
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin.
Antidote, fair-minded, transparent, and global intelligence for the new world economy. Semafor World Economy brings our vision to life. It's now the largest gathering of global CEOs in America. This year alone, we will convene over 500 major global CEOs, 25 G20 finance ministers and central bankers, a quarter of the US Senate, and hundreds of top leaders across business and government from more than 90 countries. The discussions that you'll hear across this week are powered by Semafor's global newsroom, who've all gathered here from across Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Gulf. Our conversations will focus on helping leaders navigate increasing uncertainty and extraordinary complexity by curating the richest insights and ideas and diverse perspectives across the new world economy. This afternoon's session, The Geoeconomics of AI, will examine how AI is rapidly becoming the defining variable of global economic strength, reshaping productivity, industrial capacity, and national advantage at an unprecedented speed. Our conversations are going to examine how choices made today will ultimately determine the ways in which AI becomes a real stabilizing force for shared prosperity. I'd love to express our deepest gratitude to Coupang for their presenting partnership of this track. We are so grateful for their support in helping us create a space for independent, intelligent, and transparent live journalism. And with that, let's get to the news.
Please welcome Bob Frenzel of Xcel Energy, Pedro Pizarro of Edison International, and Tim McDonnell of Semafor.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Great to see you all here again. Hope everybody got some lunch and is enjoying the conference. And I'm so happy to be up here again talking about grids and the power sector and getting more electrons available for data centers and factories and air conditioners and everything else that we need in the future with two gentlemen who are, we were just talking backstage about utilities being friends, not enemies. They're sort of not competitors, but actually kind of partners in a national infrastructure network that's very much interconnected, and they need to work very closely together. Pedro, maybe just to start with you, I think you've made an argument for a long time that electrification in general is as much an energy security imperative, not just something related to climate or anything like that. I mean, what are you taking away from the crisis in Iran about the imperative for electrification? What kind of effect do you see this having on sort of a tailwind for the power sector going forward?
Thanks, Tim, and thanks for having us here. You're already reading about the impact it might have on how people are viewing electric cars, electric transportation, as an example. And so the reality is that as the grid evolves, as the energy sector continues to transform itself, it's a transformation that will make us more resilient. We do see in a state of California, the world's fifth largest economy, it does continue to be focused on achieving net zero by 2045. We see electrification and the use of that clean electricity, with clean electricity, being the prime tool to get there. But what's interesting about that is that it also has a long-term affordability advantage, because from a physics perspective, that electric engine in your car is using a lot less energy to move a mile than the gasoline engine in your prior car. And so we see that our average customer will have a 40% reduction in real terms in their total energy bill. Electric plus gas plus gasoline, as we get up to 2045, our average customer today is spending 7% of household income on that total energy bill. We think that becomes 3%. But that said, it's therefore very important that we as electric power companies think ahead to how we make the system more and more resilient, even as we see more impacts from extreme weather, because if our customers are going to be dedicating more of their lives, powering more of their lives with electricity, we need to make sure that we're making that electricity more resilient as the world continues.
And you've definitely been at the forefront of that, dealing with wildfires, and we can jump back to that a little bit later. And I want to ask Bob to kind of expand on this this price issue, because I think, to Pedro's point, there's a sort of deflationary advantage in electrification, but in the nearer term, as you look at we've been focused in this conference a lot on inflation related to oil and natural gas prices. How does the crisis ripple through your business in terms of higher supply chain costs? Do you see some demand destruction? What do you kind of expect, or how is this going to translate to higher electricity prices in the near term for people? What are you kind of looking at as the effects from that?
Yeah, just tacking on to what Pedro said, resiliency is probably a word that's been one of the highest. If you did a word cloud in the decade of the 2020s, you'd see resilience is really high on it, and this conflict in Iran is heightening that as well. You see people thinking about energy security, you think people seeing about agricultural security globally, and you think that there's a price and a benefit to being more resilient, and we're seeing that play out in the United States as well. We start from a position as a sector being, a very affordable product, high reliability, high affordability, driving towards high sustainability. As we see the conflict through Iran happen, natural gas prices in the United States are actually relatively muted relative to what's happened globally because of the conflict on Iran. We're much more linked on an oil basis than we are on a natural gas basis. So from a power sector perspective, the direct impact of a conflict in Iran is going to be relatively limited in the United States, certainly in the short term. We are watching very much the global macro and the national macro impacts of higher input costs, oil, agriculture, ultimately trickling through the price of goods sold, whether it's heavy equipment that we need to build out the grid and new power plants heading into the future and powering this wave of AI data centers. And obviously with any macroeconomic and national economic challenges, that affects how our businesses perform and how our customers feel about affordability, how they feel about utilization of our products. So we're hyper-focused on price and affordability. I think we've done a great job as an industry managing it through an inflationary and supply chain time. And I think that as we add more load to the U.S. grid, you're going to see affordability actually be beneficial, not the other way around, because more units of good produced through the same fixed infrastructure of the grid means a lower price for everybody. More property taxes paid into individual counties from data centers mean property taxes for everybody actually come down. That should help defray some of the affordability concerns we've seen from the acceleration of AI.
Pedro, do you agree that there's something that people are sort of getting in the popular narrative sort of backwards about the relationship between AI data centers and affordability? So there's big concern about potential cost increases. To Bob's point, maybe the opposite is true. How are you looking at prices at this point?
I think Bob's point is spot on, right? The more load and use of the grid that we can get, for that fixed investment, the less the pressure on affordability. And it's important that you think about how there's a lot of focus on data centers right now, but there's really three broad drivers of load growth in the country. And for historical background, we haven't seen this kind of load growth nationally since probably after World War II. And so data centers are one of those vectors, but the second is the re-onshoring of manufacturing. And the third, the one that's most prevalent in my home state, is electrification. Right? We're still seeing a lot of electric vehicle sales. Again, when I see a further pickup on that if the conflict continues. So those three items are really driving load growth like we haven't seen in a long time. So as we think about then how do you satisfy that as an industry, I know we'll get there, but there's probably a few challenges we need to work through. You hear discussion around, well, will the labor force be there? And I think ultimately it will be. We have to work on that, build it. Supply chain can be a near-term constraint, but as supply chains adjust, ultimately for me, the biggest challenge in getting there is making sure we get the siting and permitting support so we can put steel in the ground. Whether that steel is a generation plant, whether it's a transmission tower, that's where we need the most help from government right now at federal, state, and local levels to be able to meet the challenge.
Pedro, one other kind of security-related question that I wanted to ask you about too is for cybersecurity in the grids. Grids everywhere in the world are increasingly under security risk, military attack, kind of being targeted in different ways. What are you seeing from in your system in terms of cyber threats, And what's the biggest vulnerability, cybersecurity vulnerability in the U.S. grid at the moment?
Let me start by acknowledging that this is an issue we've all been aware of for a long time. In fact, Bob and I are partners in this with a number of other CEOs from our industry. We sit on the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council, and that's the main CEO-led partnership with the federal government on cybersecurity, physical security, and also storm response. So this is where the industry comes together with government to provide mutual assistance. On the cyber side, look, the electric system is about, 5% of GDP? Powers the other 95%. So it is a natural target for malicious actors, whether they be sponsored by a state government or be, the kid in the basement. And so one of the most important things that we've done as an industry is that partnership with the federal government across multiple administrations. It's nonpartisan. And it's really been around the coming together of government bringing its intelligence, right, intelligence gathering, and industry contributing our knowledge of the system and how that intelligence gathered, what are the implications in terms of potential impact to our system. Great collaboration through things like the Energy Threat Analysis Center, a DOE entity sitting in a classified facility where both Bob and I and a few other companies have our own employees sitting there in classified space, side by side with government analysts, providing the kind of analysis that you saw, for example, in the government's disclosure of Volt Typhoon a couple of years back. How do we work on this? It's multiple levels here, right? And it's really defense in depth. Everything from having intelligence, applying technology to bear. AI, I think, is opening up more opportunities. It also creates opportunities for the bad guys. But also, and this is something that applies to all of us, not only in industry, but in our own personal lives. No substitute for being aware. Phishing is still the easiest, and most prevalent vector in. And so making sure that we are all, and our teams are educated on being the first line of defense.
Don't put your passwords on a sticky note on your desk. Is it fair to say that you're seeing more incoming cyber attacks?
We have year on year, we continue to see escalation in that.
Yeah.
We used to build fences around our equipment to protect the public from our equipment. Now we build fences around our equipment to protect our equipment from the public.
Yeah.
And so the takeaway is security evolves, and we're evolving with it. I mean, I just take the most recent, Mythos AI discovery, and our ability to act collaboratively as utilities, our ability to operate collaboratively with the federal government and other stakeholders to make sure that we protect what we know is the first part of GDP. I used to have a director on my company who would say, I don't have a bank if you don't have an electric company. And so we recognize our importance in GDP, and protecting that's, every day on behalf of every industry is critical for us as a company and us as an industry.
But Bob, let's talk about decarbonization for a minute. Xcel was the first or one of the first U.S. utilities to set a goal to be 100% carbon-free, which is part of that strategy is revolved around extending the life of some of your nuclear assets. How is that going? Is that a goal that you are trying to stick with now, even though sustainability maybe is not so politically popular as it once was?
Yeah, appreciate that. In 2018, Xcel Energy was the first company to commit to being 100% carbon-free on our electric system. We committed to that by mid-century, and we said we can make an enormous down payment on that commitment by 2030 with existing technology, wind, solar, storage, and also the retirement of our existing coal fleet and the extension of our nuclear fleet, as you mentioned. And we're well on that way. We, as of last year, we were 58% carbon reduction, and we're on our way to our 2030 goal. At the time, we also said we absolutely need the commercialization of new technologies. We needed new nuclear, we needed advanced geothermal, we needed carbon capture and sequestration, because we knew that there were real limitations on wind and solar and storage, what they could provide for our customers, because reliability was paramount. So, we always talked about with an energy transition, if it's unaffordable, it slows down. If it's unreliable, it will stop. So we knew we needed other types of generation that run all the time, even when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. The commercialization of those new technologies has been a little bit slower than we had anticipated, although they are still very promising. New nuclear is very promising. Advanced geothermal, particularly in the West, is a very promising technology, and we're going to lean into those. The acceleration of data centers and the power demand from data centers also challenges that, right? We had a load shape for our customer class that looked more like a residential load shape. With a large data center, an always-on asset, you need something that's available a little bit more real time. So we need the commercialization of new technologies to continue our carbon journey or our decarbonization journey and meet both our sustainability goals as well as our affordability and reliability goals.
The U.S. government has intervened in a number of cases recently to keep coal-fired power plants open that were maybe otherwise scheduled for closure. Is that necessary?
You know, we're experiencing tremendous electric growth in the United States, and we need to build at a pace of generation and transmission that we haven't seen in the past decade. It's not impossible to achieve, but it's going to take a real committed effort from the federal government, state and local governments, and our customers to go hand in hand and build at an incremental pace. In the interim period, you know, we're looking at all sources of generation. In the short term, we don't have a power grid prices, but if you look forward to 29 and 30, and you have the ramping of data center demand and the closure of long-term fixed assets, you're starting to see a need to either build faster or keep things online. So I'd like to see us build faster and recommit the grid to, you know, a nice mix of wind, solar, storage, and gas, which is what we're doing in most of our regions of the country. But we benefit from sitting in a part of the country. Xcel Energy serves Minnesota and Wisconsin and the Dakotas, Colorado and the Panhandle of Texas, and eastern New Mexico. So those are parts of the country that have some of the best wind and the best solar resources. We think we can do it affordably. We think we can do it reliably, but it is going to take, you know, incremental gas and or the extension of other assets until we get this commercialization of new technology.
But long term, still a phasing out of coal is still in the cards, you think?
That is still our plan by 2030.
Pedro, you know, being in California, obviously you're sort of very, very much at the forefront of solar and rooftop solar distributed energy, which I know has caused some, you know, challenges for integrating so many distributed assets and the famous duck curve and, you know, how you deal with that. Is there too much solar in California? How are you dealing with that now?
Well, I think if you look over the last 5 years, I'll answer the question about solar by talking about storage. The state has added something like 17 gigawatts of storage capacity in the last 5 years. And so that is tremendously helpful in integrating renewables volatility. It's also meant that California has evolved from 2020, there was a west-wide heat dome, and we had rotating outages in the state for the first time since the energy crisis back in the early 2000s. 2024, 2025, as we had heat waves, California was actually exporting power to adjacent states and helping out. So storage has made a big difference. And no, I don't think that means that I don't think we have too much solar, just need the resources to integrate it. As we look forward to 2045, you know, we put out a white paper, it was the year before last, looking at refined analysis around how we see the state resources stacking up. And actually, it's similar to Bob's message. In the near term, we absolutely need the resources we have, including natural gas, right? And so part of what we advocated was state, don't let any of that gas retire, retain it until we see more development in the long run of clean, firm generation. Advanced geothermal, the SCE did the first major contract with Fervo, for example, for advanced geothermal. It could be nuclear, and we're hoping that at some point California can access that too. It's still forbidden by state law until the federal government opens up a spent fuel depository. Wind, solar resources, next generation battery storage. For us, all of the above really means all of the above. We're fortunate in California that actually, if you look at our resource capacity compared to other regions, we're in pretty good shape through the 2030s, but we know we'll need more capacity beginning in the early mid-2030s. And see my earlier comment on siting and permitting, that means that we do need to get going on that ASAP.
And on that thread, Bob, Xcel, one of the top builders of long-distance transmission in the country, which is, as Pedro, of the technologies that Pedro was just listing, I mean, of course, transmission also so important part of the solution. I mean, what is the biggest obstacle to building more transmission at this point? Is it permitting? Is it capital? Is it a combination, all of the above? How are you looking at transmission now?
I think there's a lot of, so first of all, you're correct, Xcel Energy has been the largest provider of new transmission line miles in the last 20 years of any company in the country. We think we're pretty good at developing and building this. We need to double what we did in the last 10 years, in the next 10 years, to make sure that the grid can handle the acceleration of electric demand across the country. Right now, I think the longest and largest impediment is still sort of federal, state, and local siting and permitting. We're working at a federal level to get a siting and permitting bill through the Congress, but it also takes state and local, and we spend a lot of time writing studies, and as a country, we have to commit to building infrastructure at scale again. For a long time, we had the concept, not in my backyard. People didn't want infrastructure built in their backyard, and we need to make sure that we as a company can commit to. We built the Eisenhower interstate system. We built ports. We've built airports. And someone has said that the U.S. electric grid was the greatest engineering feat in the 20th century. We're going to have to kind of build and rebuild pieces and parts of that to make sure it's fit for the 21st century. That takes some degree of sacrifice. That takes some degree of permitting and siting that will be somewhat uncomfortable. But the benefit is we can build a lot of this stuff right through the middle of the country, less dense populated. We can build wind farms there. We can build solar farms there. We can build nuclear plants there, and we can site data centers there. So we believe that we sit and operate in parts of the country with low-cost energy and should be a destination for high-energy intensive businesses as we roll through time.
Pedro, is there any lesson that we can take from China on this? Because China, they're building more transmission than anyone. Obviously, it's a very different kind of regulatory and governance environment. But what can we take from that model, if anything? Do you think?
I'll say quickly, I love our democracy, and it's not perfect, but it still beats the alternative.
Right.
That said, when you go to a place like China, the ability to site infrastructure is very different, right? And so I'm not proposing that we turn to a Chinese model fully, but when you think about siting and permitting reforms, there's really three things. Not to oversimplify it, but we need to make sure we have streamlining, because in the US and at state levels, we have a number of duplicative processes that look at the same thing 3 different times. Got to streamline that. Second thing, we need a shot clock for the appeals process. Again, democracy is good. It's important that all voices be heard, but for a period of time. We just had a transmission project get its final permit. It took 17 years. We have another one that's been going for 20 years. It's crazy, right? So shot clock on the appeals process. And then finally, particularly with the load growth across the country, the stack of applications for new infrastructure is increasing. We need to make sure that government resources are appropriately resourced. We need the staff, tool, help with AI, et cetera, but we need hands on deck to process this and get the country putting steel in the ground.
Maybe a little less like China, more like Texas. I think Texas is building some of the largest transmission infrastructure, and is a destination for data centers. And they're building infrastructure, they're building generation, transmission infrastructure, and they're doing it quite quickly. And so I think if we can replicate some of the things that they've been able to accomplish, just like Pedro mentioned, I think I would not go towards the China model, but maybe towards the Texas model.
The Lone Star model. Love that. Okay, great. Bob, Pedro, thank you so much for your time. This is great. Super interesting conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome Alan Barretts of D-Wave, Dennis Matthew of Optimum, and Reid Albergotti of Semafor.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Alan, Dennis, thank you for being here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
All right, thank you all for being here. Alan, I'll start with you. We had Pete Chatbot here yesterday from PsiQuantum talking about his quantum computer. He wants to have one by 2029, I think. You have one now. So I just want to help us understand the difference between, these quantum computers that Google and others are building 10 years from now, or whatever the number is, and what you're doing today.
Yeah. So there are 2 main architectural approaches to quantum computing. One is called annealing, the other is called gate, and I'm not going to get into how they differ, other than to say that annealing quantum computers are a much easier technology to develop. And as a result, we currently have annealing quantum computers that are in production. By that I mean we have customers in the aerospace industry, we have customers in the healthcare industry, we have customers in the telecommunications industry that are using our quantum computers today as part of their business operations to solve hard problems. Moreover, this is the only quantum computer in the world for which we've actually been able to solve a useful real-world problem that cannot be solved classically, true quantum supremacy. The other approach, gate model, that's pretty much what everybody else in the industry is trying to develop. D-Wave is the only company that has annealing quantum computers, and those systems are many years away from commercial maturity. There are still some very hard technical problems that need to be solved in the areas of error correction, in the areas of scaling. So when you hear Pete talk about, many years from now, or Google, or IBM, or INQ, it's because that technology is still quite far away from commercial maturity.
Yeah, and you've made an acquisition on that. So you're doing both?
We do both. We're the only dual platform quantum computing company. Our annealing systems are commercial today, in production use. Our gate model systems, like everybody else in the industry, are still in the R&D phase. We still have some challenges that we need to address there.
Yeah. But Dennis, you're not in the quantum business.
Please do not ask me any quantum computing questions. It will be
okay, you can go. No, I'm just. So from where you sit, though, is this technology useful yet, or is it too early to even think about as a?
Well, I'm excited about it, and to be quite honest, we've just recently been having conversations about real-world applications and challenges that we're trying to solve, and so this is a learning journey for me as well. You think about AI and the transformation that that's making. Quantum computing is now here, and there's different uses, different applications, hard problems we're trying to solve, operational problems every day, and how do we leverage these incredible technology capabilities? I mean, it's an exciting time to be alive. It's an exciting time to leverage technology in ways. I mean, we've already seen technology and how it's impacted the world. And I think we're just getting started. I think how can we be in the early innings of this? But that is where we are. And so, we talk about operational matters of just making sure technicians get to where they need to in the right time and identifying outages and issues. These are all real problems that, we want to have conversations about.
Yeah. Dennis, I've been hearing a lot in the halls around here about Claude Mythos, the Anthropic model that's supposed to disrupt security. Mm-hmm. Really interesting to see that be a big topic of conversation. Are you thinking about quantum as maybe a potential security solution in the network at all? Down the road, obviously, maybe you're...
Yeah, I started my career in cyber, and some of the elements of cyber from then still exist today, where, there's just the hygiene of patching systems and staying on top of patching and being able to, we're identifying issues every day, and how do we make sure that our teams have the capacity and the change management structure to be able to keep up with all of these updates that are happening, feels like nonstop. And so that's a great conversation. How do we leverage quantum now to be able to accelerate that? Because right now, the biggest challenge is, hey, how do we keep up given the amount of vulnerabilities that we continuously see out in the wild? And one, we just have to have good hygiene, good program, good policies, education, and then how do we now leverage technology to make sure that we're staying ahead of it?
Alan, do you think that there's a possibility there? You can feel free to make your sales pitch.
Yeah, so look, AI is great at some things. Quantum is great at some things. GPUs are great at some things. Nothing is great at everything. I think that AI's ability to kind of analyze things and draw conclusions based on what it sees is quite phenomenal. That's not the domain of quantum computers. Quantum computers are all about solving hard computational problems. So,
Welcome back to the Semafor World Economy Summit. I'm Paul Wiseman with the Associated Press. We're talking energy today with the war in Iran and the disruption to global oil supplies. I am talking to an energy CEO, Mark Leisure, CEO and chairman of Phillips 66. Welcome, Mark. Thanks for taking time.
Thanks, Paul. Great to be here.
Okay. First of all, can you tell me a little bit about Phillips? You're mainly a refining company, is that correct?
I'd love to, Paul. Our mission is to provide energy and improve lives, and we do that by being a great integrated downstream energy company. What that means is we're out there gathering crude oil as well as natural gas liquids, and transporting that through our midstream assets into our facilities, major refineries and fractionators that then turn those products into things that you use every day. We've got a great marketing and commercial team that helps us optimize all that and deliver those great products out to the market, both in the U.S. as well as across the globe. And we're doing that better and better each and every day.
Where do you get most of your crude oil supplies?
The majority of our crude oil supply comes from North America, both places like the Permian Basin in West Texas, as well as we're the number one or number two importer of Canadian crudes. Less than 1% of the crude we process comes from the Middle East.
Are you worried at all about supplies going forward?
Well, oil is a global commodity, as well as our refined products are global commodities, and the significant impact of the war in Iran is the restriction on the Strait of Hormuz, and that's cut off significant supplies from the globe, pushing the price of crude oil up and refined products up across the planet.
So how is this affecting your operations and your earnings?
Our operations are really humming along well. We keep our team focused on the things that they can control. Safe, reliable operations of these assets. We've got refineries across North America. We've got a refinery in the UK, and we own part of a refinery in Germany. And we want our team focused on making sure they're doing everything to operate safely and efficiently every day, and we're doing that quite well. The real impact is the cost of the crude that we access, and then ultimately the value of the refined products and the NGL products that we produce.
Are you able to pass along the cost of the higher price of crude, or is it squeezing margins? How is it?
It's been a very volatile market. When the price of crude increases very quickly, it is tougher for the price of refined products to respond, but that's happening, and we're seeing margins get quite significant in some cases, but in other regions the margins are lagging. So it's a bit of a mixed bag at this point, but over time the margins tend to improve, and the globe is very tight on refining capacity, so we believe over time those margins will be quite robust.
Right. And this has been a very volatile environment with things changing from day to day, maybe more than that. How do you plan? How does the CEO of an energy company plan in an environment like this?
It's interesting that I think every CEO in an energy company that does scenario planning has looked at what the possible impacts could be with the Straits of Hormuz shutting down, but to actually live it and seeing what's going on, I think it's even more dramatic than any of us thought it could be. And again, what we have to do is focus on the things that we can control, making sure we keep everyone focused on operating our assets safely and reliably to produce as efficiently as possible the energy products that the world needs.
Right. The oil shocks of the 70s brought about big changes, conservation movement, international organizations, stockpiles of oil and so forth. Do you think this crisis is going to have a long-lasting impact, or is this, a conflict, a news thing that will come and go?
Well, I have vivid memories of the 70s when that happened, Paul, and I think it's quite different this time. I think that in general, there's much more abundant supply of crude oil and energy products in North America, and so we are safe and secure from a supply perspective, but I think you might see the price of crude and refined products go up, and that will persist sometime even after peace is achieved and the Straits of Hormuz opens up. You may see some things with respect to additional logistics opportunities around the Straits of Hormuz. I think that is always a smart thing to do. You do have a crude pipeline in Saudi Arabia that can deliver about 7 million barrels a day from east to west. That's active and full, and then another one through the UAE that goes around the Straits of Hormuz. But you still have the problem of about another additional 12 million barrels a day that can't get out. And it's not just crude oil. It's LNG, it's petrochemical products, polymers, and maybe one of the biggest impacts is fertilizer. Tremendous amount of fertilizer is produced there as well. So getting those things out of the Gulf, it's always dangerous to only have one point that you can transit all these things, and that's always been a concern.
Right. How insulated, you've touched on this, but how insulated is the U.S. market other than the price impact? I mean, the Europeans seem to be, and Asians, worried about supplies of natural gas, and are we in a way insulated from these problems in the United States?
I think we're somewhat insulated because of the resources that we have in North America, the crude supplies that we have. We're exporting crude into world markets today, so North America is long crude, it's long refined products, and so we will always, in this environment, be able to produce what we need. The impact will be on cost, on price of those hydrocarbons.
You mentioned a moment ago the need to make, if I got it right, some infrastructure improvements around the Strait of Hormuz. What did you mean? What sorts of things?
I think you might see additional pipelines being installed after this. I think after the 70s, that's why the Saudis realized that they needed access to the Red Sea, and as well as the UAE knew that they needed a round around the Strait of Hormuz. And so that's just good logical business sense. But I think the world got comfortable over time that supplies were good and safe, and the world is so integrated, and frankly took for granted that the Straits of Hormuz were a very efficient access point.
And we touched on this earlier, but is there any reason in the United States to be worried about the supply of oil, or is that like a non-issue in the North America?
I think you can never say never about something like that, but I would say today we've got abundant supplies, more than enough to supply the refining capacity, more than enough to supply the energy needs of the U.S.
Right. Now, you've been in the energy business for what, three decades? Not to put you on the spot.
I'm in my fourth decade. Almost
I'm with
37
you.
years.
Right.
Yeah.
How have things changed since? What are the biggest changes you've witnessed since you've?
Well, I think we've witnessed just an ever-increasing globalization, and that something that happens anywhere in the world can impact us here. But those of us that grew up in the 70s always had that in the back of our minds. And so energy security is very important, and I think this highlights the importance of energy security. Everyone needs access to affordable, clean, abundant energy. And when you pull 10, 15, 20% of that supply out of that very tightly integrated network, it's disruptive.
Right.
And we've all taken it for granted.
Do you think we're going to see a renewed push for renewables going forward?
I think, and we've always advocated for an all-the-above approach. That's smart when you're thinking about energy security, that energy addition is always smart. If we can efficiently and competitively add solar power, wind power, we have a facility in San Francisco that today takes used cooking oil, animal fat, soybean oil, and produces renewable diesel and sustainable aviation fuel. Great products, and we view that as an addition to our energy supply capabilities.
I wanted to ask you, now, you were a chemical engineer. You came up as a chemical engineer.
Correct.
Doctorate in chemical engineering. And now you're the CEO of a big company. How, from a career standpoint, how is it different, handling engineering problems versus the problems you confront as the CEO of a major energy company? People problems, institutional issues. How was that adjustment for you?
I think, in the energy industry, a lot of engineers end up running the companies, and I think it's because a lot of the technical problems, the problem-solving skills you have, the systematic way you're forced to think about things as an engineer is quite useful when you're thinking about running a large company that's based on massive infrastructure facilities and optimizing things and really understanding the human element and how that interacts with those massive facilities is quite important. And then other skills you can develop along the way, the community interaction, the political interaction, shareholder management, those are all acquired skills in addition to those engineering skills along the way.
Some interesting challenges there. One of our energy reporters suggested that I ask you, well, how much product do you export, and how much is domestic versus export?
Yeah, the majority of what we produce is domestic, but we do export gasoline, diesel, jet fuel in relatively modest amounts, and we are also at times one of the largest crude exporters because we can buy crude, particularly Canadian crude, and we can pass it through to the Gulf of America and export it there as well. But primarily in North America, most of our consumption is for North America.
Could you see any reason to cut back on exports if the supply crunch continued, if the conflict continued?
Well, it's interesting that the way the North American refining complex works today, a lot of the assets are concentrated on the U.S. Gulf Coast. And if there were restrictions on crude oil exports, that could be problematic for some of the coastal refining assets. And similarly with refined products, with that concentration of the Gulf Coast, you're moving refined products to the Northeast to the Colonial Pipeline. And if we restricted exports from the Gulf Coast, that may indirectly increase the cost for both the Northeast as well as California that relies on those Gulf Coast volumes coming around to California. So there's always unintended consequences when you look at this big integrated system.
And before the Iran war, what kind of economic outlook did you guys see? What were you expecting 2026 to look like?
We thought 2026 would be relatively robust for refiners because there's more capacity coming offline than there is capacity being added in the world, and demand continues to increase for refined products in the world. North America is kind of flattening out in demand over time, but the rest of the developing economies in the world have a good appetite and a growing appetite for refined products. And so we continue to see tight capacity to convert things into refined products around the globe.
Right. And do you do any economic analysis looking forward? Like, what are you expecting for the U.S. economy going forward this year and next year?
We thought it would be a decent year for the U.S. economy, that the fundamentals were strong, and that contributed to our robust outlook for refining and refined products.
Well, thank you, Mark. I really appreciate it. We will return now to a panel on energy and the economy, and we will be here. The Associated Press will be here all week at the Semafor World Economy Summit. Thanks.
Thanks, Paul.
Hey, we made it.
So we need to be focused today on transitioning to quantum-safe crypto and security.
Yeah. Well, as we run out of time, I just have one burning question for you. We'll have some SpaceX investors later today. What's your view on satellite internet, Starlink, and
I mean, the reality is that all these technologies, today it's in more of the rural areas, but it's going to continue to get better and better and better. And at the end of the day, folks want quality and they want value. And so that's what we're committed to. And
is there a day when I don't actually need, a cell tower? We don't need cell towers. Like, it's just coming straight from space to my phone, and that's how we get online.
I think folks want a lot of options on how to get online, and they want to be able to, at least for the near term, maybe someday, I don't know, but at least from the foreseeable future, from what I can tell, folks want options and they want great quality and great value.
Yeah.
I'd like it on all the planes I fly.
Yeah, that would be great. I would like it to work.
Exactly, to work.
I still have not had one on United. They keep saying they're going to add it. Still haven't had it. But what about edge compute? Because this is like another topic with AI that everybody talks about. And I'm wondering, where does your company fit into that sort of conversation as we run out of time here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the CPE in the home, for example, and what's the opportunity there, and what use cases does that unlock, and how do we make it enable at a different level by being already in the home, or within our data centers or within the head ends. And so those are conversations we're starting to have to see what use cases we could potentially unlock.
Great. Well, Dennis, Allen, we're out of time. Thank you so much, Tom.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Dennis?
Welcome Rishi Khosla of Oak North Bank, Christine Tsai of 500 Global, and Yinka Adegoke of Semafor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is a conversation that's going to be dominated by just insights into how AI operates in the real world, both from an investor perspective, but also just operationally in a fast-growing business. I'll start off with a question for so both of you, just sort of thinking about where you're seeing genuine sort of changes in business outcomes for your business thanks to AI. And just trying to, and also just sort of thinking about, as that becomes more common, more accessible, what actually, sort of stays proprietary. Let's start with you, Kristen.
Great. Well, it's great to be here. I think if you're asking about how AI impacts outcomes, say, for our firm, I would say that there is one thing that's interesting to point out is that there is so much talk about, especially in our world for early stage venture, just venture capital in general, about VCs investing in AI and investing in disruption when the VCs themselves may or may not embrace it. So I think for 500 Global, we are a venture capital firm with over $2 billion in AUM across many funds. This is our 16th year. I'm based in the Bay Area, but our team is in 20 countries around the world. So we definitely have that perspective, seeing both our teams and many, many other teams from early stage initial checks all the way to the companies that have grown and how they themselves have embraced AI. I know for us as a firm, it is something that we have really instituted in the last year or so, that we want the team and expect the team to be AI fluent. Doesn't matter if you're an investment team member or on the finance team or other platforms within our group, that you have to really be AI fluent. And then I think a lot of the impact comes in certainly kind of low hanging fruit. You think about things that are administrative or back office, but I think as you get into data intelligence, so far to the extreme of does it actually help select investment opportunities, those are all areas where we are certainly leveraging it. And then I think within our portfolio, it definitely ranges, but I think by and large, as a rule of thumb, companies, if they really are not embracing it in terms of being AI first or AI native, then it's not to their advantage.
Less of an attraction. Same question for you, Rishi. How you
so operationally, I mean, first again, as digital commercial bank, been running 10 years, lent cumulative $21 billion over that period with less than 5 basis points of principal losses. So we care a lot about lending well into the low middle market, which is our customer base. And we've been using ML in the business to actually build our credit approach really since the get-go. And clearly, with what's been possible with Gen AI, we've been able to evolve that pretty materially. So really at the core, I'd say AI sort of affecting the core infrastructure of the bank. There's obviously the usage of AI to drive efficiencies across the business. An example of that would be some of the teams absorbed sort of over a 30% increase in volumes last year with flat headcount. and have committed to doing pretty much the same again this year. So you're getting real efficiency gains sort of going through. And then in terms of the customer experience you're being able to deliver, how you're able to deliver things quicker and actually deal with more edge cases than you otherwise were, and therefore be able to solve a wider set of customers in a more timely manner. So I'd sort of say sort of three buckets. And in the infrastructure bucket, I'd also put sort of the very conscious decision to move to actually probably buying a lot of SaaS componentry, but buying much less SaaS applications and actually being able to develop their SaaS applications at an incredible speed internally, which again was core to what we were doing, but we did have various applications which today you'd sort of say you probably don't need. You aren't as reliant as you were previously in terms of having the buy decision versus the build decision there.
Yeah, no, that's. I mean, the impact of this is kind of interesting because I was thinking about coming back to you, Kristen. When I was thinking about this in terms of like how you talk there about looking at companies or startups that clearly are AI fluent and all the rest of it. What is that? How does it change how you think about founders, right? Because that's who you're really making a bet on every time you're investing in any startup. What do you expect from the founder in this time that so changed the way these companies work?
I think that some of the foundations of building a business, whether it's in this era or not, I mean, there's some fundamental things, but I think one that's especially important these days is the ability to navigate change and move quickly, because technology, it's moving at a very fast clip, the velocity of which AI has evolved even in the last couple months. Like when I think about if you think about some of the early generative AI images, I was just looking at my phone and going even a year ago, it pales in comparison to what is capable now. And I don't think people have anticipated just how quickly that sort of change can happen. So I think with early stage founders, especially, they do have the advantage. They're building today, they're building AI native. They don't have kind of a legacy of, like an existing technology stack, but so in some ways they can adapt to that. But with some of our more mature portfolio companies that haven't exited yet, if they have done a good job, they have really been able to reinvent not just internally their tech stack or their team organization, but also the offerings that they have. Like they potentially have an AI offering. Intercom, which is a company we invested in, one of the first investors in the company back in 2011, they have been very public, Owen, the CEO, about how they reinvented the firm, made a lot of really, really hard changes, but now it's for the better. Fin is kind of their agentic product that has been the fastest growing revenue. So I think Intercom's a great example. Canva is also one of our early investments, great example of that, in terms of really being able to leverage the technology that could disrupt them in theory.
Right. And this whole point about uncertainty, I guess it doesn't just apply to technology in itself. There's just uncertainty.
It's always uncertain as
in macro terms. And so you're really looking for people who can adapt.
Move quickly,
move with the time.
Exactly.
Coming back to you, Rishi, just thinking about AI and just all the edge that you've used AI for in terms of figuring out credits on potential clients. How has that sort of changed your approach? How has it sharpened? And just to sort of explain to people who might not know, how much you've really made a bet on that for Oak North.
Sure. So, I mean, look, our credit model has fundamentally the underpinning of how we've lent out $21 billion and lent several billion every single year. So the bet's pretty big in our view, right, in terms of how much capital we're deploying off the back of our approach. As I mentioned, sort of ML has been built into the model since day one, and the use of Gen AI has enabled us just to use our data sets to even a greater degree, because with ML, you go from statistical regression analysis to machine learning, and then you go to Gen AI. Gen AI is just a totally different level to what you're able to do from, with sort of more traditional ML type techniques. So it's been absolutely critical. And the evolution with Gen AI, as I said, in terms of the data sets we're able to actually absorb and drive insights from and drive those insights back to what does it mean for a single credit, which is really where the big challenge is. So both having the data sets, which we have one of the largest US proprietary data sets for US commercial lending data today, but then applying that through to actually what is the impact for a single underwriting decision. And also, I would say somewhat uniquely, I would say at Oak North, we actually re-underwrite our book every single month. And we drive that by different scenarios as well. So you take the current situation of the Iran conflict, and you sort of say, what would an extreme situation look like there? And that scenario, how would you use Gen AI to actually inform what are all the interrelationships between the energy shocks, inflation, rates, etc., all of that, which obviously you'd sort of parallel with previous periods to create your macroeconomic scenario, which you then take down to, again, an industry basis, and then from an industry basis down to a company basis. And doing all of that is just non-trivial for it to make any sense, and in a way having confidence to lend on the back of it. So this does really get to the core of what we do.
Where's the human judgments in there? Where's that fit into that?
So for us, it's always with a human in the loop, for sure. I mean, our average loan size is in the teens, millions.
Yeah.
So we are lending, it's not like we're lending $10,000 tickets, which are purely statistically based. So having a human in the loop is absolutely critical. And all of this is about saying, actually, how do you reduce the amount of manual and increase the amount of machine? But in increasing the amount of machine, not to get the same result, but to get a fundamentally better result because of the whole, effectively processing power and insight that you can actually drive from it.
Okay, excellent. Christine, talk a little bit about, it was all the rage hyperscaling, and this was the thing that so many investors thought about. Do you still think in that way, or do you think that's still a model that works in this current environment, just hyperscaling for investments?
Hyperscaling in terms
as invested in businesses that can hyperscale.
I think that's actually these days it's there's even more attention or pressure around. I was thinking hyperscaler in terms of the business type, but just in terms of really fast growth.
Yes.
Yes. In terms of for those of you who may or may not be familiar now with a lot of AI companies, there's sort of both a trend and a little bit of a meme around companies that can get from zero to some very significant level of ARR in a very compressed amount of time. The same businesses would take, or same type of in a different era, maybe many years ago, it would take at least maybe a few years, and now companies are touting that they can get to that first million in ARR and faster in 2 weeks. And maybe exaggerating, but so there is a lot of hype around that, and some of it is real, and I think some of it is if you really dig into what they're referring to as ARR, it's a little questionable. They might have said contracted ARR, or it may be real revenue, but it could be very specific dedicated AI budgets versus actual predictable revenue. But I do think that because of AI and kind of the momentum and the perspective, especially in San Francisco, where I'm based, or in Silicon Valley, there is definitely this notion that you can and should be getting to that type of revenue growth in a very compressed amount of time. In terms of where 500's view is on this, I don't think we necessarily expect if a company does not get to that level in a month, then it's a right. We don't want to even touch it or look at it. I think that's fundamentally early stage businesses, as much as they're changing how they're built, they're still very hard, and it's still a very long journey. But I do think that we do look for speed in early stage, because I think time and capital is working against you. Especially when you're in a hyper-competitive environment. So that's us, of course. But I would say, if I can speak on behalf of a lot of venture firms that are trying to invest in AI, these deals are very competitive. There is a lot of attention around frontier labs, neo labs coming out, raising obscene amounts of money with no model shipped. But there is still a lot of opportunity with companies that are reasonable, and it will have the ability to get to that level of traction sooner than, maybe not in 2 weeks, but definitely a lot faster than before.
Okay, so still very exciting.
Still very exciting. Maybe San Francisco's in a little echo chamber. It probably is. When all the billboards, all of the bus advertisements are for an AI company, it's very much the case.
Rishi, I want to come back to you because of what you said there about, you touched on your US expansion, and I looked into this and I was just kind of fascinated at how well you've done in a really short, relatively short period of time since coming from the UK. What has surprised you the most about the opportunity here that you've kind of seen and sort of thought, yes, this is really where we can, like I said, make our bets. This is what's going to work for us.
So again, for us, we started the business in the UK in 2015 and came into the US in 2023 at the time of the US commercial banking crisis. And that was the trigger for us to actually set up here. And it was really, when you look at low and middle market businesses, the large players supporting those businesses here in the US, Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic, Signature Bank, are all ones which clearly hit the wall during that period. So a large vacuum left within the market at a time where you actually within a segment which you'd say is still fundamentally and structurally underserved. And you look 3 years on from then, you haven't had the larger money center banks move down and sort of even sort of obviously JP Morgan buying First Republic has in a way walked away from that core low and middle market commercial customer more towards the wealth space. And you haven't had the super regionals do the same. Everyone's focused on supporting larger and larger clients. So really you've got the community banks which are trying to step up, which just don't have necessarily the type of technology and approach to deal with more complex type lending. So if something's straight down the fairway, it works well for a community bank, but as soon as it's not, it's much more challenging. So the opportunity set here, clearly much larger market than the UK market, 10x the size in the low middle market. But beyond that, the competitive dynamics, despite there being 4,000 odd banks in this country, is just, you've got a structurally underserved part of the market. And that's why sort of in literally 2 years of setting up here, 40% of our new business in 2025 came from the US. And this year, that will be a larger proportion. And again, I would say that using Gen AI has meant that we haven't had to increase headcount anywhere near that level to get that growth. And we're able to understand, get further insight on very micro niche markets much quicker than we did when we started building the business back in 2015 in the UK.
What type of niche markets do you
I mean, let's take an example. I don't know. And this isn't necessarily a US example, but it's an example of a niche market. So a company which just focuses purely on doing connections on new construction with utility providers. So they're neither the utility provider nor the contractors, but they just focus on the construction element, the connection element at that point. And then they actually have a model where they do that, but then they ultimately have an ongoing revenue stream from the utility business themselves for maintaining that connection. Pretty niche in our view. And trying to get your head around actually what does that look like? How obviously through cycles, have there been situations where the take has actually been reduced over time by the utility businesses as they get regulated or as they get sort of priced down, etc., and being able to therefore run your different scenarios on that basis with data sets, which fundamentally, if you haven't lent into that space and haven't been active in that space, you wouldn't have a view on.
So when does the US overtake UK? Is it this year or next?
In terms of new business, probably this year.
Probably this year. Wow, that's pretty impressive. I'll wrap up because we're running out of time, but just on the economy and thinking about I'm interested from your point of view, Christine, very quickly, how the uncertainty of the economy shapes your thinking at this time, very quickly, how you're thinking about the types of places to invest. Does it change anything? Does it make you focus on certain sectors more, or how is that working for you?
So I think from a geographic perspective, we take a very long horizon, just because, particularly when we're investing as one of the first investors into an early stage company, then it's going to be a pretty long journey. So, and we know that the market is very cyclical. So we have definitely seen over the past 16 years, U.S. is probably the constant in terms of being the most mature venture market. Yeah. So that hasn't changed. If anything, it's actually gotten, I was going to say worse, it's not worse. It's just gotten a lot more so in terms of capital deployment, especially relative to some of the emerging markets, which maybe had seen a bit of a spike from foreign capital coming in, and there's been some pullback, unfortunately. But again, we see this as very cyclical, even though some of these markets may be dry from a liquidity perspective, and especially compared to 2021 era. We do think that there's still immense opportunity. AI, I think, especially, is going to be very transformative. We're seeing this in markets like Japan and Central Asia, Middle East, where we're very active, where there is a huge investment by the governments.
Guys, thanks for joining. You guys have been talking nonstop for the last 10 minutes, so let's just see what we get through with the time we have. Let's start. We just had the French finance minister on. Let's start with where investors are deploying their capital these days. Jenny, I don't know if you have thoughts about. It seems to me as though, even as America's industrial might is supposedly onshoring, as everyone is sort of hunkering down, it seems that the same thing is happening in the capital markets. What do you see about where investors are choosing to deploy their capital geographically?
Look, I mean, I was just looking at a stat on this. The U.S. is like 30% of GDP and something like 70% of the capital markets, right? Everybody's been coming to the U.S. I think innovation is still very real in the U.S., and people recognize that. The issue has been the headwind of the dollar. So if you were a European investor last year, the problem was the dollar was such a massive headwind that it ate away a bunch of your returns. I think that's one thing going on, but I still, if you ask me where innovation, I think the U.S. is still the greatest economy for innovation. But there are some just basic, or some big trends that are happening, right? Supply chain realignment, alliances changing, and I think a fundamental recognition that economies need to have a certain amount of basically self-reliance, right? So energy independence, I mean, a huge problem in Europe, huge problem in Japan, a lot of places, China, a lot of places with what's obviously gone on in the Middle East. And so people are recognizing we need to invest in our own country in ways that can make us more resilient. So I think you do see that trend going on.
Thoughts?
I came to talk about Jesus. I must be in the wrong room. Sorry. No, whatever she said is good with me. I'm fine. I've got to go to the next question.
Let's
She's a brilliant person. You don't need to hear from me.
Okay. He's a doctor. It's medicine. It's a field of medicine.
Yeah.
But look, actually, while
somebody called my cell phone yesterday and said, I'm from Dr. Donald J. Trump's clinic. You're late for your proctology exam. Whoever did that won the internet.
Well, you're just giving your phone out to too many people here. But let's talk about the administration. It is both.
That's for him.
No, it's for both of you, actually. It's simultaneously more accessible than any other administration and more transactional than any other administration that we've seen. And that has actually benefited crypto for a time, far more so than any other presidency has before it. Is there a risk where you sit that this is going to partisanize, sort of hyper-partisanize crypto to the point where it becomes a Republican versus Democrat issue to you?
You want me to take that one?
You start.
Okay,
Oh,
my God, guys. All right, so I'm going to be very serious now. I will tell you that I lived through the Biden administration's war on crypto. I don't know if, Jenny, you were at this meeting, but we went to the White House. It was Mark Cuban, me, Mike Novogratz, a whole selection of people from the industry. And it was reasonably hostile until we got to Treasury, where it became incredibly hostile. And of course, they had this thing called Operation Choke Point 2.0, where they were debanking people in our industry. And so, however critical I've been at Donald Trump or what's going on in the administration aspects of it, they have been more pro crypto friendly than the past administration, and I don't think this is a left or right issue. This is a right or wrong issue. And I think that the Americans want to maintain the mantle of financial leadership that we have had for the last 125 years. We've got to get this right. This cannot be a partisan issue. I think one of the things that the president did, which I was against, and you and I were on a panel together with Brian Armstrong in Davos in January of 2025, he said these meme coins are going to hurt us, because if you're in opposition to the president and he's launching meme coins, which are down 96, 97% right now, that's going to hurt our ability to get the legislation done that's important for the industry. And so it's been a mixed bag, if we're going to be honest with people. I would way more prefer the Trump administration on crypto than the Biden administration. But I would like the president to get out of the crypto business, because I think it's hurting the ability to get these laws passed.
Before we go to Jenny, is all the progress that crypto has made, or you expect to make under this administration, worth everything else that comes with it to you personally?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I can give a longer answer than that, but no.
So let me take that a little bit. So we actually had a tokenized, we have the only, at Franklin Templeton, on-chain, natively on-chain tokenized money market fund, which is really cool because the blockchain technology, and I remind...
This is Benji?
Benji, yeah. So I ran Franklin Templeton's technology, and we had 4 different shareholder record-keeping systems when I ran it across the globe. And when we filed for our tokenized money market fund, I said, that's funny, nobody ever asked me what programming language our shareholder record-keeping system was on until it was on blockchain. Like, that's how...
To be fair, it's not an obvious question.
Nor should you care,
right,
as long as it's following all the rules of a money market fund, right? Because that's very, very well scripted as far as what those rules are. And we did manage to get it through at the Biden administration. But I totally agree with Anthony here that it was really tough. And unfortunately, we ended up just deciding we can't do anything in the US. This is way too much work. Let's go work in the UAE, Hong Kong, Singapore, much more constructive environments where we started to focus our attention. That's a problem. If you're in the US, you want to be leaders on innovation. And if anybody questions, where does this go and why, I'm just happy that any administration is engaging. This technology is hugely efficient. When the SEC approved our money market fund, we had to parallel process on our old system and the new system. We did about 50,000 transactions in that window. It cost us about $1.30 a transaction to do it on the old system. It cost us in total $1.13, in total on the 50,000. Now, we picked the right chain, there's a lot in it, but the difference in efficiency, and we talk about inclusive finance, being able to democratize access, you need to make it cheaper, which means you have to take out some of the toll takers, and it has to be more efficient. Our money market fund, our old money market fund, you needed $500 to open an account, because anything less than that meant the other participants were subsidizing you. Our Benji product, you need $20, and we probably could go down to $5 because it's built on blockchain. So there's a lot in the crypto world, as you know, something happens and everybody runs away. But they miss the story, which is the tremendous efficiency that exists because of the nature of this programming language.
So you both feel, I mean, obviously, Anthony, I know you feel this way, that this is a durable sort of sea change that is happening at the institutional level that outlasts, this presidency or the next presidency. It changes how you run your business. And so what that leads me into is the way that we finance and pay for things is under a lot of pressure right now. There have been geopolitical risks, there have been macroeconomic risks. Let's turn to private credit for a second. You guys take a very long-term view at Franklin Templeton, and there's been a lot of ruction there. Blue Owl, Blackstone, what have you. What's your perspective on, was it a mistake for those guys to rush into retail the way that they did?
So, first of all, private credit exists because post the financial crisis, the rules globally were changed on banks and such that their capital requirements changed, and they cannot possibly lend at the same amount they used to lend in the past. And so if you were a huge customer of JP Morgan Chase, you could get a loan. If you were a small startup or middle market firm or others, you weren't able to get a loan. And so it created this environment for private credit. Private credit is absolutely illiquid. Okay, I cannot stand it when I hear people say, oh, it's more liquid than you. No, it's illiquid. Having said that, just investment grade private credit you can earn, say, 100 to 150 basis points more on your investment for the equivalent risk in traditional fixed income. Over a 20-year period, somebody's in a retirement account. That'll mean at the end, your balance will have 20% more when you compound it. Just do the math on it, and you will see you'll have 20% more. It's that important that we provide access to it. But then how do you manage illiquidity? Now, not everybody, I love retirement accounts as a way to do it. I think they are the most litigious space of anywhere, and so I actually think it's going to be slow to get there, even with the
But do you think it's a good
changes.
idea for people to be able to hold these assets in their
If you
401ks?
can afford the illiquidity, absolutely. And whether it's private equity or venture, some amount of allocation in there, depending on your ability to withstand the illiquidity, I think is valuable because the compounded return can be significant into people's returns over the long run. And then the only other thing I would say on the private credit side, look, this is what happens when the market overreacts to something. I look at enterprise software and all the risks around enterprise software. That is not a debt issue, because if you lent to a company that had a good installed base and good cash flow, they're going to be able to pay it back. AI is not going to impact those firms. And so AI will, over time, impact those firms. 20 years from now, will Salesforce look the same? Will they be able to, or will people be writing their own code? Probably. But today, in the window that your debt is to those companies is such that I think that was a complete overreaction by the market. And we're seeing it because people are coming back into it.
Anthony, I want to get your perspective on.
Can I add something just quickly before we go to the next question?
Couldn't stop you.
Again, this is a regulatory issue because after the financial crisis, we basically pushed all of this lending into this private lending. And so a result of which it was relatively unregulated, and so people got over-aggressive, similar to what the banks did prior to 2008. So again, we're back in Washington talking about not left or right-leaning regulation, but what's right or wrong for the industry. That industry should have never migrated out of the banks the way it did, because inside the banks there were stricter underwriting standards, and you wouldn't have had the fiasco that's brewing now. So again, we're back to regulation.
Okay, I'm going to challenge you on the fiasco. So number one, remember, when a bank lends, the bank is often the counterparty, which means you have a systemic risk if there are poor underwriting, right?
Which is why the underwriting standards are much higher.
In a case of a private credit fund, it is limited to the pool of assets in the fund. Okay, so you don't have the domino effect.
Okay, but you're having micro domino effects now throughout the industry. So the point that I'm making is that those people had fairly lax or lenient underwriting standards, primarily because of what you just said. You don't have systemic risk as a result of the loans that you're putting out. And you're trying to shoot for higher returns because guess how people get paid? They get paid on the higher returns, they get paid on the fees of higher asset prices. And so the lack of regulation in that industry, you're correct, it's not going to cause a systemic implosion, but it's caused unnecessary strife for the economy because it wasn't properly regulated.
And at a scale, you would
still disagree with that concept.
Keep disagreeing, but
sorry,
but there's also
we should do you got the right hair color. We should do a podcast together.
Another one for you?
Because the reality is,
yes,
for private
another
credit,
one.
The blowups in private credit were fraud, right? So that's a different issue, right? When people reselling collateral, that's operational due diligence. That's fraud. What we see, we have $100 billion in private credit. What we see is actually, and we tend to focus on middle market. We do not see increase in delinquencies. We actually are seeing companies, now barring what's happening in the Middle East and how this will ultimately impact the economy, but right now we are actually seeing companies outperform their projections. So, and what happened with Blue Owl is a different issue. There was a fear, as fear was created around enterprise software, and the index of enterprise software runs about 21% allocated, in private credit. They were, in some cases, 70%. So when you became afraid, you said, oh, I'm not going to get paid. However, you're not seeing the delinquencies in there. So it isn't yet a credit issue. And I don't think we're seeing a credit issue in the economy yet.
Let's see how it unfolds. But I'll ask you this one question, then we'll go to another question. Do you think the underwriting standards in private credit, as you and I both know private credit, are similar to a commercial bank?
So loans are structured differently, right? So you can have more flexibility.
Is one more lenient? Let me rephrase the question. Is one more lenient than
I don't think necessarily.
I don't even want to cut this off right now. This is
And I
honestly
used to
incredible,
by the
and
way,
they said
I
this
used
was
to
going
be
to
a
happen.
bank consumer lender, so I know what the bank rules are around that.
When I look at when people came to me with their, we have a fund of funds. People came to me with their private credit funds. I looked at the way that they were looking at those loans, and we passed on those funds. So I've gotten hurt in other ways, but I didn't get hurt that way.
Who did you invest in?
Who did I invest in private lending? Nobody.
Nobody. You passed.
I passed on the whole thing. No.
Okay.
And put your money into crypto, brother.
Let's talk
Not
about
your
that.
money, but maybe some of these
Let's change
people.
gears to something that you don't have that many thoughts on. 2 weeks ago, you talked about Bitcoin going to $1 million long term. 2-3 weeks ago, and you've said this before that you are very bullish on the space. That's no question. But again, to your point about diversification, Jenny, it was historically true that Bitcoin and other crypto assets were uncorrelated to the broader markets, whether it's equities, dollar, bond. That's completely collapsed over the last few years. How do you think investors should be thinking? I'm assuming you're not serious when you say I should go all in on crypto. How should investors think about how to allocate Bitcoin, how to allocate crypto when it is now increasingly correlated to public market performance?
So I'm going to let Jenny go first because she was first. She was way ahead of me on Bitcoin. And frankly, you led the way for a lot of us, you and Abigail Johnson. So I'm going to let her answer the question, and I'll give you my answer.
Yeah, so first of all, I would say to people, Bitcoin is the greatest distraction from one of the greatest disruptions that's coming in. So you have to separate Bitcoin from a lot of what the technology is doing.
The blockchain
today, and where I became, my first reaction on Bitcoin is forget it. The second Bitcoin threatened the dollar, the US government would make it illegal and it would kill it. And so that would, China has already made Bitcoin transactions illegal. But then what kind of woke me up, somebody, what's that?
On paper they have.
Yes, well. So somebody said to me, my grandparents and parents had their assets taken away by the government, and this is people who lived in Israel. They will always keep a percentage of their savings in Bitcoin. And then I had somebody say to me in the Middle East, if I say the wrong thing, I fear that my bank accounts will be frozen. See, if you live in the United States, you don't think about that fear. And then you also look at countries with hyperinflation, and you see that they actually were interested because they couldn't necessarily reach others, so they would invest in Bitcoin. So there is always a floor to Bitcoin. And by the way, they're not investing in the ETF because the government could take it, but they're investing in the keys of that. And so as long as there's that fear asset, I think Bitcoin has something very, very real. And then you add complexities like US government debt and inflation, how inflationary that can be, and people looking for some way to offset it. But today, it still remains a bit as a fear, a risk-on, risk-off asset. But I think over time, it will continue to diverge. And you should think of it a bit like gold, even though they've at times kind of react differently. But you have to remember that mindset of a lot of people who don't grow up in an environment that can count on the rules being pretty consistent.
I think the only thing I would add to that is Bitcoin survived. And what we do in our community is we think about things from a psychological basis and an emotional basis more than anything else. As an example, if I brought the Mona Lisa in here and we had an auction on it, I don't know, what is it going to sell for? $2, $3, $4 billion, something. But it's a piece of walnut. It's got acrylic paint on it. It was painted by a master. But you get my point, right? The U.S. dollar is made out of, you can Google it, it's made out of linen and it's made out of cotton. And if I pull it out right now, it's basically worthless. It's just a piece of cloth. But if I give it to the maitre d' or I give it to the valet, the guy's very happy. We accept certain things because we trust certain things. And like it or not, over 16 years, this decentralized network has created a trust system because no individual or no central authority has to be trusted. And so what's happening now is there's a massive wave of adoption. And so Morgan Stanley announced a few weeks ago, I think Goldman Sachs this morning filed a Bitcoin ETF. I think you may have saw that. And what's going to happen is it will become part of the model portfolio for individuals and for institutions around the world. And guess what? There's a very small, limited supply of it. So if you set $1 million a coin and there are 21 million coins, that's $21 trillion. And that's still below the overall market capitalization of gold. And what Jenny just said is you can move it faster, you can store it more easily, and I think it will have value. And I would just submit to everybody, read Neil Ferguson's book, The Ascent of Money. And if you look at the characteristics that have made money throughout history, Bitcoin checks off every single one of those boxes, which is why I think the two of us are bullish on it, right? You think it can get to $1 million a coin?
To take the
publicly traded company, the Mark's CEO.
To take the contra on this very bullish case, I mean, Anthony, you were just talking to John Ray backstage, who was the current CEO of FTX. Between that crisis and blow up, do you want to go there?
No, I'm just having a better relationship with John Ray than I had with the prior CEO of FTX.
that takes some doing there. But FTX, sanctions evasion, terrorist financing, for talking about Binance, these are things that get thrown at crypto constantly as reasons why, despite what you're saying, and Jenny, what you're saying about trusting and being removed from a government, why people shouldn't trust crypto. Now you had the president in the latest reporting about world liberty, about the self-dealing, about what have you. It does seem like this space attracts more than its fair share of con artists.
You want me to go?
This is really sweet.
So we have a partnership with Binance. So I have to say something. No, that's fine. But what I think people forget is, why is it called blockchain? Because when the transaction happens, as long as the wallet has been KYC and AML, there is nowhere to hide, right? Actually, governments are going to love to have their currency in some sort of tokenization or blockchain, because they're going to find it's the greatest way to track transactions to figure out how to tax.
But doesn't it cut the same way? Just as someone who's had their assets seized by a government could also very well be a terrorist group that now knows its assets are immune
So take
from
Benji. So how did we get comfortable working with Binance? Right, we got comfortable because to move one of our Benji tokens, it has to go into another. We have the wallet, which sits as a sub wallet to a Binance wallet,
right.
And it can only move into another Benji token wallet before it goes into your Binance. So we ensure that it's all been KYC and AML, which means if there are nefarious behaviors on some of the wallets there, our coin won't go in there. There's not a lot of places that you can.
So you're
track
covered
that.
from a compliance side, at least. But
Yeah,
isn't there?
But that ability to track is really powerful.
Well, I'd say two quick things. First of all, Mike Morrell, former CIA director, wrote a white paper on this very topic that Jenny's referencing, and so the stuff is very easy to track now. But I think the second thing is what I started with in the beginning, was we got to get the regulation right. Because if you can get the regulation right here in the United States, all of the things that you would want on it, all of those safety features that would eliminate the use of terrorist financing and all that other stuff would happen. Because again, the United States, and thank God for this, is still the reserve currency of the world, still has the best banking system, the most liquid and secure banking system. And as we're sitting here today, we're still roughly controlled by the rule of law in the United States, which is, and I say roughly because some rough stuff's happening, we all know that. But from a business point of view, get the regulation right, and then a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, which I think is valid, I'm not dismissing what you're saying, we'll be able to clear up as this industry matures.
We could talk about 1,001 more things, but we are, well, you guys could anyways, but we are out of time. Jenny, Anthony, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Please welcome John J. Ray III of FTX and Liz Hoffman of Semafor.
Hi, everyone. Hi, John.
Hello.
And we should note that when it says FTX up there, you didn't work there. You are now in the process of cleaning up a long and complicated bankruptcy.
I ended there. I didn't start there.
Yes, but you are a corporate cleanup expert. You took FTX through bankruptcy. You're doing that now. You oversaw the recovery for the creditors at Enron. When you look across the economy now, do you think that you and people who do what you do are going to have a busy couple of years?
You know, we've got a massive debt wall. I mean, in the trillions of dollars that hits in 2028. There's a lot of loose credit, you know, back in 2000, 2001 vintage. We've then progressed to
2020, 2021?
2020, 21, yeah. And you've seen, so that's, a lot of that's maturing, but it's also subject to a lot of amend and extends, basically, which is sort of like a silent default. I mean, those are defaults, right? But for the grace of God, they've intervened and they've extended the credit. So, but there's a lot blowing up there. There's you know, like $4 or $5 trillion in real estate. There's government obligations that are about $10 trillion. They're blowing up in 2028, 2030. So it's a massive wall out there, and the questions really are who's it going to hit, who's going to get affected, and how they're going to manage it.
Now, people have been talking about that maturity wall for a number of years, and it somehow never quite materializes. And I guess I wonder I suspect because there's a lot of money that's willing to refinance and come in, what is the thing that pulls that rug out, do you think?
Well, look, you know, there's a ton of liquidity out there. It's just amazing to me, you know, the amount of liquidity that's available. But, you know, the persistent interest rates, we thought they'd be down by now. You know, people, you know, had, you know, debt in a low interest environment. It hasn't, you know, quite come down as they expect it to be. A lot of this is going to be interest rate driven. It's going to determine whether or not the wall is a massive splash or just a nice little wave coming in. I'm sort of guessing that we're going to hopefully see some interest rate improvement, and a lot of companies will manage through it. It is spectacular that that companies have been able to manage through this last, you know, few years, really. So it's unclear where it'll end, but we obviously see signs of distress. You see signs of stress starting with private credit.
Yeah, let's talk about that. The promise of these loans was that they weren't widely held. They weren't lowest common denominator, that a single creditor was underwriting a business that they really understood, that they were really comfortable operating if it came to that. Do you think that holds true when these things go into restructuring?
You know, here's the thing about private credit. First of all, I think people generalize about what private credit is because there's multiple different levels of private credit. So with that said, I mean, yeah, private credit it's dark in terms of the ability to see what's going on in private credit. It's illiquid. People are chasing yield. When money flows, it chases a lot of, you know, really stupid deals. There's a massive amount that's coming due, and we have kind of a strange intersection. We have you know, AI coming in, hitting the software companies. The software companies probably take a healthy percentage, like a third of that private credit. How AI is going to intersect with the software companies that are really flat right now, that's going to be probably the most exposed area. The other interesting area for me, anyway, is the impact of life insurance companies and private credit.
Speaking my language.
I mean, life insurance companies, I mean, the massive, you know, cash, you know, booty there to invest. So what happened? A bunch of, you know, private equity people come in, they buy the life insurance companies. Now they have a great asset pool. They take that asset pool. Oh, it just happens that one of their companies that they manage, that they own a PE interest in, needs some cash. Shocking.
Do you think that regulators or really policyholders have any idea where their premiums are going?
Look, you look at the regulators. There's some states that regulate every 5 years. They do a half-assed audit. They're auditing a company with billions and billions of dollars of assets and liabilities, and they issue a 20-page report. A 20-page report. It's silliness, right? So, but how the clarity of that? Now, the whole idea of these life insurance companies, these are long-tail liabilities. But I think the secret, problem with the life insurance companies will be, so if you go back, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, you had Moody's, S&P, Fitch's that would, do all the credit rating. They would credit rate maybe 1,000 companies. Now you've got something like 7,000 products that are being credit rated by companies you've never heard of before. What's their crediting standards? I think what you're going to find is there's going to be a lot of downgrades in that credit. That's going to have a ripple effect, and they don't have an FDIC to bail them out. They've got to go to the state guarantee funds. The state guarantee funds don't bail them out, unless they actually liquidate. And in the current political environment, nobody's going to bail out those stakes. That's a huge amount of money. That's like $1.25 trillion, I think, are trapped up into these life insurance companies. And the interesting is the default rate and the concentration of private equity or private credit inside the life insurance companies is almost double when it's owned by a PE firm.
Yeah.
So that statistic is kind of alarming.
They are investing in riskier stuff.
Is this going to hit the big banks? No. Where you're going to see it hit is the second tier, third tier banks. They just don't have the capital. They're into private credit. I won't name names, but you can figure out who they are. The second and third tier banks. They've got a lot of private credit on their balance sheet, and it's going to take some of them out. That's clearly going to happen. There's no question about it. I think that private credit debacle is not going to hit the big banks. Nobody moved their money out of JP. It's all good there. But when you're talking about a regional bank who's very, very sensitive to withdrawals, that's where you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem with the life insurance companies, and then that's going to trickle on out. That's not going to be where it ends. That's just the start of it.
When you look at how the AI build-out is being financed, a lot of this is deliberately happening off the balance sheets of the big tech companies. They say, we actually don't want this consolidated. You've seen Meta do some off-balance sheet financing of data centers. A lot of Oracle's liabilities are these sort of leases that sort of aren't if you squint at them, they certainly look like debt. I'm just curious, where you think the weakness is in what is being heavily financialized.
Look, these aren't necessarily operating businesses they're financing. They've got them in off-balance sheet. They lever them up to the hilt. They don't reevaluate their position. It's really hard to get a look into them. A tremendous amount of exposure. They don't put it, off balance sheet unintentionally. It's there so that they can, basically put bookends, corners around that liability. So when the proverbial, shit hits the fan, that it protects, their balance sheet. So when I see that, then to me, that's just another red flag when you look at these companies. Whenever they have off-balance sheet assets, they can protect themselves, but ultimately there's going to be some downstream impacts to those investments.
Let's spend a minute on FTX. Sam Bankman-Fried, argued after he was charged that the company was solvent, and with the benefit of hindsight, that grab bag of investments was money good, and that it could have made the company solvent. It did, in fact, have a stake in Anthropic that you sold for, I think, about $900 million in 2024, would certainly be worth more today. And when you looked at that pile of investments, some of which are household names now that I had never heard of, certainly when we were covering this, anything you'd do differently?
Look, I mean, we were not a long-term, hedge fund. We were a company that had hundreds of thousands of creditors worldwide. Looking for recovery, and we couldn't just dividend out a fractional share of Anthropic, right? You had to monetize it like many of the other assets we have, convert that to cash, distribute the cash out. At the time we did that, I mean, it's total with the government recovery from the sale of their interest in Anthropic, which was forfeiture money, plus our sales. We picked up a couple $1 billion. But we're bankrupt. We're a bankrupt entity, and our job is to convert, assets into cash to distribute out to creditors. We can't operate in a world where we don't have an Investment Company Act. We can't just distribute out assets in kind to people. Bankruptcy is expensive. Crime is expensive. And so, yeah, obviously, there was a massive increase in the value of that asset. Could you have seen that 3 years ago? We knew it was, a quadruple, maybe 6 times for us in terms of what we actually had invested. Having said that, we still hold like 400 other investments he made with a cost basis in the billions of dollars. And we're trying to work through that portfolio, and the liquidity on that, just isn't, you don't have the clarity to that. We were fortunate enough to have a piece of a SpaceX, which we have not sold. And
you'll have a chance this spring if all goes according to plan
yes,
on the IPO.
We're looking forward to the IPO, and hopefully that goes off well. But that's obviously an attractive asset for us. But we're doing fine. We've distributed out 100 cents to creditors. These are at petition date values, with the benefit of the CFTC suppressing $4 billion worth of their claims, the IRS subordinating billions of dollars of their claims. So we had a lot of cooperation from governments that otherwise would have seized those assets. So it's been really beneficial to get that done. But we've just got a little bit of way to go. We've distributed 100 cents. Our bankruptcy plan was much more ambitious to that, and so we're working towards that.
Do you think he deserves a pardon? He's clearly looking for one.
I'm not going to comment on that. I made my thoughts known in his sentencing hearing, and I will say this much. We're all human. I feel sorry for him. I still feel sorry for the situation he put himself in. But it is what it is, and I think unfortunately he'll just have to figure that out.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much, John.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Please welcome.
Move it in there. The agency, the National Traffic Safety Board, has been working, and I've talked to the director there, have been working on some rules in order to deal with it, which is good. But even they do understand that you really have to put some of this in statute, so it has to pass legislatively as well to do that. So I'm always an optimist. I don't want to give up on it, and I think there's still a shot for it. But this is an opportunity for us to do it right now. We are in that window, and it's not going to be easy because you've got a lot of other interests that also have concerns. And certainly one thing that we have to be thinking about, two things that I think we really have to be thinking about. One is the labor impact, which is very real. So our friends at the Teamsters and others are very concerned about that, especially with self-driving trucks and how that's going to work and what's that going to mean for their employment. It's important to remember that I believe it's 29 states. The number one occupation in 29 states is a driver. That's a big deal. There's millions of commercial drivers as well. And so how is that going to impact that livelihood, which is significant? Now, it's not going to happen all at once. It's going to take time. This is not like something that's going to happen overnight and folks are going to lose jobs. But we have to be thinking through that.
Agree, disagree, have ideological diversion or not, you carry out the mission, you execute, you try to bring your team home alive. Obviously, I'm in a different role now, so my job is to evaluate those challenges and those ethical, political, geopolitical concerns. But I think it's so important we zoom out. I don't want to go on a 20-minute history of Iran here, but I think, in this social media clickbait world we're in, everything is, we want 5-second gratification, we want instant explanation, we want everything in context delivered to us in a 20-second soundbite, and then we want to make a decision in our minds and move on and take a position. And ideally for ourselves, we want that position to reinforce what we already believe. And the truth is, the specific conflict with Iran, it's not just a 47-year problem. The Persian-Arab conflict goes back thousands of years. And I say Persian-Arab because that's really what it is. It's not even Sunni-Shia. It's not Israel and Arab. It's not even America or Iran. This goes back thousands of years to the tension between the Persian Empire and the Arab states. And of course, as the Jewish problem for the Arabs grew over the last centuries and, of course, the last decades acutely, this is a far more complex problem than the average American has been led to believe and spoon-fed, especially in these past 43 days. But as someone who spent significant time in the region, several tours there, been to every single country that is at issue right now, the simple fact is Iran is the largest state-sponsored terror in the world. They've been the largest contributor to global instability for the last half century. Whether it's exporting murder and terror through Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi rebels, or whether it's directly funding other extremist groups and terrorist attacks against American citizens, or whether it's providing back-end support to Russia for the war in Ukraine with drone technology and GPS denial guidance technology, or, of course, providing discounted cheap oil to China for decades. Iran is not our friend. Their foreign policy has been death to America for 47 years. They want to kill everyone in this room. They want to kill everyone in this country. That's their statement, and you can believe it because every time they've had a chance to do so, they have done so. With machetes, with machine guns, with bombs, with rockets, with missiles, they want our way of life gone. So I think this can has been kicked by 6 presidents. Bipartisan. We've allowed this problem to fester and grow, and President Trump has decided he's not going to pass this problem to a 4th generation of young Americans who have grappled with this issue. So if you had to go back and rewind, I think, 2 months and tell any 4-star, 3-star, 2-star military officer or any civilian defense planner that at 43 days into this conflict, we would have no Iranian Navy, no Iranian Air Force, no functional ability to project power around the region, that all you'd have was spasms of a dying regime. If the definition of winning this war was managing the collapse of a murderous theocratic regime, I think they'd say, no, that's way too optimistic. That's going to take a year. So in direct answer to your question, I think the campaign is going very well. In the same amount of time during the first Gulf War, the 100-hour war, I might add, 100 hours we took out Saddam's army in 1991. Over 43 days, which is roughly the same we're at now, of combat sorties, we lost 45 U.S. aircraft to enemy fire. 45 American planes were shot down by the Iraqi Air Force. We've lost 1 directly with its air crew this time. Yes, we had some friendly fire incidents, we had a mechanical incident, but as far as the bad guys shooting down an American plane and taking out our air crew, which we rescued, by the way, 1 plane. So for all of the negativity that I think is driven by a lot of the political distaste for our president, I think it's been a very unfair characterization of what our military has executed and how it's been carried out.
What about the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz? You know, Iran was blockading it, and now it sounds like the U.S. is going to blockade it. Do you see that working out? Is this a similar strategy to what we were trying to do in Cuba and maybe even Venezuela?
Absolutely. I mean, these are tied together, and I think that's another important issue that hasn't been given fair airtime for really anybody, is zooming out again and placing the Iranian conflict and this challenge in the context of larger geopolitical players. The Venezuela move was not unrelated to Iran. The cheap sanctioned oil that allowed Venezuela and Iran to fund the ghost fleet, the shadow fleet, the underwater, underground global oil trade that allowed Russia and China to dodge sanctions, that provides 93% of China's discounted oil, literally buying oil at cents on the dollar. China loved the status quo of a sanctioned Iran and a sanctioned Venezuela because that gave them guaranteed access to a captive oil market where they knew they'd get cheap product exclusively for them. So this isn't just about defeating Islamic extremists. This isn't just about taking out a socialist narco-trafficking dictator in South America. This is about removing linchpins that are upholding a world order where this administration is accused of being nice to Xi and nice to Putin, yet we've taken out the 2 satellite states that exist as the primary economic drivers of the global discounted energy. So these are absolutely connected. I think your specific question about blockading the straits is a pretty awesome judo move when you have their primary leverage. Let's be clear, when Iran declares we're going to close the straits, that's the equivalent of them going nuclear, because thank God they don't have nukes, because if they did, they would be using them when they launch all their missiles to the nearest areas of free people living to try to destroy them. If you don't think that they had nukes, they'd put them on the tip of those missiles, you're absolutely wrong. They would. Their equivalent of going nuclear is closing the straits. It's not their power move, it's their only move. And therefore they did that quickly because their regime was dismantled so rapidly and so effectively. So us taking that off the table, saying, actually, no, we're going to close it. And the reason we're going to close it is we're going to demine it, we're going to secure it, and we're going to make it safe for passage is a pretty slick move.
Do you think that, as a senator, you owe it to the service members here to vote to authorize this war? I mean, why haven't we seen that? And do you think that we should do that? I know some senators have been talking about doing an authorization of military force. I haven't seen one since Syria, and that didn't succeed. That was 13 years ago.
And every time this is brought up, I don't criticize the people bringing it up. I say, listen, this is the constitutional role of Congress. If you go back to our founding days, I'm not going to get into a constitutional history discussion, but I mean, the Congress of the United States, since the founding of this country, has viciously argued over almost every single military conflict we had. In fact, my state, Montana, the only person to vote against World War II was the at-large congressional representative for the state of Montana, Janet Rankin, who, by the way, was the first woman in Congress who was a female member of Congress before women could vote. So kind of an interesting history there and tying to my current seat. So I don't fault anybody for saying, listen, I think we should vote on this. I will vote against it. I will vote for us to continue for the simple reason that, we've been in.
Would you vote for an authorization of military force?
Of course, if we had an authorization, but that's not what's being offered. What's being offered is, of course, a resolution to end the campaign.
But there's an alternative that you could vote to authorize it, to say we do back this as a Congress. And it sounds like you would be comfortable doing that. Yeah. How come that hasn't happened? There is the War Powers Resolution, which says 60 days plus 30-day withdrawal period. You might have to vote on this. Do you think that will happen?
I think that's not ideal because then you're simply telegraphing to your enemy, hey, hold out for 60 days, batten down the hatches, save your missiles for 60 days, and then once it's over, we'll start fighting again. So we've unfortunately as a nation gone to war hundreds of times over the course of our history. We've only declared war 5 times. You can say that's right or wrong. We can argue over the validity there, but Thomas Jefferson set the precedence for this conflict when he was threatened by an Islamic caliphate who was closing a vital seaway and kidnapping Americans and murdering Americans and seizing global shipping. And that was the Barbary Pirates, satellite state of the Ottoman Empire. And our first foreign military expedition was a non-congressionally authorized punitive expedition of the Navy and Marines sailing to the north coast of Africa and taking out the Barbary pirate states who at that point had been debilitating global shipping through the Straits of Gibraltar in North Africa. So, for a lot of the talk of this, there's no precedent, there's no congressional authorization. The truth is, Thomas Jefferson himself, set the precedent that there will be times when the commander-in-chief, who's the commander-in-chief of the military, will have to act decisively in the interest of the country. And I believe in this case, this threat has not been a partisan threat. This threat has bedeviled presidents and administrations of both parties. It's bedeviled free people all over the world for decades. And I'm happy that we're finally seeing it dealt with head on.
And let me just ask you real quick, what is the status of sending more money to the military? That's something you guys did last year. We keep hearing about it, that there's going to be a supplemental request. It hasn't come yet. Is that going to happen soon?
I think it will. There's been kind of rumors of a $200 billion supplemental, specifically for Iran. Of course, we're all hearing about the $1.5 trillion defense budget for next year as well. That's a separate issue. But as far as funding the military, I think we're going to see both those budget requests come through. And I think that's where the real debate will happen. It won't be the authorizations or the resolutions. It'll be who's going to pay to continue to fund and finish this campaign and who's not.
And you don't think Democrats will go along with this, do you?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So it's just a Republican bill?
Most likely.
Okay. Senator Sheehy, we'll have to leave it there. Thanks so much for talking to me. Appreciate
it.
Thank you.
That's a factor, but I'd much rather have some wind behind me than zero, and we are going to have the wind, and potentially it could be quite a bit. But having said that, you can't take anything for granted. You've got to work, you've got to put in the time, the ground campaign, all of that, as we did when I ran the DS in the same ways, especially when you have a late primary. We've got to be building the campaign infrastructure in the state now, so whoever our nominee is, they're going to be walking into a pretty well-oiled machine ready to turn out voters, which is incredibly important in a midterm, even more so than a presidential year. A presidential year, you always get a lot of people are voting anyways.
Yeah.
In a midterm, a ground campaign is truly, or much more, I should say, much more of a differentiator than it is in the presidential. And the good thing is we know how to do that really well in Michigan.
Well, lightning round for our last minute here. Tariffs. Biden, famously, our former president, he kept quite a few of President Trump's tariffs when he took office. Do you think a future Democratic president will do the same with any of the current tariffs that we've seen?
Well, I think the policy in tariffs is a tool. So I think it can be used, but it has to be used in a smart way, an intelligent way. I supported and continue the tariffs on Chinese vehicles, back to Chinese vehicles. President Biden put those tariffs in, which are still there, which I think is incredibly important for all the reasons we already discussed. But just across the board tariffs with no real thought to it is actually quite destructive and damaging, and we're seeing that. So I think that will definitely change. Back to the Canadian example in Canada, we have a surplus with Canada. I mean, they buy more of our products than we do of theirs, with the exception of oil. That's the only reason, is because of their oil fields. But when it comes to manufacturing goods and others, so it makes no sense to have that kind of tariff policy. When you have a policy in place, you're just basically poking your friend in the eye, which we talked about, and that makes no sense. So I would think that we would continue, or we'd go back to a time where tariffs can be a surgical tool, but it has to be done in a thoughtful way. What we're seeing from the Trump administration, in my view, is simply not the case.
We'll have to stop there, Senator. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
It's a real pleasure.
Thank you.
You have to start with, what is your mission? What is the business, or what is the activity you do? And at Harvard, our mission is excellence in teaching, learning, and research. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And then what we did is we said to ourselves, what are our values? And our motto is veritas, which means truth in Latin. And then the question is, what has to be true for us to deliver that? And we said to ourselves, we have to remain independently governed. We have to be able to hire and fire who we want. We have to be able to teach what we want and admit who we want. All under there are requirements under the law. There are laws that are passed following the laws. But those are important principles. That's helped us as we've made decisions going forward as it relates to the federal government. There's a third really important thing that we've been doing, which is we've stepped back and said, we must improve ourselves. We have to get over this "we're Harvard" thing, which always bugs me, and say, where are we not living into excellence? And so we approach things like, what are the rules on campus, and are we enforcing our rules? What are we doing about civil discourse? How are we helping our students learn the skills necessary to talk about hard subjects? What are we doing about free inquiry and viewpoint diversity? How are we really providing that on campus and in the classroom? What are our classroom norms? Are both our professors and our students comfortable expressing their opinions, which they were not, for fear of either being ghosted or outed or things like that? So we've changed norms of the classroom. We're addressing grade inflation even. And then there's the very serious issue of bias and anti-Semitism, which we did a very thorough report on ourselves and then said, and made a commitment to all the things we were going to do to fix them. And our role on the board is to say, okay, we need to undertake these things, and we need to hold the administration accountable and the leadership and the whole organization accountable for exercising or for executing against those commitments. That's what we're doing, and we're trying to move forward and hopefully live into being 400 years old.
So just briefly on a more personal level, what's it like when the President of the United States comes after your organization and some of his allies go off to question your leadership personally?
At times that can be very scary, right? To be perfectly honest. So one of the things we talked about in our leadership, we call the board, is called the corporation. We talked about fear, but we also talked about our values. And we felt as an almost 400-year-old institution, the oldest university in the United States and one that has prided itself on excellence, we had to try to do the right thing, which is why grounding ourselves in our values was so important. And the second is that we had a responsibility not just to ourselves, but to higher education. Right. We had to, the steps we took needed to be, hopefully in the best interest. And I'm not saying we're perfect at all, because we have always we're on a journey of being better, to try and do the right thing for higher education in general. And higher education, I'll just say, the last thing about this. If you think about cures for cancer, or you think about sending people to go around the moon, or you think about discovery and innovation, so much of it comes out of our universities. And it does require a partnership between the universities and the federal government. And that partnership needs to work. Right. And it's very important for our country and for the leadership of our country.
That connects those themes beautifully. Penny, thank you. I'll see you back in the studio soon.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Great. Thanks.
Welcome Steve Zhang of Kindred Ventures and Mohammed Sergi of Semafor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for staying after the lunch hour. That's really nice. And welcome, Steve. So you invest really across the AI software and the physical AI. And I just wanted to get a bit of an idea of what you're seeing and some explanation of where this next wave of value is going to be created. Is it the bits, the atoms, or is it a combination of both?
Sure. I think there's a little bit of maybe even a false dichotomy between physical AI and digital AI. Anything in physical AI is instructed and supervised by digital AI. So if you think about robotics, the real change in robotics from the last 20 years until just the last couple of years is really that there's intelligent reasoning models creating a truly adaptive robot now. Mm-hmm. And that's really important because these are generative AI has changed a lot about how robotics works today. So when you talk about the most sort of prevalent form of physical AI that everyone in this room has seen or used themselves is self-driving cars. So self-driving cars are really the first consumer robot that everyone has used in the modern era. And they're really informed by computer vision, machine learning, and all of that is a fundamental tenet of where we are with generative AI. So think of these physical AI and digital AI as very tied at the hip. And physical AI is just a natural evolution of what we can do in terms of intelligence and reasoning and planning and information. Now we want to instruct robots. We want to instruct biopharma, right? These are all aspects of physical AI.
Is there more opportunity, I would say, in the physical AI just because there's more stuff to get out there, whereas on the digital side, you're going to end up with some combination of the top players taking market share?
As we've seen every tech cycle, we're an early stage venture capital firm, so we see many entrants and competitors enter the market, hundreds. By the time they go public, it's usually like 3 to 4. Let's call it a rule of 3 that end up winning in a particular space. And that's just a rule of 3 that we've seen over and over again. Now, what's happening right now with the frontier labs, OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, which those would be the 3 in the Western world that would be the big model labs. And then you see in hyperscalers, there's 3 hyperscalers, public clouds, AWS, Azure, GCP, Google Cloud. I think that what you're going to see is many more companies filling out this middle, because as you've seen with coding, software coding, you don't need a huge engineering team anymore. Isn't it ironic that AI ended up first causing layoffs in the knowledge worker category, not in the blue collar category, and that it was software developers that had the first wave of layoffs in Silicon Valley because of that. And it's because coding is language. Language is coding. And so it makes a lot of sense that that would happen. Now, what you're seeing now is a proliferation of startups. We called it out, I think, like 3 years ago, that AI would cause a boom in the number of startups that were qualified and interesting, and it's happened. And so I think this rule of three might be in question. I think that there may be a lot of competitors. You've seen this in the open source models coming out of China that have gained real popularity with US enterprises, as long as they're hosted in the US. And so I think that AI is opening up or democratizing the playing field a bit.
And especially when you look at it globally, because some countries want to have more sovereign access to the AI. So is there opportunities for US companies to kind of create the IP that could then take over other parts of the world? Is that in a way part of why you're placing these bets, and even if you can't compete, let's say, with an open AI with a new startup today, right?
Yeah, well, let's, for the sake of the room, because there will be a varying level of expertise in this, a truly deep reasoning model from an OpenAI or Anthropic uses 150 times more compute resources than a smaller model, a smaller AI model. And what that means is higher order tasks like deep research require so much more compute. And compute is, as we know, AI compute is the new strategic resource of the 21st century. If the 20th century was oil, we are now dependent upon AI compute as a key resource to compete on a global level. And so one of the things that is really important to think about with this is that if you were to apply those resources at great scale, you would want many different types of models and compute. There are certain types of tasks and projects, you don't need a huge model in the cloud. You can do it on edge, so-called locally on your computer, your device, your wearable, your home device. And so the edge versus cloud relationship of compute and these models is really, really important for physical AI. So you think about autonomy, self-driving cars, you think about robotics. It's not efficient, cost-wise and latency-wise, to have everything in the cloud. You need fault-tolerant decisions here and now, within 50 milliseconds. The only way to do that is to have it on edge. So edge chips, small models for edge use, and then orchestrating with some bigger models in the cloud. So this is the future, and I think that right now what we're seeing is that is starting to happen. So that's why, again, I want to go back to, it's not just the big model labs, and it's not just the big models in the cloud, but you're going to see a lot of dispersion there.
That's really just like obviously you're venture capital, and you're seeing this explosion in value creation in private markets, some opening in the public markets, at least for the larger IPOs. It seems that this could create that exit that has been missing for a long time, if the pie is bigger, right? In the sense of all the options that are coming through. So what are you looking at when you see OpenAI or whatever going for IPOs or SpaceX? And what in your portfolio is kind of ripe for that?
Sure. So again, we're an early stage venture capital fund, so seed, Series A stuff, right? But it's really important because our LPs, endowment funds, sovereign wealth funds, family offices, they're in a liquidity crunch for the most part, not everyone. And so what we all look to in the venture capital industry is we're looking at SpaceX right now. SpaceX needs to go public. That needs to happen, and that needs to be successful. And then there's the OpenAI, Anthropic, Databricks IPOs, right? Once that happens, then a lot of the pressure on capital at the earliest stages for funds like ours, then that relaxes. We've even had conversations with LPs saying, we'd love to deploy more into venture capital globally, but we're a little hamstrung right now.
It's locked up in these huge
and so the big macro late stage IPOs have a very direct string pull on everything that's happening at the earliest stages. And if you think about what that means for innovation and startups, it means less long tail of interesting startups that are, it's like startups are not deterministic, right? There are some that have huge valuations at their first round, and you hear about them in the news, and you still don't know what product or model they're creating, but they command these huge valuations. A lot of those are going to fail, right? And so what you end up seeing is a lot of the most successful companies have trouble raising in the beginning because it's not obvious. I was an angel investor and advisor to Uber when it first started. It was called Uber Cab. And no one, we talked to hundreds of investors. Most of them passed. right? And the reason why is it wasn't obvious. And so think about all
why did you go for it? This was your,
well, I got
big
lucky.
thing, yeah.
The founders asked me to help them, and I said sure. So I got a little lucky on that one. I can't take full credit for finding it.
It's better to be lucky than good, I guess.
Right. Yeah, leverage the luck, right? So one of the things that's really important right now is that if startups that are not necessarily obvious, right, they aren't consensus, they're non-consensus. If they can't get funded, right, then we have a problem, right? Innovation, and if you're talking about sovereign AI, you want as many companies as possible in each layer of the AI industry to get funded so that you have competition and capitalism, Darwinian dynamics. So I think we'll see more and more startups get funded. I think it'll flatten out and be more available. But
another wave, basically, of applications and bits and robotics on top of it.
And it's going to all happen this year, right? SpaceX, Databricks, Stripe.
All this year,
right. They all need to go public. They all need to get out of their parents' house, right? And
to provide that capital for the next wave. That makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Well, I preface this as you being clairvoyant on Uber, but I guess I have to scratch that at this point. But I think you're being too modest.
Can't take credit.
I think you're being too modest. But on your website, you have AGI is really prominent there. People say you have this track record of predicting the future, objectively speaking, and you have access to a lot of stuff that we don't see, right? Like stuff that's not necessarily happening in garages, but what are you seeing today that's going to shock people in a year?
Sure.
And what's going to shock them really in 5 years? So I want both like 1 year near term and 5 years when we're back here in 2035.
I'll give you 3 things that just today we were talking about earlier today at one of the sessions. So number one, I think you're going to see a lot of diversity and competition for NVIDIA. NVIDIA owns today probably 90% plus of the ML AI accelerator chip market. I think that because of inference flipping, so training is where you train a model with data, and then inference is where you use the model, right? You get answers from it. And those are the 2 basic types of compute that you see today. Up until this year, it was mostly training because all the frontier labs were training their models, and that's where all the compute cost was. This year, it's flipping over from 1/3 of compute to 2/3 of compute will be inference. And that means that AI is commercialized. It's really here, right? People are using it, enterprises are using it. Now, what that means for all of the rest of us is that there are many applied AI use cases out there. So I think what you're going to see is a chip market that's going to diversify a little bit. And you're going to see new entrants. We have a company called Rebellions. We have another company called Extropic. And they have 2 different takes on different types of model architectures. And so I think you're just going to see this tree branching out of different types of specialized chips. And so, look, the AI compute industry, the market is going to grow. NVIDIA will still do amazingly well. It's just the market will have many more competitors. Second one that I call out is generative media. So AI video, AI images, AI voices. We call that generative media. That is now just coming out as a really big area. And that's one of the 3 areas of generative AI that we think about. We have a company there called FAL, which is the leader in that space, generative media cloud. They just raised at an $8 billion post valuation. That company is 2.5 years old. And then I think the other key area to talk about is really thinking about what is happening in robotics, right? And so in robotics, there's so much happening in humanoids, but industrial robotics and self-driving cars, these are here and now, right? So humanoids, scary to some, very interesting and intriguing to others. But if you think about self-driving cars, they're here, they're happening. You can go ride them. Come to San Francisco or LA. It's going to roll out in New York pretty soon. A company of ours, Neuro, is partnered with Uber to power the Uber-branded robotaxi fleet. And then we've got really interesting companies out there like Perplexity. So Perplexity, and I'm biased because I'm an investor and on the board, but they're the first company to roll out true, complex end-to-end agents. And what do you think of when you think of an agent today, an AI agent? You think it does a task for you, does it well. But what they've introduced, and it's not just them, but they're the first to roll it out in a mainstream way. It does the work of, think of a swarm of agents. It does the work of an entire team. So it takes hundreds of hours, and then it brings it all together as if you're giving orders to a team to do this. So actually, in my hotel room, I have 2 Perplexity computer agents working on some research projects.
That's amazing. While you're sitting here.
Yeah, my laptop is on and it's connected to the internet and it's running. And some of my employees in San Francisco can look at the output of that and work on it while I'm here talking on the stage with you.
Steve, we got to end here, but that's really fascinating. So we got the agents working for you while you're sitting here. Maybe next year the agent will be here and you'll be working somewhere else. So thank you so much for your time. Really, this was fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome Ryder Booth of Chevron and Andrew Friedman of Semafor.
Ryder, thank you for being here. Semafor World Economy, Day 2. Ryder is Chief Technology and Engineering Officer of Chevron Corporation. You lead the development and deployment of innovative technologies supporting the current and future global energy system, overseeing everything from information technology and innovation to capital projects and supply chain management across Chevron's global operations. So let's jump in. We're having this conversation against the backdrop of war and real geopolitical instability. From where you sit, what does this moment say about the global energy system, and really, why does it matter for AI specifically?
Yeah, first, thanks for being here. I participated in most of this session, was in the back taking notes from a lot of the speakers. But I'll start with the conflict. First, thoughts and prayers go out to our servicewomen and men out there representing our country, and then our employees and probably the employees of companies represented here, praying for a peaceful, quick resolution. There's 2 key impacts this conflict is having right now. And conflicts like this, they create tension in the system. And when you create tension in the system, it really highlights interdependencies. And we're seeing the interdependencies between energy and national security. In this conflict, very early on, you saw the interdependency of energy, data centers, and national security. If we go back to the late 1990s, early 2000s, and you remember the headlines, they were around peak oil. And it was really a narrative around energy scarcity. Mm-hmm. What's amazing since that time is demand for oil in the world has grown by 25 million barrels a day. Supply for oil has grown by 25 million barrels a day. We use 25 million barrels of oil per day, every day, more than we did just a few decades ago. We've come into an era of energy abundance following an era discussing energy scarcity. And it's going to take abundance in the modern economy for the growth rates we're talking about in AI. The other factor is the geography of AI. And with data centers being targeted within days, if not hours, those were planned targets. That's going to change the dialogue around the location of data centers, AI compute centers going forward. Before, where data centers and AI compute centers were located was dependent on reliable, affordable energy. I think what's going to enter that narrative is now security, national security, and available, reliable, affordable energy.
So it really does reframe everything, truly. And you said AI has moved energy from a background input really almost to a frontline constraint now. What does that change geopolitically?
Yeah, if you think just in the next 5 years, there'll be more power generation built. I think Bob Frenzel made a couple comments similar to this. There'll be more power generation built to support AI than we've built in the last 2 decades. And if you think about the energy use for that contrast to today, if you go back to 2020, during COVID, the world shut down. It ground to a halt. Demand for oil dropped by 10%, meaning the world still used 90% of oil production to stay running in a shutdown state. And if you contrast that today, we're seeing trade impacts of supply up to 20% for oil and plus or minus 20% for LNG. LNG is important in your conversation, the topic that Semafor has for us today, because that's dispatchable fuel that's used for power generation. And you're going to need abundant, reliable, hyper-reliable power generation and fuel supply into the future for AI.
The scale of it, it's absolutely striking. We're seeing tech companies race to secure power for those data centers. Can you put this in perspective a bit? And from your perspective, what's surprising these companies right now as they're doing that?
Yeah, not surprising, but it is a race. Yeah. And we are in a race, and we can be in it together. Bob Frenzel made some comments around that of actually how does this benefit the electrical grid in the system going forward. But if you look at AI compute centers or data centers today that are the next group being proposed, they average around 1 to 2 gigawatts of power generation. So 2 gigawatts of power generation is what the city of Washington, D.C. uses. It's what the city of Indianapolis uses. It's what the city of Nashville, Tennessee uses. So we're talking about a new era of energy where you're plopping in single uses of energy that equate to some of our major cities in the country today, and doing that at just an unbelievable scale. We haven't seen build out of power and power generation of that level since the 1980s. And a couple of the speakers have noted this today. It will take in all the above energy strategy going forward.
So let's shift gears a little bit. We are at Semafor World Economy, so let's talk policy for a moment. From an energy industry perspective, what matters most from a policy and regulatory standpoint if countries want to compete in the geoeconomics of AI? Right?
Yeah, subject touched on in several sessions today. So AI compute centers and data centers, they're not going to run on ideas. They're not going to run on philosophies. They're not going to run on philosophies or policies. They run on electrons. And electrons take fuel. They take energy infrastructure, they take power plants, they take battery storage. And if you just think about the value chain of AI, you have AI compute centers and data centers. You have power generation behind the meter or somewhere feeding those centers. And then you have the energy being drilled to supply natural gas, going to gas plants to be processed to be able to be a quality to use in power plants. The value chain behind AI, the infrastructure is enormous that has to underpin it. And so if you think about policy, first, you've got to have a streamlined permitting process. That is a lot of infrastructure to permit. Pedro from Edison mentioned just a few sessions ago, I think it was 17 years they waited for a permit for a power plant to get through the appeal process. So we need streamlined review processes, approval processes, and appeal processes. And you have to have permits that are durable, that stand the test of time, because you need investment certainty in this level of infrastructure. You also need a policy framework that's pragmatic, that's balanced, and that cuts across economic prosperity, affordable, reliable electricity, affordable, reliable fuels, environmental protection, and energy security. And we're seeing that energy security is playing out on the world stage as a national security issue today.
So let's get a little more specific. We all talk about AI in very abstract terms all the time, but where do you actually see it changing what companies can do in practice, and how does an industry like energy stand to benefit from it?
Yeah, December of 2022, my son Jackson, he was a 25-year-old engineer for a valve company in the energy business. I was traveling to Austin, Texas, and he calls me and he says, "Dad, are you on this? It's changed my life. My life has changed." And my first response as a non-grandparent at the time was, "Son, are you and your wife expecting?" And it just blurted out. It was the first thing that came to mind. And he said, "No, are you on ChatGPT?" This is like 3 or 4 days after it went live, November 30th of 22. And I said, "No, I read some of the articles over the weekend." He says, "It's changed my life." And he went on to explain to me that as an engineer, he was doing engineering on valve and valve components. But he spent most of his time writing code, Python code, of the engineering he was doing, and then copying that code into applications to actually run the engineering through their application system. And he told me that day, "I will never code again." He started just doing the engineering, having ChatGPT writing the Python code of the engineering and then copying and pasting it into the application. He told me that day, "I've become an engineer again." And that's what AI, one of the benefits of AI is it actually takes the complexities of the things we've created in our work and society today, and it takes away some of those complexities so we can do what humans were designed to do really well, which is engineer, create, innovate, explore, make decisions, have judgment. And so we're going to return to things we're good at, and AI is going to be one of the ways in which we do that. Inside of Chevron is a use case, as you asked. Our largest AI platform is a platform called Apex. And it's an AI platform that accesses a century worth of data we've acquired through either seismic acquisition, well logs all around the world, or production data. And it takes that data and puts it at the fingertips of our geologists, who we found were spending 80% of their time researching seismic data, well logs, and production information. And we've cut down what was taking months or years to assemble that information together. And we're putting it at their fingertips in minutes, and not just the data, but the insights from the data. And just like my son, we've taken our geologists who had become researchers, and we're converting them back to geologists and explorers.
Amazing. A great note to end on. Ryder, thank you so much for being here with us today. We truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry we couldn't do the lens. We were hit on today.
Welcome Ravi Kumar of Cognizant and Reed Albergotti of Semafor.
Hello, Ravi.
Thank you.
Thank for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
For hosting.
Good to see you. So, and thank you all for coming. Good to see a packed house. I was looking at this interview you did with Andrew Edgecliffe Johnson. It was about a year ago now. You said 22% of your code at that time was being written by AI, and within a year it'd be 50%. Did that prediction come true?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, the single biggest use case for AI is writing software code.
Yeah.
Interestingly, generative AI was built for probabilistic science, but it does best for deterministic. So code writing is deterministic. I think it's fair to say that 50% enterprises get it now. At Cognizant, we are already at 30 plus. It's no longer AI assisting writing software engineering. It's transitioned from assisting software developers to synchronous agentic around software engineering to asynchronous agentic around software engineering, which means you can macro delegate to agents the cycle of software development, and you can micro steer as you do that. So software engineering is way ahead on getting assistance from AI. Now we are seeing much more. We are seeing business operations. At that point of time, I didn't realize legal functions which were very specialized could actually get impacted.
Yeah.
And now we're also seeing physical AI, which is enhancement, digital enhancement on physical objects. Even that is, that has come much more mainstream now than ever before.
But now, despite all those efficiencies, you look at your head count, it was about 350,000 then. Now you've got just over that amount. So why has that stayed the same? You haven't been, calling the workforce using AI.
No, we've been growing.
Yeah.
So the fact that, just to go back to 2025, we had a differential between the growth we did and the number of people we added.
Right.
And that differential was literally 250 basis points. So we grew much faster than the number of people added. And that's the real issue. I mean, the real issue now to deal with is this going to be jobless growth, or is it going to be an opportunity to not eliminate, but actually amplify the potential? And that's the pivot we have to make if we really want to anchor this to jobs of the future and as jobs of the past go away.
And, but it sounds like now you have this interesting tax proposal, right, on AI that has to do with labor. So it sounds like you're kind of pessimistic. Can you explain that? I want you to just...
Unlike tech disruptions of the past, which were slower, so jobs of the past went away, but jobs of the future came pretty quickly. So you didn't need an inventive transition. I wrote an article last week about this. In some ways, put the weight on the capital, tax the capital, and not tax the labor as much. And that's a temporary bridge I was proposing. Let's go back to why the thesis works. Most times, if you look at fiscal discipline of developed nations, 70 to 80% of the earnings of governments actually come from labor. Mm-hmm. And capital gets a free runway. And capital gets a free runway because capital is tied to labor enhancement in some ways, either more jobs or more wages or more value. And that equation is kind of, it's no longer connected anymore. Yeah. So there is an inverse reaction. There's an inverse relationship between labor and capital. If capital is not infusing more jobs in the short run, I was proposing a bridge in the middle.
Yeah.
And that bridge is a temporary bridge so that you could actually have a smooth transition. Normally, if capability is distributed, and that's what is happening with AI, capability is getting distributed. In fact, I wrote another article with the Time, which was about over the last 50 years, you drifted value upwards, created white-collar jobs, and the value got stuck there, and frontline workers really never got higher productivity. Even if they never got higher wages. Wages have been flattish for the last 25 years. So this is a unique opportunity to drift the value down. And if you drift the value down, you should incentivize corporations to make sure that the value gets to where the access is.
Yeah.
Value never moves with access. Value actually moves with controls. And if value moves with controls, the value then gets captured in the workflows, into margins, and it doesn't go to the frontline workers. But if it goes to the frontline workers, you will then start to see jobs of the future coming faster.
In other words, if you're a company and you're using AI to create jobs, like it sounds like you are, you're seeing that happen, then you're not going to have to...
Yeah, so the point I'm making is...
But it's hard to attribute.
If the jobs of the past are going away very quickly, and the jobs of the future are going to take a long period of time, you need a bridge where you actually put some weight on the capital. Don't give it a free runway. But remember, if you really tie it down, then it'll actually be a negative to innovation. So you don't want to do it in a way, you have to calibrate it in a way that you're creating the right balance. I mean, capital is creating digital labor. Digital labor is competing with human labor. You're taxing human labor and you're not taxing digital labor. So it's not fair. Right. So what I essentially am saying is create that bridge which allows you to use AI in some ways to amplify the jobs you do versus eliminating the jobs you have, and remove the bridge when the jobs of the future are coming in. I mean, this is a technology which should have impacted mission-critical things which are not a human endeavor, like life-saving drugs, like cancer treatment. It isn't doing that. It's actually going behind jobs of today. So which essentially means you create the bridge so that you smoothen it. I mean, look, today, 60% of the jobs which exist today did not exist in 1940. Right. But these transitions were very smooth, and that's the point I was making. So keep the connection between capital and labor, and smoothen the curve, and make sure that capital is used to amplify wages, amplify the potential, versus elimination.
Before I move on from this topic, I'm just curious, like, since you've written that, have you heard anything, have you gotten any traction there from lawmakers, people who want to actually take up some of these policies, or is it a little still far out there?
It's a thing to work on. I mean, this is an unusual situation.
Yeah.
And if we don't really work on this, we're not going to create shared prosperity.
Yeah.
And if value doesn't drift back to workers, you're not going to have higher wages. And this is going to kind of accrue to scale, margins. Remember, economic models are actually built for intelligence scarcity. We have intelligence abundance. So we are not used to economic models to calibrate this. And if it is not built for intelligence abundance, what is really going to happen is, if you don't have human judgment, if you don't have accountability, if you don't have outcomes set on workers, that scarcity won't exist, which then means jobs will go away. So you will have to create those guardrails so that you land well on the other side.
So I want to talk about Cognizant here. So you're helping customers basically enable AI, and you've talked about this velocity gap, this AI velocity gap between, infrastructure spending on AI and then real value. Yeah. What do you think is the single biggest reason companies are just not able to get value out of AI right now?
Yeah. So look, in the last 12 months, $1 trillion has been invested on AI infrastructure. The capability of the technology today it exposes $4.5 trillion of labor value in the United States. So we don't need more capability, because the total labor value in the United States is $15 trillion, $4.5 trillion is already, it's already impacted. 93% of the jobs have some impact. 50% of the jobs have an impact of around 35% of the tasks. We did an exercise with the ONET database with 18,000 tasks and 1,000 occupations. So it is a technology of today. So the point I'm making is the drift of value to enterprises has not happened yet, but the capability is already there. And the drift has not happened because you need to reinvent the processes. You need to reinvent the flows of a company. The flows of a company have been built for humans. I mean, autonomous cars had a smarter technology in 2006 We are in 2026. We have only 0.5% of car rides in the United States on driverless cars. That is because it is hard to apply the technology on infrastructure which was actually built for humans. Now you have to get machines and humans to work together. So reinvention of businesses, reinvention of processes, reinvention of workflows, integrating AI into the business architecture of companies. All of that is a long way to go.
Yeah.
So there is a velocity gap. And the problem this time around, every time there has been a velocity gap between when tech disruptions have happened, the problem this time around is the shelf life of the technology is very, very less. The scaling laws were 3 years before. The scaling laws now are 6 months, which means if you keep accumulating this technology, somebody has to pay for it. Look at it this way. You're not creating a flywheel. You're saying jobs are going to go away. So value is not accruing on this side. Almost 70% of the GDP growth which has happened from AI is primarily related to data centers. It's not actually fed into worker productivity yet. So unless you drift that value quickly, there is no point having the capability. It's easy to do it in the consumer world. It's very hard to do it in the business world.
As we kind of run out of time here, I'm just curious. You've sort of turned around Cognizant to make it, this sort of AI native company, but you've also been making these acquisitions, right? Belcan and 3Cloud. Like you've been buying your way into that turnaround a little bit. Do you expect more acquisition in the future, or do you think you're sort of done and you're able to do that in-house?
Look, the first principles of a business are changing significantly. Consulting businesses are no longer hourly rate businesses. Like SaaS businesses are no longer per seat models. Consulting businesses will go away from being hour per hour kind of model. We're going to we should have the courage to own operational outcomes of enterprises. Enterprises have kind of got a distributed value chain. They buy infrastructure, they buy technology, they buy SaaS, they buy services, and the agency of accountability and outcomes actually remains with enterprises. So the calling was always about how do you bring all of this together and deliver as outcomes. So the businesses we are keen on are the ones which allow us to become a platforms company, an outcomes-based company. And that's the first principles on which we're going to rewrite our business. We're going to reforge our first principles on outcomes. Human capital will be underneath it. Human capital is no longer a specialty. Specialty is not the asymmetry anymore. Interdisciplinary skills is the new asymmetry between technology and a domain. I mean, I want a biology major with computing skills. I want a chemistry major with computing skills. I want a legal professional with computing skills so that I could identify those functions and get human labor and digital labor to have an interplay between the two. And in some ways, the good news is AI is very jagged. It does things well, which humans couldn't, and it doesn't do well, which humans could. So you can bring the two, improve productivity, and pass on that productivity as wages to employees. So that's the anchoring we're doing on our business. The first principles of a business are going to change. And if we want to be that company with the first principles of being a platforms company, with ownership of outcomes, we have to reinvent ourselves to support the businesses of our clients. Our clients are looking at us as providers who could actually take care of those mission-critical outcomes.
It's an interesting message for people who are graduating college right now, what they need to do to sort of find a job. But I think we're out of time. But I appreciate the message. Thanks so much, Ravi.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Please welcome Oliver Carras of ZocDoc, Linda Yaccarino of eMed, and Liz Hoffman of Semafor.
I forgot to put it.
Linda, Oliver, thank you for coming. This is a fun pairing. Linda, you are running a telehealth business that prescribes GLP-1s. Oliver, you are running a platform for doctors who presumably all worry that their patients are getting GLP-1s prescribed behind their back by a telehealth provider. So let's start there. Linda, employers are now being asked to cover these massively expensive drugs, and that is your distribution channel. You know, what do you say to a CFO that says, why should I pay for this?
Well, what I explain, well, thank you for having me here. We really appreciate it. It's great to sit beside Oliver and talk about such consequential transformation in healthcare. But for what I say to CEOs and CFOs is I try to, first of all, easily explain what a moment that we're living in, right? So imagine a future which has come, where there is a world where these medications are not just about tackling diabetes, weight loss, heart health, kidney health. Imagine a world where there are medications that aren't just cosmetic, they're actually clinical, saving wild populations of people and giving them healthier, happier lives. The challenge is, here's where the CFO part comes in, is that while these medications are so consequential, only 1 in 5 employers can afford to cover them right now. So that's where eMed sits at the epicenter of doing that, because the clinical rigor of our tech platform delivers outcomes that are 90% adherence to these medications. I'm sure Oliver would say that that's pretty consequential numbers and industry leading. That's when you see the health outcomes of these GLP-1 medications. And when you see the health outcomes of these GLP-1 medications, you have a healthier employee base and you have a healthier bottom line. They don't have to go to see their doctor as often. They don't have to go out to a lab, all delivered in the privacy of their own home through our program. So it provides a very good opportunity to CFOs where the covering of these GLP-1 medications until now has been quite out of reach.
Oliver, are doctors on your platform, are they worried that between the rise of these telehealth startups, there's many of them out there, the rise of cash pay and sort of alternative channels, that they're losing control of an important healthcare decision? We saw this a couple of years ago with Adderall and some other controlled substances, that it did get away from the provider a little bit, and there was a backlash to that.
I think what Linda's doing is very different from Adderall, just to be clear. But I think the problem is a lot broader than that, right? Because companies spend a lot of time designing a benefit program, and then their employees can't get access, right? There is a access problem in healthcare that's of crisis proportions. And if you compare it to every other dimension in our life, right? In e-commerce, you buy. In travel, you book. In healthcare, you get blocked. It takes 30 days from the time that a patient picks up the phone and dials for doctors till they actually see one. Think about what all the things that get worse over 30 days. Think about the patients that go to the emergency room. What's important is that patients have a front door to healthcare that actually opens. And ZocDoc is one flavor of that, but obviously they can go to many places. And we are actually creating that healthcare access infrastructure so that no matter where the patient starts their journey, whether that's on ZocDoc or on Google or on other websites, their health insurance, they can always find care. It's kind of the Shopify for healthcare analogy. And the doctors are very comfortable with that. They know that patients sort of go and find the right solutions to themselves. Now, they still want to be involved, and I think there is a very important sort of role of that doctor-patient relationship. that happens in person because we all have bodies, right? And like you cannot do everything through telehealth, just like you can't do everything through telepizza, right? Where you cannot actually eat the thing if you're not in the same room with it. And so for a long time, that basic atomic unit is going to be that patient-doctor relationship in person, but there's obviously a lot of things that start playing into it, and that work is getting more complex, and the doctors are there to manage that.
You know, I love what Oliver said about, I think you said the Shopify of healthcare, and I think it's really important to address the expectation of the patient and the rise of direct-to-consumer expectations like you talk about, and what both of our companies do in very different ways in the services that we provide is democratize that access, and which is actually disintermediating healthcare because it's taking all that friction out of the system. And I think you're actually living in that moment where you're actually able to shrink that time period of when they can actually get to a doctor and get the consequential medications that they might need, but not replacing that one-on-one experience with the healthcare, physician. That's what's so important.
You were talking before about the bottom line, and you have healthier employees, they're more productive, they cost you less. If they stay over time, right, you have to get that back. But is this a recruiting perk? Is this, the new massages and free lunches?
No, yes, but obviously much more consequential. But a recruiting and a retention tool. And I think I said at the beginning that is the number one requested employee benefit, right? So think about what your employees are thinking about.
Ahead of 401k matching? That seems wild.
Well, I have to say, because the GLP-1 medication, I mean, think about the data. A study that Aon just came out with. And we'll talk about women's health just for a minute, because the data is astounding, and it's the impact of these, greatest medical intervention of many lifetimes, right? So you look at the Aon study, and you look at 47% less hospitalization claims when it comes to cardiovascular incidents for women. Okay. 14% less claims for breast cancer, 50% less for ovarian cancer. Those are stunning numbers, which was a medication that came out to fight diabetes. Weight loss was a side effect, and has now literally interrupted the spread of so many chronic diseases. So that's why it's the number one most requested health benefit, right? Because your money is important to you, but without your health, I'm sure Oliver will agree with me, without your health, nothing else matters.
Oliver, you were telling me recently that your providers see an inbound in interest on GLP-1s after they get new celebrity spokesmen. We saw a bunch in the Super Bowl, and is that good?
It's a fact. And so we just need to, I think, deal with that. But the reality is patients are changing what they're doing in so many ways. I think one of Serena Williams, for example, when she came out as using GLP-1s, we saw a 27% spike in GLP-1 bookings on ZocDoc. So that clearly happens. But we see other trends that actually are less spiky, but of a completely different magnitude. AI, for example, leads to a completely different level of engagement with healthcare. Patients take this more seriously. It warms up, actually, demand in many ways, because now the threshold to asking questions is much lower. But the patients still want to be seen by an actual doctor. And so we are getting into a crunch where we get so much more engagement, and then the actual transaction, the layer to actually get that patient an appointment with a doctor, is still nascent. And this is obviously a problem that we're trying to solve, but it also was interesting to see how do the doctors actually react to this. And there's a couple really, I would say, taboos that we need to break, because the patients, many of them, keep their AI usage secret from the doctor. they think, because the doctor knows that they used AI because they behave totally different than the patients that didn't use AI, and the doctors are actually okay with it. And so we need to break through this taboo, because if you don't admit that you used AI, then the conversation with the doctor is much harder, and it's much harder to address this elephant in the room, because the patients ultimately still want the doctor to treat. They want the AI to inform, and it's this new entity in what used to be the dyad between the patient and the doctor. It's now a triad. AI is there. Consumers are more engaged. They are more involved. They are more informed. And so that's changing healthcare a lot more than a celebrity here or there. I think it's a structural change.
I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, right? So we talk a lot about EMED, about AI, and obviously at the core of our tech platform. And it's one of the most empowering tools for both our clinician, for the clinical journey that our patients go through, but it's also a powerful tool for transparency and education for our patients, right? So there's a transparency and access of information that has never been available before, right? So then when you talk about whether it is a celebrity endorsement or a partner, that's just simple elevation of your brand awareness for people that you trust. They don't work exclusively with each other. They have to be intertwined. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about my business partner and Chief Wellness Officer, Tom Brady, right, who just joined our company, and talk about respected, admired, and known for discipline. I don't think you can last 23 seasons in the NFL if you don't have a real focus on a discipline plan for performance and longevity. And that's where, in particular, these GLP-1 medication conversations are transitioning to. So again, I agree with the most powerful tool in healthcare today, AI, improving the experience, and we talk about empowerment, but the trusted brand spokespeople are super important just for the mindset of consumers, because that's the way it works.
Send him out on corporate sales calls? Pretty good draw?
I did a few today with him.
Where do wearables fit into all this? Start with Oliver on the data side. As a consumer, you can have access to so much more information about yourself. Do doctors want that? Is this going to be some kind of ecosystem where I'm constantly telling my doctor how I feel and they're constantly giving me some feedback? And then I'm curious whether you think there's an appetite on the corporate side to buy me an Oura ring or something.
The doctors, well, for sure. Doctors want the engaged patient. And all these tools, the wearable, the AI, is just increasing the overall level of engagement. It increases the informedness, it increases the quality of the questions, and that makes for a better patient. And so that is certainly true. Now, if every little data piece is exactly the way it is, represented by an AI, they do make mistakes. And so that's why if we go beyond what the doctors want and see what the patients actually want, they want that duality. They want to have the AI available. They clearly, they want the awareness. Tom Brady, who wouldn't like a sales call from him? I'm sure you get many people to sign up for that. But they also then want the doctor to actually verify that this is right and that this is the treatment path that they should be on. And so that is really what we need to learn, right? How do we sort of integrate these new channels into the way that healthcare is delivered? That is going to be a change. It's a change that doctors broadly welcome. They think it will, make for better informed, more engaged patients, which means healthier patients, in the long run. And that's ultimately why the entire system exists.
Linda, are companies going to issue a Whoop along with your company iPhone?
I think it's going to be at least that. There's several, I would say, wearables that are currently being integrated. But I would add to the engagement piece, because the engagement, the more informed patient, which should deliver the most important thing, which is better, more long-term health outcomes. I think what the wearables do is further democratize access to all of your health information in many different ways. But if you can aggregate it all in one place and be educated, and what's the thing most people say now, know your numbers, right? You aggregate all of this in one place and you have a whole health experience. It's very, very effective, that drive or enable engagement. And actually, employers are leaning into that, because what they're learning is that wellness programs have been around for a very, very long time. And the recent entree or addition of these, in EMED's case, GLP-1 medications, have made the most powerful tool for the long-term outcomes. And those long-term outcomes, which enables me to have the good conversations with the CFOs, because the quicker you're going to achieve the return on your health investment.
Linda, you know I got to ask about X.
You do?
I sure do.
Who said that?
Live journalism. You left, last year, and sort of undeniably back as like a real place the conversation is happening. It continues to be relevant in breaking news situations, but there is still a lot of slop and a lot of discussion around particularly non-consensual image manipulation. And I guess I'm curious, as someone who worked very hard to convince advertisers that that was a safe place to be, what do you think of X today? And does EMED advertise on it?
So I will start with the greatest opportunity of a lifetime was to join X at one of the most consequential times in the history of the free speech platform, not without excitement, certainly. So I spent a lot of time, you're right, and thank you. I spent a lot of time working on ensuring the safety of the platform. During my tenure there were 21 elections all over the world that our P0 priority was to protect information, to protect those elections. Super proud of that. Actually, I was reminiscing with someone today because when I was about 6 months into my tenure at X and I had to testify in front of the Senate on child safety. So incredible strengthening of technology and resources, both human resources and AI and technology resources to protect that platform. So super proud of the work that I've done there. I've been gone, how long now? 8 or 9 months.
Left in July, right?
That's several lifetimes in AI and tech. But the platform, literally the most consequential news platform all across the globe, and pretty proud of my work there. I can't speak for what they're doing now, but I have to say I think it'll continue to be a great platform to give really global information, immediate access to people all over the world.
Do you advertise on it?
Yes, we do.
All right. Oliver, the pandemic was a huge moment for telehealth, but I was looking at some data the other day about e-commerce, which also boomed then, and it's basically back on the same trajectory that it would have been but for the pandemic, which pulled forward a lot of consumer behavior, but didn't actually change where e-commerce as a share of retail was going. Has the same thing happened in telehealth? Was this big boom, but now we're just where we would have been in 2026 anyway?
It's a little bit different than e-commerce because e-commerce was a thing before the pandemic. Telehealth was really not. Like we saw maybe 0.5% of our bookings pre-pandemic be telehealth on ZocDoc. It shot up to 32% during the pandemic, and I'm excluding mental health, which is very different than there. It's mostly telehealth. But if you look at everything but mental health, it's shot up all the way up to 32% being telehealth. And today, 97% is again in person, and that's driven by the patient's choice. We actually offer objectively like all the things that are out there, including there's lots of capacity for telehealth. And what we see is actually what's important is the option for telehealth. Patients choose doctors that offer telehealth twice as often as they choose doctors that don't offer telehealth, but they choose to see them in person. So that is sort of a conceptual safety valve that they want to have. If I want to see this doctor in future through telehealth, I can, but I really want to go in and I want them to look me in the throat and poke my belly and listen to my heart, and that's just the way they want it, and what their mothers probably taught them, or their fathers, and that's what they continue to do.
Classic American consumer product. We want options that we won't even take. Listen, I really appreciate the time. This is a lot of fun. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you so much.
welcome Kevin Hassett of the National Economic Council and Liz Hoffman of Semafor.
Director Hassett, thank you for joining us.
I'm glad to be here. Please call me Kevin. I don't like the Director Hassett.
Okay, Kevin it is.
Too formal.
Polls are consistently showing that Americans still feel worse off than they did 4 years ago. We just got a record low reading from the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, which has been asking people how they feel since the 40s. At what point does this administration have to own that record rather than having inherited it?
Well, we're happy to own the record. If you look at real income growth, it's very high, 1.6% over the last year. That's after inflation. If you look at specific like goods producing workers, it's about double that. If you look at taxes, the tax season, there are about 60 million people that are benefiting from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or no tax on Social Security. For the no tax on tips people, I actually went to a restaurant down the way, and just because I'm a nerdy economist, I asked the waiters an intrusive question. I said, how much did you save on your tips this year? And the low estimate was 3,000 and the high was 10,000. And it kind of shows how averaging works, because the average in the data right now is about 7,000. And so we've got lots of success putting more money in people's pockets, even after inflation. And so we're very happy to own that record.
But for a long time, a way to predict future elections was simply to ask people how they felt and if they felt better than they did 4 years ago. And you're heading into midterms where the polling is tough. And there's been a lot of talk of affordability. We can get into some things that have perhaps made that more complicated on the inflationary side. But what is the message between now and November?
Well, first of all, I'm an acolyte of Ray Fair, the famous economist at Yale University, who began a political science literature back when I was a kid, practically, where he looked at what predicts elections, and he found that the best predictor was the state of the economy the summer before the election. In fact, I think his informal rule was if GDP growth is above 2.5%, then the incumbents win. And so right now, I guess the question is, are we confident that the economy is going to be strong this year? And we really are, because we have so many positive effects that we're seeing in the data.
But you've been predicting as recently as last week, I think 4 to 5% GDP growth this year?
I think 4 to 5%. And I could tell you where you get that. So it's not just a made-up number. Right now, the best estimate we have for productivity growth, which is the growth you kind of get for free in the economy, is about 2.5%. So if we didn't increase capital spending and we didn't increase labor supply, and we just held them flat for the year, then we'd have about 2.5% growth. Right now, if you look at the orders and shipments of non-defense capital goods, they're the highest they've ever been. And one of the things Alan Greenspan taught me to look for was our orders higher than shipments, because that means they're even going up from here, and they are. And so there's a massive amount of capital spending, easily gives you like about 1% of extra growth from the capital spending. And then for labor supply, we've got increases in hours worked that gets me sort of up to 4.
But Wall Street consensus, I'm not saying they're always right, they often aren't, is about 2.5%. Treasury Secretary Bessent last night told my colleague Ben Smith that the economy would, quote, have some making up to do after the first quarter, when I think even the Atlanta Fed has growth, just over 1%. Do you think they're all wrong? What are they missing?
Well, I can remember in 2017 when we ran the same kind of arithmetic out and said that growth would be about 3%, that I went on CNN, Zachariah's show. And it was the first time I was on a show, and he introduced me as follows. He said, after me saying that we'd have 3% growth, he asked Larry Summers to comment. And Larry, in his own special way, said that Kevin Hassett is either stupid or a liar or both. And what happened was we got the 3% growth. And the same models, in fact, you could go back and look. The Wall Street Journal, a couple years later, wrote a long, unsigned editorial about how pretty much every number that we put out at the Council of Economic Advisors when I was chairman came to be true within a tenth or two. And so the same models are saying that we can definitely produce 4% growth this year, and it's not based on optimism, it's based on science.
Okay. The president came into office promising to bring prices down, but he's done a lot of things, tariffs and now the war in Iran, that are pretty clearly inflationary. Tell me if you disagree. But in some ways, wouldn't the administration have gotten a lot more of what they promised had they simply not done these things discretionarily?
Well, let's look at the record. We just had a consumer price index. The core number was 0.2, which is about what the Fed's target is. And in fact, it rounded up to 0.2. And when you look at why core is and other prices, non-energy, we can talk about energy in a minute, that it's doing so well is you can identify the policies that created the good news on inflation. So for example, all of our attempts, Trump RX, to reduce drug prices shows up in the CPI as lower drug prices. Go figure. Our effort to arrest the avian flu did such a good job. Remember when we came in, every time I went on TV, we were talking about egg prices. Well, now nobody talks about egg prices because they're basically about as low as they've ever been. We had an executive order opening up imports from Argentina, increasing their quota for beef, and in the CPI, beef prices went down. And so we're taking action to lower prices. And the metric really that I think is best is that core inflation over the last 6 months now is 2.6%, which is lower than it's been since the inflation under President Biden began.
But I think a lot of people understood when you said, well, let's do inflation X eggs, right? We can take eggs out of this.
Eggs aren't a big share.
They're not a big share.
Yes, but I just said it's 0.2.
But things that are excluded from
core is
inflation.
X food and energy.
Energy is a huge input into people's prices and people's pocketbook. And the president had said first he thought gas prices would be down by the summer, and then he said probably not by the midterms. And it just feels like this is an affordability snowball that is starting to build. And without a clear timeline on what might happen in Iran, I want to get a clearer sense of what is actually the message to the American people right now about what they are going to pay for things. These are supply shocks that can't be sort of papered over or monetary policyed over or even stimulus over. There just isn't enough of the stuff.
Look, I'm not a political consultant. I'm an economist. I can tell you that right now core inflation is the lowest it's been since before President Biden's team created runaway inflation. When they created the runaway inflation, the minute that they did it, even before the inflation was visible, I was talking about it. You could go back and look. John Cochran and I wrote an article in National Review saying that inflation is going to go up. About 2 weeks later, I did a TV interview where I said it'll be probably around 7% this year, and it was about 7%. Went up into double digits, and that whole time I don't remember turning on the TV and seeing most places talk about affordability. We're making an enormous amount of progress. We've cut inflation down almost to the Fed's target, and we're going to continue to think of policies like the, opening up, beef imports or attacking prescription drug prices. We're going to continue to pursue policies like that, which will reduce inflation even more.
Ken Griffin was on the stage earlier, and he said, almost certainly, if the Strait remains closed for, I think he said 6 to 12 months, we're going to be in a recession. Is that not what? Have you modeled that out?
Well, in fact, if you look at the literature on oil prices and the economy, there's a famous paper by two old friends of mine, Olivier Blanchard and Jordi Galley. People who want to look it up could go to the National Bureau of Economic Research and see it. And they look into what they say is the puzzle is why is it that energy prices don't have as big an economic effect as they did in the 70s? For the U.S., the obvious answer is because we're the largest oil producer on Earth. But the other thing that's happened over time is that the energy intensity of GDP has gone way, way down. And so we certainly don't expect this to take anywhere as long as the speculation of Ken, who's a very good man and a friend. But the fact is that it's not the 1970s anymore. There's a whole academic literature that suggests that the whole global economy is more resilient than it used to be because of the reduced energy intensity of GDP.
Looking ahead, I think most people expect AI to be deflationary in the long term by making things cheaper and the cost.
And that's where the productivity is partly coming from.
Correct. in the moment, it feels inflationary. There's a lot of spending going on that is, squeezing construction costs, and we don't have enough of the blue-collar workers in the first place. So I'd be curious if you think there's some wage inflation in welders and electricians that are now in high demand. Like, what is the right way to think about short-term inflationary costs of this giant AI boom that, and we'll talk about in a second, people don't love, and then the kind of longer-term benefits of an economy that is more productive and more efficient?
What's happening right now is that small businesses, especially, who fold AI into their business, are seeing massive cost reductions that they are passing on to consumers. We're seeing revenue skyrocket once small businesses really level the playing field with big businesses by using AI. And so I'm not seeing right now, and again, we just had inflation, core inflation down relative to anything we've seen since the beginning of the Biden administration. And so I'm not seeing any kind of inflationary push. But don't forget that in the end, the way to think about it is that if you have a town and the only thing, or say you have an economy and there's like one apple tree, and then there's people that eat the apples, and then all of a sudden there's two apple trees, then what happens to the price of apples? And that's what's happening, is the AI is increasing the productivity of small and large businesses, and creating an incentive for people to lower prices because they're more productive.
But is the right way to think about what AI is doing on the price side to talk about what small businesses are able to pass on to their customers? We have these giant CapEx investments that are being made, huge energy investments. There's real concern that it's going to suck energy off the grid that is already pretty capacity constrained. Energy prices are going up. Electricity prices are going up. I'm wondering if you can actually take a look at the large cap part of this economy.
For sure, there's a massive amount of capital investment, and when I grew up, we used to think that was a good thing. GDP is C plus I plus G, and I is through the roof. And that's going to put downward pressure on prices. The thing that you raise, electricity prices, is something that President Trump is focused like a laser beam on, and we're working very closely with the large data centers to make sure that they produce their own power.
This was the BYO energy.
Exactly, and we even had a big announcement and a groundbreaking just about a month ago where that was exactly the plan.
And the idea is to incentivize them to do that by speeding up some of the permitting process,
We are certainly doing that, yeah.
What does a worse Fed look like? And do you think he'll be able to garner consensus from the voting members of the Fed to cut rates?
Oh, sure, yeah. Kevin and I have been really close friends for a very long time. He worked...
You are the other Kevin of the two Kevins the president talked about.
I don't know how many Kevins there are. But the fact is that Kevin was in the NEC, and worked with my friend Larry Lindsay, former partner Larry Lindsay, and he was like a really young guy when they put him in to be a governor of the Fed. And then when he went to the Fed, we had, and it certainly wasn't because of him, we had a global financial crisis. And so he's someone who has rich experience in running the Fed sort of when things are normal, and also running the Fed when things are in crisis. And I can't think of a person who'd be better qualified to run the Fed than him.
But he's under a lot of pressure to cut rates at a time when there are some inflationary pressures. You can argue about where they are and how long-lived. And also, I think people forget that the Fed is a voting body, and he has to create a consensus for that. Can you talk a little bit to what you imagine that challenge might look like?
I think that in the end, the Fed needs to be independent and data-driven. And I think that the Fed, I was a senior economist at the Fed when I was very young. The Fed has lost its way, and I think that there's some, making up to do for the Fed. If you look at the fact that, when President Trump was running for office the first time, then it looked like inflation was very high, but the Fed didn't move at all until after the election, and then the minute he was elected, they started raising rates. And then, right before this election, they cut rates, and presumably to help Kamala Harris's. And you could actually see that the rate cut in the election had a big effect on the economic data running into the election. Jay Powell didn't start raising rates in the 7 to 10% inflation range until after he was reappointed as Fed chair by President Biden.
You think the president is right that those were explicitly political decisions?
Well, you look at the pattern and decide for yourself.
They were certainly slow to raise on the way up, and were perhaps slow to cut on the way down. And just being wrong in both directions doesn't necessarily make a conspiracy theory.
I'm not making a conspiracy theory. I'm just stating dates to you about when things happened. And so I could say that when I was working with Greenspan, we went back and looked, and as an example, in order to preserve the independence of the Fed, that it was very, very rare. I think there was only one case in all Fed history where there was a big move in the fall before a presidential election. And this one, came when many people were wondering where did this come from. But where Kevin is going to take it back, and where it was when I was at the Fed, I'll tell you like a final story about this, is that I'm a tax economist mostly. That's what I've studied as an academic thing. And when I was on leave from Columbia and working at the Fed, I got really interested in Al Gore's proposal to have a BTU tax. And so Gib Metcalf and I wrote a paper that subsequently was peer-reviewed and everything's been cited a zillion times on the economic effects of the BTU tax and the carbon tax. And Alan Greenspan read the paper and said, it's a good paper, but we're not going to publish it until after Congress is finished debating this policy, because we don't want the Fed to stick their nose into every fiscal policy question, because our job is to preserve independence for monetary policy. And they held my paper up for about a year, and then it came out. And now, if you look at what's going on, you've got regional bank presidents criticizing every move that President Trump makes. It's fiscal policy. That's just not what the Fed tradition is.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks for having me.
Enough money, enough billions to make sure there is no hunger in the world, including in emergency situations.
How does this impact what you're doing? Because a lot of it was the disaster relief, that is where it began. Right now, you're operating in how many countries at this point?
I came very unprepared for this, to this conference, but it's a typhoon that we are activating. We are in Haiti, we are in Ukraine, we are in Gaza, we are in Israel, we are in Lebanon,
All over these. What is there anything consistent about what's happening in these places as you begin to serve them? Because with food insecurity, it's a security insecurity.
Correct. For us, obviously, it's a Wars in the Kitchen. I always wanted to make sure, because I think that in a way will be my legacy when I'm no longer here, that I don't become the organization that actually is the reason I created Wars in the Kitchen.
Right.
Because we were there because I felt some other organizations that were supposed to be there were not there with the urgency of now, as I thought we had to. Therefore, Wars in the Kitchen, we are emergency. Emergency, but now in Ukraine, we've been 4 years.
Right.
Emergency, but now in Gaza, we've been 2 years. So it's a very thin line between emergency and long-term hunger, chronic hunger in very poor countries. Like what's happening maybe in Yemen or what's happening in Sudan, that they have their conflicts on their own, but it's long-term hunger. So I'm making sure the Wars in the Kitchen will stay on the line of emergency situation. I believe Ukraine, we were the strongest organization. In the first year, we reached 1.5 million meals. We are on a day, we are in a way to reach 400 million. We're still there, mainly in the front lines. In Gaza, we have, at one moment, we have close to 90 kitchens, a whole bunch of bakeries. We reach 1 million meals a day. Right now, we cannot maintain the 1 million meals a day. But if we don't do the million meals a day, who else will? It's a gap of money. The closing of USAID has had a huge impact in the world. Many other countries are also cutting investment in humanitarian through their agencies, so the donations they do. NGOs around the world are receiving less funds. We've been very lucky because people see the work we do, and we are mainly supported by people.
You get donations.
But we are seeing that with more conflicts happening, the price of food increasing is putting a very big strain in not only what Wars in the Kitchen can do, but what many other organizations
So you're no longer a disaster organization, you're a constant feeding organization.
I want to say that still we are a disaster organization because what's happening in Gaza is still an emergency because still nothing is normal. Everything is, You have to wake up every morning and have the fight of how we're going to feed everybody. We're still playing defense. We are not playing offense. Lebanon is a true emergency, true. Ukraine, the hitting of what's going on in Ukraine, which is a hunting, like it was the Planet of the Apes of drones, that people that come out to pick up the loaf of bread, that simple thing of going for bread, you have a drone hunting for you. And this is very sad. So that's why for us, this is an emergency. And that's why we have to be there.
Talk a little bit about USAID, what you'd like to see happening. Obviously, it doesn't exist.
I hope President Trump will reconsider that the decision instigated by, for me, is this kind of what Elon Musk did, understanding how successful he is, how smart he is, the amazing things he's being able to create. Starlink, I love Starlink. He's made me better on the field, Watson Dragic better. I wish that this was the Elon Musk I will have all the time. But then it's a part of him that, because he led it, and President Trump and whoever was around the White House let him do it, to stop USAID from being the best soft power that America has to create goodwill in the world, and to understand that if we invest in the success of the countries surrounding America, America is better and America is safer. It's for self-interest, even if you don't care about the people. For me, it was a very sad day. Even I love Chinese people, and I love China, and I have a Peruvian Chinese restaurant. But that America didn't send any of the 2 hospitals we have to help the people of Jamaica, and that the Chinese humanitarian effort sent their boat and their hospital, and they were in Jamaica, few hours away by boat from American shore, and America was missing in action. That's a sad day for America, Republican or Democrat. Because you know what happens? That when hurricanes happen, we don't know, right? Mexicans sends us some of the best people. In earthquakes, Mexico sends us some of their best researchers and rescuers. When things happen in America, countries of the world also send aid to America. People forget that. So it's good that you show goodwill when others don't go through mayhem, because you don't know the day you may go from mayhem, and you will, even if we are the most powerful country in the world, when we will need the expertise and help from others.
What do you see? What would you like to see? I mean, apparently Elon Musk's about to become a trillionaire with Starlink you so love.
I mean, what I wish is that people will go, you know, will go to a better life without money in the bank. Because what you want of that money in the bank? You see Mayan, right? I think that one thing is not against the other. Of sure we need, I'm the most capitalist guy in the world. I like capitalism, good, smart capitalism. What is good for you is good for me, to create wealth. And the people that work harder and work better, maybe will do better. But if you are so lucky that you already have so many houses, so many boats, so many cars, you have no more time in the day. If at least you were a trillionaire and you could expand time, because Stephen Hawking will tell you how, I will say, oh shit, you have more lives, so yeah, don't give me any money because you need the money for all the lives you're creating around the world. But because you only have one life, shit. I remember when the ex-World Food Program head, Beasley, got an engagement with him online and talked about the money that they needed, and he said, we can solve these problems, and Beasley told him, hey, give me $1 billion and we feed the world, or give me... But it didn't happen.
No,
he didn't stick.
No.
But that's fine. I'm not blaming him. Everybody
you're
can
making a sell to him right now.
But everybody can do whatever they want with their money, quite frankly, even Elon Musk. But we have the big opportunity with the money are in the banks to end hunger, probably with all the money that between all of us, because we are rich. All of you here are rich. Compared to vast majority of planet Earth, we are the richest people on the world. If all of us will only put 1-2% into there is very big fun. It's not like only we will fighting total poverty and total hunger. But there is like, we will even make some people that they are poor, not because they are idiots. They are poor because it's an infrastructure around them that will never get the same opportunities that you and I got.
All right.
So how do I want to go? I want to go with a day that I believe everybody, when I go to a vacation in a beautiful Caribbean country and I am in the most luxurious place, but around that luxurious place is full of poverty and hunger, will you not love to go to that place and know that around you, with your same effort, everybody is doing a little bit better? So this is the world we need to be creating. I hope that Trump will reconsider reopen USAID, because that's the best investment America can do.
I don't think that's happening, I've got to tell you.
Well, he changes his mind very quickly. I hope he's listening to my words.
You know,
and
that,
now he put me in a portrait of him.
I know.
And maybe I'm whispering, reopen USAID, reopen USAID.
Okay. So we only have another minute, but the thing I said to one of them, I don't think it was Musk, one of the billionaires, was when they were doing this, I said, you're so poor, all you have is money, because they aren't thinking that way. And largely they aren't, except for Mackenzie Scott, who just gave $70 million.
She's amazing.
Meals on Wheels, has done more for hunger in a second all over the world. She's the only one, though, I have to say. But when you think about what you're looking at right now, what's the thing in the food area that you're most concerned with, these fertilizer prices and where it's going? And where do you think the most important area, you're everywhere, you're in Gaza, you're in Ukraine, you're in Haiti. Yeah. Where do you think the most pressing problem that you're facing right now, very briefly, when you look around what World Central Kitchen is doing?
Well, for us, obviously, it's funding. Mm-hmm. The end is never about money, but then it's always about money. Mm-hmm. But the biggest concern I have is really these, and we're seeing these fertilizers. Mm-hmm. Canada and Morocco, Belarusia, they have a very big control, especially of potash, of potassium and phosphorus. And we have the technology to make sure that we are not so dependent from two countries. Mm-hmm. We need more investment in making sure that every country, including America, we can produce our own fertilizers. Mm-hmm. The investment is not there. If I was investing in national security in America, I will have first a national security food advisor next to the president of the United States. Every president in the world should have a national food security advisor, but we don't. We take food for granted. And one of the things I will do, sure, you want to have weapons and everything else, but I will make sure that every country is self-sufficient in the fertilizers they need, because without fertilizers, we will not feed the world. And this war, this situation is showing us how weak we are. One day, we may read in the newspapers of the world, not like it's enough food, but we are wasting food. But one day, the newspaper will say, today, planet Earth is not producing enough to feed itself.
Right.
That will be a catastrophic moment, and will be a problem that we created on our own simply by not taking food seriously. Brillat Savarin, a Frenchman, 1826, he said, tell me what you eat and I'll tell you who you are. An amazing book. But he said something more important. He said, the future of the nations will depend in how they feed themselves. Our countries, our nations, they need to be taking food more seriously and think about the consequences, unintended consequences of decisions. Who was going to say that this decision of going now for Iran was going to have consequences beyond the fuel that moves our cars? This is going to have consequences in the way we feed America and we feed the world. Let's hope that they listen, and let's hope that they put more thought in the decision making, putting food at the heart of the decision.
Excellent. Last very quick thing, you're in Spider-Man? Meals.
Oh, shut. I thought this was...
This is actually Jose Andres.
I thought this was going to be a prank because they asked me to sign my IP.
Yeah, but why did it say don't eat spiders? I heard they have a lot of protein.
Well, because if you eat the spiders, Spider-Man doesn't have his power, and I need the Spider-Man to be,
So you...
So I'm with the Spider-Man. This is a cover by Mignola, the creator of Hellboy.
Yeah.
First time he works with Marvel in 20 years. I love comics. We began dreaming about food, all the Marvel heroes and food. And before I knew, Spider-Man is coming to my restaurant. Electro is attacking, and we defeat him with a fork. or something like that. And then Iron Man shows up, and Captain America shows up, and Hulk shows up, and I mean, you talk about the American dream. This to me doesn't get better than that.
On that note, Jose Andres, everything.
AI companies will be a big part of that. I mean, they can't be in the private markets, obviously, right?
Well, so today, as it's defined, it's basically the S&P 500, right? So, all the companies are in the S&P 500. Of course, it is led by the tech sector. All those companies will be in that. And, imagine a 10-year-old, they're learning about, well, first of all, we have about 2/3 of the states require some education in financial literacy, okay? Hopefully we get all of them to teach some financial literacy. And so now you're 10 years old, you pull up your Invest America account and you see, oh, I've got a little bit of NVIDIA and Microsoft and Tesla and let's say SpaceX goes public, it's on there as well. And so you see you've got a piece of all these companies. And when I was 8 years old, I had a passbook savings account, and I learned about compounding. You'd go and they'd stamp this little book. You're too young to have things like this, but they would stamp the little book, and you'd see, okay, now my money grew a little bit because of interest, and I learned about compound interest. And my mother was a stockbroker, so she taught me about companies and investing and those kinds of things. So if we can spark that kind of interest in some of these 73 million children out there, that'll be a great thing.
Yeah. And speaking of that kind of stuff, as we run out of time, just want to know really quick, do you see Dell as potentially taking advantage of the credit markets in this next phase of the build out? I mean, it seems like an obvious potential superpower for you.
We are cash generative, and we are paying down debt, and we increased our dividend by 20%, and we really don't need more capital, and we're buying back our stock. So thank you very much, though, but for now, we're good.
We are out of time. Thank you. I don't know. Great.
Welcome Blake LeWitt of LinkedIn and Mirabella Brokout L. Bays of Semafor.
Good afternoon, Blake.
Hi, Mirabella. How you doing?
Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks.
We're going to close this out. We called this the after party.
This is the after party, folks.
So Blake, you're LinkedIn's global chief global affairs officer and chief legal officer.
Yeah.
And we were talking backstage about how within that remit, you're also overseeing LinkedIn's economic graph, which is a kind of real-time data system that kind of scrapes users' data, but in a way that enables you to kind of sit on a trove of insights from across your users. And I'm just curious to start with hearing a bit from you about what you're seeing within that data. I think in particular, there's such a narrative around kind of AI kind of hollowing out jobs, suppressing hiring. Is that what you're seeing, or kind of what do you think that's getting wrong in the way we're talking about AI and employment?
Yeah, so obviously people have a lot of takes right now on what AI is doing to jobs and the workforce. I like Stephen A. Smith as much as the next guy, but I also like to look at not just sort of takes, but what do you see in facts and data. We do have, at LinkedIn, we have an economic graph, which is, over 1 billion members. We've got companies, jobs, skills. It's really an amazing real-time view of what's happening in the labor market. And we've looked because everybody wants to know the answer to this question: is AI impacting jobs right now? And we've looked at them, and honestly, we haven't seen it. What we see right now is, if you go back to, yes, hiring is down. It's down about 20% since 2022, but it seems much more related to a rise in interest rates around that time. And we have not seen the sort of impacts that you would expect to see in areas that everyone is talking about AI. So everyone, like industries, whether or not it's customer support or administrative or marketing, all these places that if we were seeing impacts to AI, that's where it would be. Yes, hiring's down, but not down more. Everybody's concerned about entry-level hiring, right? Everybody is out there saying, okay, are my college-age kids going to be able to get a job? We've looked at the data again, and hiring down, but not down more than folks who are middle career or late career. So our conclusion right now, again, based on facts, not takes, based on this amazing trove of data right now, is that not yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the future, but not yet.
I think, I'm sure a lot of us are kind of surprised about what you're saying. LinkedIn has such a distinctive view kind of in how the world of work is changing. What's your view on the future? How do you see kind of the role of humans versus the role of kind of agents playing a role kind of in the workforce kind of moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, like everybody else, I don't know, but what I do know is what people want. And what people want, you can see this in polling. If you look at it across the political spectrum, if you ask people and you ask them, when it comes to AI and workforce, what do you want the government to do? You want them to help people get good, high-paying jobs? Do you want to give them a check, UBI, or do you want the government to do nothing? Majorities of Democrats, Independents, Republicans, they say, yeah, I'll choose the jobs. And I'm not sure. Have you seen the movie WALL-E?
A long time ago.
A long time ago. Okay. Well, I've yet to come up to somebody who said to me, like, I've seen those guys in the chairs riding around on the motorized scooters drinking sodas. That's for me. Give me a check. I haven't seen that yet. Right. So then the question becomes, if what people want in a workforce in the future is good, high-paying jobs in an AI economy, how do you do that? Mm-hmm. So for us, again, looking at this data that we have across the economy, we really think that every job, if you look at it, can be broken down to a bundle of tasks. It's a bunch of tasks and a set of skills that need to do that task. For us, 3 buckets. Think of it as 3 buckets. First, it's the ones that AI is really good at fully doing by itself. So right now, it's things like summarizing stuff. It might be a first draft. That second bucket is, what is the skills that we have that AI makes you better as a human, right? And a lot of that is going to be things like iterating, second draft, editing, all of those things where it's like AI is augmenting. And then there's a crucial third bucket that a lot of people don't even really think about, and that's those human skills, right? Communication. You and I sitting on a stage, being backstage, talking about like where to get the best pizza in Berkeley.
We have very strong opinions.
Yeah, we have very strong opinions. But like that human-to-human communication, things like curiosity, judgment, these things are not going away. And so the question is, how do we shift the workforce of now to be prepared for the future, and really looking in those second 2 buckets of how AI makes you better and those things that AI is never going to replace?
So obviously skills, human skills, but skills broadly are so central and the key to success. I think in that case, how do you develop a workforce with the right skills? And will kind of the way we hire fundamentally have to change because of that?
So on this one, the skills that are needed are changing. Mm-hmm. Like we all would like things, or many of us would like things not to change. But whether we like it or not, things are changing. We've looked at the skills that are needed to do the average job, and in the last several years have changed 25%. We expect at LinkedIn that that's going to be 70%. 70% of the skills necessary to do the average job is going to change by 2030. So, hey, even if you're not changing jobs, your job's changing on you. So we like to think in this country that we're ahead when it comes to AI skills. We like to think that, and we are, there's different aspects of AI that we are ahead in this country, but actually if you look at Microsoft's AI adoption index, the United States is 24th in AI adoption, way behind Singapore, behind the UAE. So how do we get the workforce of the future to come and start embracing this? To me, it's about 3 things: teach, train, measure. Obviously, we need to be doing a better job on the education system. K to 12, but beyond that, like working through grants to community college. How do we make sure that my girls are in school? And yes, they need to learn to write without AI. Mm-hmm. They need to learn to think without AI. But we also should be having courses and skills that teach them how to use AI, right? Second, train. We need to be getting into the workplace and doing things like having an AI innovation adoption fund. So if employers are using funds to train workers for these key skills, we do matching. We can set up lifelong learning accounts for workers because, again, this is not going to stop. It's not going to change. It's going to be a lifelong thing. Finally, measure. For us on the LinkedIn side, one of the things we got to do for sure is be this early warning system. We're, like I told you, not yet at the beginning. Yeah. We're going to keep watching. And we're going to tell people so they can make good decisions both in their careers individually and as an economy more broadly. And secondly, we're trying to build a way where when you are using these tools, it can show up as verified as a skill in your LinkedIn profile. So we have a new program called Verified Skills. We're working with companies like Replit, Lovable. We'll be working others. And again, it's not about like, are you the best? Are you this or that? It's just, are you using the skill? Are you using the tool at all? Because we just need to get up and start using the use our skills, and I'm going to use the skill of public speaking and try and speak about it. But like use these tools is the first thing.
I'd love to, just because we're running out of time, and I'd love to just kind of close with a bit of an eye towards the future. Yeah. I think, obviously there are folks who are worried or who are worried for their children or who are worried for future generations and are concerned about a lot of what they're hearing around AI and the workforce. I guess, what would you tell them to assuage some of those fears or to address those fears? And I guess, maybe it's the same answer, or maybe it's a second question, but what are you kind of most optimistic about?
Yeah. I think they're a little different. Yeah. So on the thing about dealing with your fears, first of all, it's okay to have fears. Recognize it, name it, that's okay. But here's the thing I tell people of all ages, but particularly younger folks, which is you're not behind. Everybody thinks that they're behind and they can't catch up. Like this, the future is not written. Nobody else knows what they're doing with this either, right? Nobody else, like these tools are new. Nobody knows how to use them. Just get up and start trying and start playing around and start using them, and then you are not behind. And secondly, like what makes me optimistic, these tools are kind of incredible, right? In that the way they are going to change things is it really is going to be less and less about, there's going to be like a small group of people who need these coding skills, these technical skills to build the stuff, but then the rest of us are just going to be limited by our imaginations. It's going to be who has the best idea, who can iterate, who's the most creative, and like, yes, at the end of the day at the Semafor World Economy Conference, right, in the 250th anniversary of our country, like America has had a history of innovating, and a history of embracing change, and a history of being the most creative. So honestly, like if I'm going to, despite what I said earlier about adoption, if we can get that adoption up, I mean, I'll bet on America.
What a note to end on. Blake, thanks so much for your time today, and thanks to all of you for joining us.
Thank you for attending today's live journalism, and to our partner Coupang. We hope to see you again tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. here at the Conrad.
back to AP's live coverage of Semafor World Economy Summit. You just heard a panel about artificial intelligence, and actually I'm joined by the last panelist. I'm Adriana Murga. I am a reporter here at the Associated Press, and joined is LinkedIn's Blake Lowett. How are you?
Great. How you doing?
I'm great. Okay, let's get right to it. From LinkedIn's perspective, how is the job market doing?
Well, hiring is down a little bit. So since 2022, our hiring rate shows that down about 20%. But one of the questions that everybody's asking right now is AI affecting the job marketplace? And the answer from looking at our data right now is we haven't seen it yet. Because even though hiring's down, we've looked at our data and analyzed it and said, actually, it seems to be related to the rise of interest rates in 2022. How do we know this? Are you asking that? Do you want to know how we know?
I want to know. Please tell me.
Well, I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how we know. So you would expect, if AI was affecting the job marketplace, the places that you would expect to be most hitting are places like customer service, administrative, marketing, all these places that everybody's worried about job loss. But even though hiring's down, it's not down relatively more than in other spots. Or everybody's asking about early career. They're worried about, I have a college-age kid, I have a young person. How are they doing in the job market? So yes, hiring's down there, but not down more than middle career or later career. So our answer to that question right now is we haven't seen that affect the AI in the job marketplace just yet.
Okay. Talking about current events, do you expect an impact from the Iran war on the job market?
I think it's too early to say. I mean, if the war affects inflation and other macroeconomic factors, then of course it may have an effect on the job market. But that will have to do with things like you said, things like interest rates will probably play a big role. If the war affects whether or not interest rates are held because we're worried about a stagflationary economy, then that could happen. But we haven't seen that yet. It's too soon to know.
Okay. You mentioned the areas in which hiring is kind of it feels like it's lowering, but it's not, totally, people shouldn't panic just yet. Do you have tips for graduates that are in those fields that just feel a little bit stuck? I have so many friends that are like, I lost my job, I cannot find another one. What are your recommendations for them?
Well, what I would say is you can look at every job as a set of skills necessary to do that job and the tasks that need to be done. In some jobs, think about 3 buckets. First bucket would be tasks where AI might be replacing some of those skills. The second bucket, AI will be helping or augmenting those skills. So think about the first one as it's going to summarize a task. Summarize. The second one might be it's going to help you iterate. But the third one is third bucket would be like human skills, like you and me talking to each other. Communication, that's not going away. Mm-hmm. So I'd say to folks, really focus on that second and third set of skills, because that's not going away. And another thing, a piece of advice, understand that people are concerned about it, people are afraid. Here's the good news. Nobody else knows what they're doing yet either, right? And you're not behind. Mm-hmm. You're not behind. There's when I talk to people at all parts of the job spectrum, but particularly young folks, they're like, I'm worried I'm already falling behind. You're not. Just get out there and try these tools and try and get better. And then you're going to move right to the head of the class. It's really about just embracing that growth mindset.
Great. One thing that when I speak to people and we talked about getting jobs, the difficulty, one of the things that it's like a very common response is that they feel that employers are not looking at their resumes, that they're just kind of weeding them out and using maybe sometimes AI tools to weed them out. Have you seen that from LinkedIn? What is sort of that perspective?
Yeah, look, people are in the job market and they're concerned about it, right? Mm-hmm. And what I'd say is that as you've seen more and more people coming into the job market, people, employers need to figure out, how can I find the right person? Mm-hmm. But ultimately, it comes down to putting yourself in the best position where you can be the person sitting across from another person and saying, hey, I believe in you. I'm going to give you the shot. I think that you should have the job. So there's lots of things that you can do. You can try and stand out on LinkedIn by upgrading your profile. You can work your network, which is a key thing that can help. And the most important thing is to try, even though like rejection is a part of job seeking, it's hard. So one of the things that we're trying to do is make sure that we do have tools. So it sucks to get that no, but what sucks more is to never hear back. So we're creating tools so it makes it easier for recruiters to be able to, hey, I'm closing the loop with you. Because that's a more human way of doing things.
Totally. I mean, I've definitely had times where I apply to a job and I just never hear back, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then they announce someone else has a position. What are those tools? Like, do you have like a preview description?
Yeah. So one of the tools would be we help recruiters compose those messages so they can close the loop and write back. It's just part of the workflow.
Okay. Talking about recruiters, one thing that I've written about is how, scams are really prevalent on, job search, and people have been falling victim to job scams in many different, job searching websites. What is LinkedIn doing to protect consumers about that?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, we've really moved into verification. So we have now over 100 million verified members on LinkedIn. It's free. You don't have to pay for it. There's no blue check mark. But if you go ahead and go through that process, you can become verified. We also have verified jobs. So you can see is the job been posted by somebody who has been verified, which gives you more assurance. And more broadly, we have teams that are working around the clock using AI to weed out and stamp out any kind of fraud, and we have like a zero tolerance policy for it.
Great. Do you have any tips for consumers to be in the watch out? I know that sometimes as a platform it's tough to weed them all out because there's bots and all of that.
Yep.
What are some tips for people that they should look out for when they're job searching to stay even safer from scams?
Well, again, one thing to do is look at whether or not on LinkedIn is the job posting a verified job post. You're going to have a higher degree of confidence there. Also, if somebody is asking you to send them money as part of a job application, huge red flag. Don't do it. People don't do that. So, and there's a bunch of other things. But often they'll be trying to pull you off into other messaging apps and maybe involving some sort of crypto or some other scam there. Stay away from that.
Totally. One thing that I've been hearing recently on sort of like the job search as well is people employers using more AI tools, doing the sort of pre-interviews with AI tools. Is that something that LinkedIn has seen from the employer side, more using the tools to search for the best candidate?
There are ways that can be done, yeah, for sure.
Great. Is there an idea of how much LinkedIn posts are made with AI or created by? Does LinkedIn have an idea of the amount? Because I feel like as a user, I've seen sort of more and kind of it's become more prevalent. So how is LinkedIn approaching that?
Well, I think that just across the internet, people are using AI to create, right? That's just part of what people are doing. The question is not whether or not they're using AI to create, but it's whether or not the content's good. So, ultimately, our algorithm is going to reward good content, and there can be content that's used by somebody using an AI tool to create that can be good content. It's really not about whether or not how it was created. It's whether or not it's slop or not.
Totally. It's been interesting. I've been using LinkedIn for a while, and I know that all of you have put in a stronger sort of use of the platform, not only for job searching, but also almost like a social media platform. How has that evolved? And also, how is it now with more people talking about politics in the platform? How do you kind of manage that?
Well, a lot of that is managed by itself. People come to LinkedIn because it's a different kind of experience. They often come here. It's not that there's no politics on LinkedIn, but that's not really what people are coming to LinkedIn for. I've often said that other platforms may be the town square. We're the conference room. Right. So, and people usually don't want to talk politics in the conference room. So it's not like there's none, but a lot of it is sort of self-reinforcing, and what people like and find interesting on the platform tends to be sort of work, business, and other content, as opposed to sort of that sort of. And it's not that they're economic issues can be political as well, but the sort of more divisive, angry political topics that are other platforms mostly are not on LinkedIn.
If it were the case that it becomes more prevalent, or, well, not if it were the case, but more like if people are engaging in more political conversations or even like rhetoric that is more hateful, how does LinkedIn like kind of keep it a safe space for all users?
Yeah, again, a lot of it is we're really lucky because people show up at LinkedIn and it is their professional identity in itself. So they tend to behave better. So a lot of it is just sort of a self-reinforcing mechanism. But beyond that, we have a set of professional community guidelines. We keep the platform safe, trusted, and professional. And we do what we need to do to keep that way.
Okay. For people who are like going back to earlier when we were mentioning graduates, you were mentioned, there's ways that they can leverage the platform. What are some, do you have like maybe 3 top tips that you would say to someone, like if you're meeting like a kid of someone of your friends, they're like, oh, I'm having a hard time, what would you say?
Well, the first thing is fill out your profile, which is pretty basic, right? But like, and there's lots of ways to like add. A lot of times when you talk to younger folks, they're like, oh, I mean, I don't know if this counts or matters. So if you were the president of a club, put that on there and talk about like what you did to help lead that club. So fill it out so people have a better sense of who you are. Then get over the fact that you think that you don't have anything to contribute. You do. Your perspective matters. If you get out there and you contribute, basically, people in your network will then be reminded about, oh, you know what? I've got something that Ariana would be great for. And just becoming top of mind by getting over our fear of ourselves and us thinking like, oh, what I'm saying is not smart enough, what I'm saying is not good enough. Nobody's that smart or great. We all can contribute.
Totally.
And then finally, like it is that network part is important. So no matter who you are, somebody. People generally want to help, and particularly on LinkedIn. People want to be in a space where they can contribute to somebody else getting an opportunity. So you need to build that network and do the hard work of reaching out both online and then following up. And I know it sometimes feels a drag, it sometimes feels hard, but if you do it, in the long run, it's really going to pay out for you.
Great. And then for the last question, what is the future? What is LinkedIn thinking about for the future? What happens if the job market gets more difficult? Yeah, what is LinkedIn thinking for the future?
Look, at LinkedIn, vision is to provide economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. That's what it's been like since we started. That's what it's going to be all the way through. All the time, we're going to be like our mission. How do we help people find jobs, learn skills, like connect with people that can help them in their career, learn about stuff that can make them better at their career. That's who we've been from the beginning. That's who we'll be in the future, regardless of the job market, regardless of anything else. That's what we're going to try and stay focused on.
Great. Well, thank you so much for speaking with me. We're here at the We're here at the Semafor World Economy Summit. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow with more panels and talking with more CEOs. AP reporter Adriana Morga, thank you so much.